CPI data here for both the U.S. and Canada on a month-over-month basis, 1.9%. On the Canadian side of things, core inflation month-over-month for June down here. For the U.S., 0.2%. The headline rate, 2.9%. A little bit better than expected. 3 was the consensus forecast, 2.9. The actual expectation there. So inflation overall, 0.3% versus 0.3% expected there. 2.7 versus 2.6% on the headline number. But core, a slight downtick there, which is a good sign. On this side of the border here, 2.7% for core, uptick versus the forecast of 2.6%. The median expectation, 3.1 versus 2.9. So inflation a little bit back to the upside here in Canada. There's the overall market. NASDAQ liking that number, just taking out the pre-market highs there and then some. See if this can continue here. But a whole bunch of individual things moving around here this morning. We'll get to bank earnings. Welcome back to earnings season officially. JPMorgan. I mean, it was a decent report. Overall, price action was a little bit to the downside initially here this morning. No reaction on that CPI data, but most of them looking like this. We did get a few others we'll get to this morning as well. Pepsi, there was a note I saw from Jefferies on Pepsi this morning. It was moving around on that. DoorDash with its own headline. I mean, Tesla's in the news every single day, but interesting. Slight downtick here, which is good to see. Yeah.
How many times are we going to have to wait?
Yeah.
Until this inflation-related tariff comes in.
Sure, he's gonna get to his mic there. He was just saying, like, how long are we gonna have to wait as far as the Fed is concerned here to get some sort of actual movement in the right direction. I'll bring up the Fed funds tool here and see if it'll take a second to refresh, but see if we get some movement that way.
Yeah, and we were supposed to get it in May because the tariffs were implemented in April. Now we're supposed to get them in June. Specifically, we're supposed to see them in autos, apparel, and I don't know if that's, I haven't looked at sector by sector, but the top line not looking like it really is reflecting here, Brendo. Also, we were supposed to see it in footwear, electronics, furniture, so things to keep an eye on if you do a bit of a deep dive. There's so much to talk about. Nvidia obviously back in focus as they're going to be able to sell their H20 chip back in China. Good lobbying there by Jensen, who was in the White House on Friday. Brendo, TTD, trade desk getting added to the S&P 500, not a quarterly rebalance, but these acquisitions allow you to have sort of an inter-quarterly rebalance, as you mentioned, the bank's reporting. Google spending all sorts of money, more CapEx there to add energy onto the grid, and Microsoft getting an upgrade today.
I mean, they're really spending nothing compared to BlackRock, but
when you have that much.
BlackRock also saying that they're in full-on buy mode. So 12.5 trillion with a T assets under management for BlackRock reported as well. Just unreal. Here it is, 58.1. I don't think this is updated yet. So this is September. If you go up to September, 58.1. So we are leaning towards a quarter point for September, October. I mean, put those together, maybe better part of half a basis point. You go out to the end of the year, it's still half a basis point. So I'm not sure that's updated.
You think he's waiting for the tariff-related inflation to come out before he starts? I'm talking about Jerome Powell and the Fed in general, before you start that narrative about cutting. Because how many times are we going to keep saying, oh, it's going to be next month, we're going to see that inflation print rise, core or headline, and it really hasn't come.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are echoing that at this point. Like, what is the wait? Or what is the point at this point that we're waiting for? So there's the market rejecting that pre-market high a little bit here, but nicely positive on the back of that CPI print. Again, a slight, ever so slight downtick there on the headline number. Otherwise, basically in line with expectations. I mean, a lot to consider here, guys. Good morning.
And a good morning. It is Brendan. Thank you, Jensen. Thank you, inflation not being as bad as everyone expected. Thank you, MP Materials.
Oh boy.
Who else are we thanking so far today? Thank you, Tesla 318. Thank you, Palantir 148. Check that. 149 and almost all-time high. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
That's
obviously,
AMD as well. Thank you,
AMD is out there, so there's a lot to be happy about. Like, what isn't good? What's
Oh boy.
There wasn't much. You know what? Here's the one thing that maybe, I don't know, it doesn't put a damper on anything. The bank earnings were all great. The reaction to them wasn't so great. Let's leave it at that's about the only thing that I think gets you less amped up was the reaction, at least early on some of the banks, because usually they blew out some of the numbers, and we'll get into all of that. But wow, and the thing that should be considered here is when we're talking about Nvidia up 4.5% and Jensen making a deal or getting things done. Remember, this was a bargaining chip with China. So ultimately, there's two things that make this good for the Chinese tech names. Any kind of a trade deal probably starts with getting them access to Nvidia's chips, which if that's going to happen, you kind of assume that we're going to move down the line and move closer toward getting an overall deal with China. That would be a good thing. And then B, of course, access to Nvidia's chips is also good for them as well. So Baba's up more than Nvidia is. Baba's up 6 points, Nvidia 4.5 points. Randy, it's going to be a good day, I think.
You seen what Nvidia?
We haven't changed those in forever. Really haven't. Like I don't know why this is still been a bear for like how long?
I mean, yeah, exactly. With the markets going the way that they are, I think we should definitely a change is in order. I think.
Well, I honestly forget that. I honestly forget that we had it on the bear. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's. What do you think? What do you think about this Nvidia?
Only going to get bigger. It's going to explode. But where's the limit? Can they keep up production numbers and deliveries? Yes, tariffs do play into this at some point, but I don't know. The demand is just, it seems limitless right now. So go.
Yeah, the man.
No, I find it a little interesting because first they trying to the whole tariff back and forth, and now they're coming down into settlements. And as they're approaching that, they're like, okay, fine, we can do the chips again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
there's a little bit of
there's a lot
part of the deal.
There's a lot of leverage there. So yeah, they're gonna play it.
Yeah,
that's what they got to do.
I like that.
Oh, you're seeing some interesting things. Thanks, Randy.
Yes.
I just saw you don't usually see this early in the morning. But I don't think you'll be able to see it on the level 2. It's gone now. But there was already size sitting at 170.
The spoofy man?
No, deep.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
he's actually sitting there.
Yeah, there was size
deep
at 170.
Okay.
There's size at 172. The even dollar levels already at about 837. Already, they just have size sitting there. You're probably not going to be able to see it. I don't know if we have the depth of book. It was a little bit ago. Now, you're probably not going to. It's flashed there. Someone's already flashing at 170, and then someone flashed at 172 on one of the gateways. So you this is going to be a special day for liquidity and volume. Nvidia going to do 10 million pre-market in here for sure. So it should be a wild one. Brent Roth, this is the best. Do you think Palantir is going to 150 and above on the morning show? Well, my first gut reaction would be a no based on what's happening right now to Palantir. But yesterday, we feel like Palantir didn't have a catalyst, and it was the thing that maybe you weren't looking at. I wasn't looking at Palantir until after it went nuts, and was like, oh, we should probably join this move, and just got and bought VWAP. And today feels like the same thing. Everybody's looking at the chip names, and everyone's looking at China or elsewhere, the stocks that have specific stories, and Palantir has a chance to break 150. But the reaction that it just had as the market spiked up on the CPI number was to tag 149 and pull back. So my first gut would be, when I see that no, we don't break it in the pre-market. Maybe we go dip hunting. And if it's going to continue trending, 147 looks like a good area on Palantir. But it's got to be on watch as well. There's so many things with catalysts, but you don't want to, I always say you don't want to ignore the stock that was maybe one of the best and least complicated longs yesterday was Palantir. So you want it to be on your radar. It was a great upward trend. I think it's got to be there today. But I don't think it's going to break 150 in the pre-market now.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. So again, back to bank earnings. So I do have JPM, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup all on watch right now. JPM catching a little bit of a bid, and I was just waiting around for Citigroup. Here's what Wells Fargo is looking like in the pre-market right now. So both of these names doing a little bit of a sell-off right here off of their earnings report. We're just going to let this load right here. Oh boy. Yeah, so go to the 3-minute chart right here. So in the pre-market session, you can see both the JPM and Wells Fargo right here, trending a little bit to the downside. But Citigroup might have just came out with a little bit of something, but what is happening here, back up to those pre-market highs. I'm seeing this bid come in here, not really doing too much volume, but relative volume, of course, off of the earnings report. So 3 banks, I know there's a little bit more also on the docket for earnings names, but I'm gonna choose these 3 and take a look at them as of right now. But a little distinct difference between the way Citigroup is moving relative to Wells Fargo and JPM, because both of those ones sold off pretty aggressively. But we were talking about this earlier, double beats across the board.
Yeah.
So once again, another iteration of, the earnings report may not be the end-all be-all, and the price action is obviously,
Always.
pricing in something else as well. But of course, we got Nvidia, we got AMD, we got Palantir, and here's one, Trade Desk with the S&P 500
baby.
ad. Oh boy. So we got a lot on our docket today. I don't know what I'm going to be trading. I got plans. I got charts. I got everything ready to go, but it depends on what's going to fall into my lap, right? So hopefully we have a solid day. And again, Neil already said earlier, I think today is going to be.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. There's small caps out there. This Zage stock, I know. Here, I'll say the name of the company because we should always strive to be better. Longevity Health Holdings. Yes, of course I looked it up, everybody. That's how I roll. No, this one pulling back into the volume weighted average price. I see a lot of people in the chat like going on Bavins in there. And so the reason I wanted to point this one out is as it's pulling back, the prior high is 6. And VWAP is 6. And this pre-market stop is 6 and all that kind of good stuff. So that kind of gives you if you're trading this one, like a nice little over-under level to play with. Because if it loses that, you kind of figure it's going to dip. I don't want to say profusely, but it could easily drop $1 off of that level. But you can see it. The most obvious technical level is what's holding. Good volume on this, over 30 million. So there's a little something for everybody. Let's go up and continue the party to the desk. I know we're supposed to have, I think we have Mitch this morning as well at some point.
Quick recap here for anyone just coming in as far as inflation goes. If you missed it there at 8:30, basically in line with expectations. Core inflation month over month, 0.2% to the upside versus 0.2% expected. The overall yearly number, 2.9% for core. Headline number then down here, 2.7 versus 2.6. So a slight uptick as far as that goes. The core number, though, a slight downtick, kind of offsetting that. On this side of the border, inflation rate 1.9% versus 1.5 expected. Consensus forecast, though, basically exactly the same, in line with expectations. The overall monthly number, a gain of 0.1% versus a negative print that was expected. So back and forth we go here. A couple other things to mention. Big investment for CoreWeave, CRWV, to the upside here this morning, back to 142. This thing's, we talked about it yesterday. I mean, 3-4 days in a row to the downside looked pretty ugly, but $6 billion going into this AI data center in Pennsylvania. Market seems to like that today.
Yeah, and more CapEx from a company that's basically very CapEx heavy, Brendo. So I'm not going to really comment about the fundamentals of that, but I want to show the chart over here because Joseph and I were talking about this yesterday on the Midday show. I perceive this to sort of be the formation of a head and shoulders pattern. You never really know with these head and shoulders pattern, but as I was telling Joseph off camera yesterday, what I was looking for was the retesting of the neckline. So it's kind of hard to tell whether the neckline here is at 150 or 140 because it's kind of an upward sloping neckline, but I'm going to be looking for a rejection either off this 140 or 150 area, Brendo. But this is kind of what you look for with a head and shoulders pattern, a retesting of the neckline. After you've breached it to the downside, you should be coming back to test it as a resistance level. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm still interested in shorting this name through options, but not going to jump in quite yet.
Yeah, I was just looking here. This is going back about a month ago, so this would have maybe decreased because of the move down, but consensus here among a bunch of sources, 4.8% on the short side. So 17 million shares of this company.
And I'm kind of surprised.
Short, yeah.
I'm kind of surprised because like I was telling you, a lot on Wall Street right now is that everybody's short and everybody's getting blown out. So I figured it would be a little bit higher.
But again, with that move down, maybe some have already been taken off a little bit there. But bounce back anyways today, guys, for CoreWeave.
This thing is looking beautiful.
It really is. That's one of those. Look, it's one of those stocks where, like, I'm a little surprised it didn't fall further when it broke that trend. So the fact that it caught the bounce in here at right off the 50-period moving average, it's surprising me. I thought this was going to get down closer to $100 on CoreWeave, that it would really, really start to cascade and fall apart. In so much as you can say dropping over 30% in a matter of weeks is not falling apart into a strong market. I guess it did, but I just can't bring. There's a lot to look at for the long today. I don't know that this is one that I want to be in for the long. I don't know your feelings on it, OB, but I might be very, very. I've actually paid for locates in case it does something stupid, because I feel like if it does a really, really huge move, I think there'd be a better chance that you can play a good reversion. On the way up, this was not the stock for that, but now that things have changed, like this 150 area, if it does get double digits and more. There was a lot of chop in here before it fell apart. I just feel if it gets up in there, I'll probably look for some kind of short setup on CoreWeave. There were cheap locates for us, but I don't know if I want to punch the long up here on CoreWeave specifically. So I'll stay away unless it makes a big move up that I can try to play off of that 150 area.
Yeah, no, I think with CoreWeave, again, I think I definitely agree with Sharif. Smelling like a little bit of a backside move here with the chart. You can see it's already curled. It's starting to kind of give up that bid. I had a few trend lines and maybe some anchors here as well. So you can see maybe a few speed lines. It's kind of starting to break structure. But yeah, I like that 150. Let's see if we can reclaim any of that. We have technically made a higher low. But yeah, I do like that 100 target that you had. But I don't think it's going to have a clean journey all the way down. And funny enough, anchored VWAP from inception is sitting at 106.40. So I think if we are going to revert to the mean, I think that's a good place to be looking for. But yeah, no, I'm definitely with Sharif on this one. Maybe potential to short the pops if it can get up into this little bit of downtrending resistance that we've been seeing since the highs have been made at 188.70. So that's what I got on CoreWeave.
Let's go to the desk. I believe we've got our main man joining us, Mitch in the building.
Yeah, let's bring him in. Mitch Hoko over at Trade the Pool with us this morning to touch on a few things moving around here. Mitch, I'm just keeping my eye out here. There's a lot still jumping out on scanners for me. But, I mean, let's go right to semiconductors because huge news, obviously, for Nvidia being able to get back into China. AMD benefiting from this here this morning as well.
This is why I'm all about the little details, guys. And this is what it's all about. You have to be watching the talk. What was the recent talk in the negotiations with, of course, China? There was a slight mention of export controls being included in the negotiations. And that was really key. I started to see the semiconductor equipment stocks really start to move with this, right? Now you're starting to see more mentions coming from AMD and Nvidia that they're going to be allowed to sell these chips. There's a reason why. Trump is here playing nice with these export controls, and there's a reason why he can do it also, is that Biden was the one that brought these export controls on, so he can be the one that takes them off, use it as a part of this trade deal, and really start to push this AI move, right? Of course, China needs these chips also to get their AI move going. So, hey, this is all about Trump and China playing nice, and I think we continue to watch for more rhetoric coming out of export controls.
All right. As that aside, obviously the move here very positive for this entire group.
For sure.
How are we actually playing this? Is it an AMD story?
I mean, we were watching AMD for how long? 116 is when I started to mention out of the bull flag, right? I talked about how it could have its Nvidia moment. And the biggest part is I like AMD over Nvidia just for outperformance here, right? Because of course Nvidia is higher and has already had the move. If AMD can just get a tiny portion of this market, and that's what analysts were saying in the beginning of the year in the first place, but of course we went through that rut at the beginning of the year. That's what caused a lot of people stop watching AMD, and now the gas pedal is on. Now the only way to play it is looking for like short-term moving average pullback days and then playing it. We've been getting them on AMD. A couple pullbacks just ago, we had that 9 EMA grinding all over that, whether it was a 9 or a 12, whatever you're using. Just last week on Tuesday on the 8th, it was right on the 9, and what happens? Boom, you start to get it going. Whenever you're looking for these momentum moves, if you can't play the flyer, right? If you can't catch it on the fly, catch it on the pullback, use a moving average, and try to get after these names. It's not a bad way to get after it.
It feels like one of those moments, Mitch, where if you go back a few months, people were very surprised almost with the acceleration that Nvidia had, and then started looking around for other opportunities, as you mentioned, kind of like AMD. I mean, Broadcom back then was also raised to the forefront.
Yeah.
Is there somewhere else that we should be looking here right now?
Yeah, that's how I mentioned the semiconductor equipment stocks. These are the ones that are also taking off. KLAC was the first one. That had a long-term trend line break and has just continued going. These are also really pretty breakouts, and that's what you want to be watching for these tech moves, right? Nice clean breakouts. AMAT is another major player in there, Applied Materials. That's the one that I've been mentioning, had a really nice throwback look and has just continued off the short-term moving average. This another thing to do with the export controls, because these were the stocks that were going to be held back the most. And if you look at them, they've been on a real takeoff since early June, when we started to get more and more conversations of the trade deal.
All right, I want to get your thoughts on these rare earth stocks here. We had Google, of all companies, coming out of nowhere, saying they're going to invest a whole bunch of money in rare earth specifically. Sharif and I were just kind of going back and forth off camera here. Is it more one of those situations where they're planning for the future and assuming that, these are going to be hard to come by down the road and just shoring up some long-term supply maybe?
Yeah, another thing of trying to follow the conversation, right? You heard in China, the trade talks were all about the rare earths. There's a reason why. Everyone knows that at the end of the day, what? Things don't last forever. The materials aren't going to last forever. So we need to grab them and own them, especially if we're going into this big chip age where we're going to need to have all these kind of materials to continue growing. Right. And now I'm watching it go to everywhere. It's not just in gold. It's not just in silver. It's not just in uranium names. Now it's moving over to lithium names. You got names to look at long term. I really like SQM, but you can look at like flyers like UUUU. It's 4 U's. Yes, I know. That's a little bit of a hard ticker to follow. But yeah, you guys can watch for moves in there. And it's actually helped the nuclear trade, nuclear strength coming off of this. But I'm watching also the black gold. What about the black gold? Does everybody know what that is? Come on, chat. I want to hear you guys buzzing. What could be the black gold? Of course, coal. Coal is not going away, guys. METC, really, really hot right now. And then I'm watching for a move on BTU right now to see if this can break out above the 1550s and then make a move towards the 18. But METC kind of leading the industry right now. And hey, the black gold is even in play. This also on the backs of the big, beautiful bill, which of course is going to help these kind of companies continue to be around and doing what they're doing right now. So, hey, I think this is something that you're starting to see in all materials. This also looks big inflationary in the long run. So I'd be a little concerned down the line if we continue to see this run in materials. But for right now, why not ride the wave and make some money?
Agreed. Let's go to the other end of the spectrum here. Retail back in focus a little bit. I mean, we're back in earnings season, so we're going to be getting a number of these coming up in the next few weeks here. Abercrombie specifically has been one of those stocks that wasn't really talked about, even going back to the beginning of the year, but has had a monster move once again. You like it because of some of the things Nike's doing.
Yeah, I mean, this is all about consumer sentiment changing. Whenever I'm looking for these big changes of trades, a lot of these have to do with fundamental analysis and looking in fundamental analysis, and all of a sudden something changing in the narrative. And what happened? Nike's report came in, and that earnings report changed the consumer sentiment. All of a sudden, people were like, oh, wait, the consumer isn't stop spending here, and it isn't slowing down. So there's certain stocks that are going to continue higher in the apparel space. Of course, there's still the tariff concern, but these stocks got a major discount with Liberation Day and the downside action, of course, that happened with the tariffs. And ANF was one of those companies that actually raised the guidance on their prior earnings versus ran away from even giving guidance. So this is one name that I can see it going back to that earnings pop, was 105.18. It's been slowly grinding. And when did this first start? On Friday, the 27th, when it broke that 84 of going out of the base into the 85. And this went right off the day of Nike's report. So we'll look for A&F to go ahead and keep climbing towards that 105.18.
All right, I like this guy because he comes prepared. Everybody listen up. Here comes a couple of swing ideas for you. Talk about APLD and HIMS.
I don't know if you guys watched the home run derby last night, but boy, oh boy, there was some bombs being hit out there.
A catcher, Mitch?
Hey, honestly, I was shooting for Junior Camarino, of course, because he's a Rays player, but I know you guys are Jays fans, so we're going to have some talk when we're up there. But APLD is a great setup here, guys. Everyone's watching this name. I know retail's been in this name, and I keep seeing tons of like 10,000 share buys. That tells me something that I want to keep this one on the radar. So we'll see if this can get back above 10. I was watching this yesterday. Got a couple stop outs, 950, 940s, just kind of playing within it. But if it can really get above that 10, I think this can get hot. Of course, this has to do with CoreWeave. So we'd want to see CoreWeave kind of continue to not just fall out of the sky, right? It needs to kind of balance in here and start to go higher. But that's one way to look at this. And then HIMS is the next one, looking for the gap fill off of course, that down move that happened on NEVOs mentioned, right? Can it go back and fill that gap? I think this is one that could go, especially if we continue to rock and roll like we're doing in the markets right now. So HIMS, let's go for that gap fill. Another thing is health has been coming back. And so this is one of those that could just get that benefit of health coming back now and using that as a good target. It's a good gap to go for.
One of those days where there's so much going on, so many things moving around here pre-market. What are you looking at first today?
Yeah, I'm going to probably go for that coal trade right out the gates here, BTU, just because BTU hasn't gone in a long time, and when it goes, it's a momentum move. I always like stocks that are going to go with that quick drive, and then I can use that short-term moving average to just trail the price action and ride it higher. And there's a lot of those small names, high flyers, so if you guys like those, of course, I know you guys have seen those crazy names like BMNR, SBET, all those Ethereum high flyers. Those are going to still be in play. But there is one thing I would say is that I think Bitcoin needs a little bit of a pullback here. So this is the market where you really need to stay with the strength. Just look at your watch list. What's leading it every single day? Probably is going to be the stocks that continue leading it that day. I've been seeing it, and sometimes it's a shift. Yesterday, I saw nuclear come really strong back into play. So one more NNE out the gates today could be a great one. Looking for swing trades, guys. Have you seen the new swing accounts on Trade the Pool?
If they haven't, go scan that QR code, bottom right corner, right now.
Where's that at? Where are we at? Right here, right here.
Other right. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Baby.
There it is.
Let's go.
There it is. Mitch Hoke over at Trade the Pool. Great insight as always. Thanks.
All right, traders.
Swinging.
Thank
Well,
you
I
very
mean,
much, Mitch.
I wasn't rooting for Junior Caminero. I was. I'm a pure baseball fan. I wanted to see O'Neal Cruz win, even though he's the laziest player in all of baseball. He's an absolute freak of nature, and he put on a show. The Derby's a lot of fun every now and then, but there was something, and there was a lot interesting that Mitch said. But one of the names, ANF in particular, has something going on that Obi and I were talking about.
Yes.
And there's this linear action to some things that we're seeing in the market. And what's interesting about it is and I've seen this many times, like since that bottom, there's a lot of stocks that are on like obvious trends or channels. You just don't normally see this happen. And you look at ANF, with the exception of an earnings move, right? Like it's held the bottom of the line since the April lows. And if you look at the trend has been generally held, except for an attempt to break it on earnings. Now it's poised to try to break this channel out, and it gets really spicy when we see things like this. Palantir, I'm going to show you guys the example of Palantir on an up move, and it's just very, very linear, and it's not often that you see something like that, but if Palantir gets to the top or near the top of this range and pulls back in, until something like this stops getting observed. Like, you just want to be playing it. So I saw ANF doing that as a chance to break out. I mean, Palantir, we talk about all the time, I think has a chance to do some things. But very curious on a day where the market's blown out and there's so much good news. What do the analysts think on a day like today? Adara?
names of note here for sure. We're going to start with Otis. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. Otis up 1% with an upgrade from JPMorgan Chase. Strategy, formerly known as MicroStrategy, or MSTR, getting upgraded here by TD Cowen, though they're slightly down on the day in tandem with this Bitcoin pullback. Sports Trader here getting an upgrade from JMP Securities, and Warner Music Group with a Redburn Atlantic upgrade. On the downgrade side of things, kicking it off with Simulations Plus getting downgraded by KeyCore. Keep an eye on American Express getting downgraded here by Vanessa Crespi and Hart. We know that there's been a lot of stories in that fintech and finance space lately, so certainly keep an eye on that. Carrier with a downgrade from JPMorgan Chase, and last but not least, DoorDash getting downgraded by Jefferies Financial. What are you guys looking at?
Yeah, out of those
despite
names,
the fact that Otis is the one name that you all know it, but nobody probably has ever looks at the stock. But trust me, you know the company really, really well because you've definitely been in an elevator. So you know you've been in that. No, what was okay? I have to admit, I was gonna go to MSTR, but before I get to MSTR, I have to read this news story. Because sometimes you got to put lipstick on a pig, and believe it or not, Mullen has found another way to, I guess, pump themselves up. They're combining. I had the story a second ago.
What is it this time?
No, they're changing their name and ticker because it was like they're combining businesses with. There's like a dump of news that just happened at 9 o'clock, so now I can't find it in there. Now I have to search for Mullen specifically. I'll get you the exact story because I don't want to. Mullen Automotive consolidates Mullen and Bollinger Motors operations, expects to update NASDAQ ticker symbol prior to August 15th.
Okay. So
this is the other way that Mullen is, I guess, trying to figure out how to get.
Look at that chart, man. Talk about like that, like repeat offender. I mean, yes.
We all know.
Beautiful swing short.
Let's be real. Let's be real. We all know the deal with this. But outside of the fact that I'm probably going to go pay for locates if I see a good opportunity to short Mullen today, MSTR I think is the one that you got to watch. But disappointing yesterday with Bitcoin and crypto in general. OB, like no question about it. The down move didn't really abate too much in Bitcoin. We're only chilling at 117, so we kind of have just. Let me go to the daily chart because I think it gives you a better example. I saw Joe talk about this too. Look at the topping tail that we just ended up with above 120 on Bitcoin. It feels as if the continuation would have you maybe pulling back and grinding into the prior high. This is what we've done before. We've done this before where you make a fresh high. Sometimes you get a topping tail, you hold. Sometimes you make a top and you pull back into prior support, hold, or you pull back into prior support and then dump. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the move we got. And I love us to do the consolidation and go. That's the more cool thing to be able to do. But if we continue to fall in here, you got to ask where the bid is going to come in. And I'm thinking firmly between this 109 and 112 if that's the case. And if that happens, I can see MSTR maybe retesting that 420 level. That was a nice key price area. Like you dip into prior highs, I think that's the next leg up for MSTR. But disappointing. There's stronger things out there than crypto. That's why MSTRs or strategies.
Yeah, no, right away my attention went to, MSTR with an upgrade, strategy with an upgrade. I want to check it out and see what it's doing. I was looking at it for the past couple of days here, Friday and on Monday right here with that little bit of a gap up we've seen on Bitcoin, but pulling back a little bit back. Is it back through 110? I think it was coming back into the teens last I checked. But yeah, a little bit of a pullback here. You can see expanding volume as we push a little bit higher. We've been getting a little bit of relative volume increase as well. Look at this bottom chart here with the bars. That's a relative volume, and you can see over the past couple of days we've experienced 2 times relative volume as we're bidding up. But a little bit of a breather, gapping into prior days lows today. But you can see trend to support maybe much lower as of right now. So yeah, that 420 maybe potentially well within range for sure if we're going to come back down. But yeah, no, MSTR, sure, definitely on watch, but we'll see if it can kind of break that prior day's high at 456.40s or if it can come down into 420s here where this has been holding a little bit of support. Then and only then will it be a little bit more interesting to me. Here's our first super chat of the day, Neil. TD Baker asking us thoughts on where Hood is headed today. So yeah, let's go to the hood and check out what's good. On this one, we know that yesterday I was definitely kind of involved in this one, 101.5s push. That's what I was looking for. Prior day highs, kind of a little bit of an area here as well from Wednesday, July the 2nd. We could not get past it, kind of defining that area as a little bit of a continued supply zone, but you can also see the buildup into it with a little bit of volume as well. So yeah, that 101, 102 high, I'm definitely going to be watching for that today. If market strength kind of comes in, I think that's a good place to watch it for, but you can also see kind of a wide ranging trend here. I think well within range to kind of pull back into some of these anchors. Look, I have an anchored all the way here from that push from the end of last month. You can see that that's sitting at 95.50s for a potential retest. I have no idea, but if we're going to revert to the mean while we're kind of trending up and it's going to show us some healthy price action, I think these are places that we can definitely look for some interesting opportunities or price action for.
Yeah, I'm glad you answered that question because I'm kind of thinking the same thing. Similar thing on hood. That's why it's not necessarily on my radar to like my first thought when we're up today is to look for some cleaner looking longs.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't have me looking at that 100 double triple failure that you have going on over there in Rob. It doesn't mean it's a bad stock, but because you can't complain when a stock is a triple up from the April low. But I think that's part of the reason why it's starting to run into a little bit of a hiccup. Let's see what's going on in the overall futures. Get into that watch list, everybody, as we go back to the desk.
We're above 6,300 again, guys. 6,310 is where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract with that overnight high just a smidge below that key resistance level we've been talking about now for over a week. 6,350. We'll continue to use that as a resistance as the overnight high, 6,343, Brando. So a simple one today. The overnight low, 6,300 on the dot. That's your support.
If you have not done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video right now. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Has everything that's moving around every single morning in the pre-market and why on it. All you have to do is enter your email address and then you can have it. It's free. If you missed it, yeah, Nvidia is up huge this morning. On this note, they're going to be able to go back into China with H20s. I mean, the entire group is benefiting from this morning. I mean, it was bound to happen if you were here for Mitch. Rewind. You don't great take. Just the control aspect of this was bound to change. It was the way that they went about changing it that's positive here.
And good lobbying by Jensen. We know he was at the White House on Friday, so good on him. So Nvidia announced Tuesday it expects to resume H20 shipments to China following assurances from the U.S. government that licenses will be granted. If you'll recall, the H20 was previously halted by U.S. export restrictions in April, despite actually being specifically designed to comply with earlier controls for export to China. So news of the resumed sales is a major positive catalyst, obviously, for Nvidia's China business, which has seen, Brendo, its market share cut by nearly half by these export curbs. Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang recently increased lobbying efforts, arguing that export controls hurt AI leadership last week. Guys, screen, please. Huang met with President Trump to express support for onshoring and job creation while reiterating the need for U.S. dominance in AI. Nvidia confirmed it's also working on a different chip to complement its lower tier chip. The RTX Pro, Brendo, described as a fully compliant and optimized smart for factories and logistics. Analysts see Nvidia as hedging against future policy shifts while continuing to expand product depth in China. Huang is actually in China right now, Brendo, meeting with government and tech leaders discussing safe AI developments. Chinese manufacturers still prefer Nvidia chips, but they are giving a little bit more reliance on domestic alternatives that are not quite ready yet.
Trying to get back to day highs right now for Nvidia, guys, taking the entire market on its back here.
Absolutely, and this is what we're talking about, man. Like it was the one bargaining chip, and so it was almost certainly that this was going to get done, and get done first is even better. So we'll talk about the China rally because I think these are directly related, even though there's some economic data that was good out of China. Can you trust it? Whatever. It's up because of the chips, in my opinion, and the likelihood of a deal. Look, Nvidia, there's no levels to look at. It's to the moon. You have essentially a blue sky setup, which means like you've made fresh highs in here. So as almost always, like when I wrote the note, I was kind of eyeballing the 170 area. But now that I look at it, I have to respect the volume weighted average price for dips. I don't want to be chasing a top on a gap up like this on Nvidia. I want to just go to the 15-minute chart to show you, for the most part, like Nvidia at the open, one day it just rips up clean. The next day it dumps and then gives you a beautiful reversion. Then the next day it rips up clean, and the next day it dumps and gives you a beautiful reversion. So I mean, all this is telling you is you've got to be prepared for both. If you want Nvidia long, then the breakout trades, which are fantastic, it's all well and good to say, well, okay, well then you just take a 173 break. Well, that's the obvious kind of thing to do. And if it goes like Tesla, you did yesterday, make sure you take your profit in case it pulls back. But the other side would be, of course, the dip. Like if it does one of these at the open, some profit taking, you're really just having to be patient. On a 15, most of the time it's done that move, you're really, really patient back in. So I'm thinking the 171's a first look, but you got to look for a mean reversion play. The other thing that's on my mind, like AMD and SMCI are both in play off of this. SMCI in particular, because of this level on the daily chart where it's now gapping away from another long consolidation, and I got 50, it's like 50 half to 51 is the top of that range. So if we go dipping, that's dipping into prior highs, which is just a normal breakout setup. So that's strong. And AMD has literally the same setup at the 151 level as well. So I have all three chips up, but I'll probably focus on SMCI and Nvidia. I mean, Nvidia is setting up a clean break, but remember, it could fail that breakout and then we get a dip. That's exactly what Tesla gave us yesterday. Yesterday, Tesla was a 319 breakout into a 312 dip. It wouldn't surprise me if Nvidia gave you a bit of both as well.
Yeah, no, I think definitely number one stock on my watch list after the news last night. Doing some decent relative volume, 4 times gapping up, and I think Neil points out something interesting here. Yes, we've been trending up generally, but a little bit of a shake and bake back to back, where you get those strong days both to the upside, then to the downside, to the upside, to the downside. Today we're finally gapping up above that kind of chop consolidation, trend up, whatever you want to call it. Fresh all-time highs, 170s. Can we get to 175 is the question, and right away I am going to drop an anchored here on top of this right here. So again, it will be session anchored will be the same thing as the anchored view up on this one, but again, I do want this anchor to stay on this chart even after today, because this is, again, it's an event that we're gapping up on, and again, it's confirmed with some volume as well. So pretty tight range, 171 to 172, 81s here. Prior kind of levels I'm seeing right off the bat, that prior high is at 167.89, where we kind of pulled back from. You can see selling and then continuation right off of the open yesterday from that 168 high on Nvidia. So I don't know what we're going to do off of the open, no idea, but I am definitely watching it. Let's look for a potential continuation off of that sentiment. But like Neil said, I think the reversion, you don't want to take your mind off of a potential reversion as well. I think that's well within range. So that's a look on Nvidia.
All right, TTD, the trade desk, going into the S&P, up big time on that so far this morning. It did actually just break that last support, but came right back up again, so that's good to see. TTD, if you're not aware, is an advertising platform, so maybe this is a good sign for all things ad-based. I mean, they're having a pretty good year anyway.
They are. It's a good looking name here, Brendo. So they jumped 14% after hours trading. After news broke that it will join the S&P 500. The addition is effective on Friday, Brendo. It replaces this company called Ansys, which is being acquired by Synopsys in a $35 billion deal, which closes Thursday, hence why they're being added Friday. Index additions, though, Brendo, typically trigger buying ETFs and passive funds, creating upside momentum. Trade Desk's $37 billion market cap places it kind of in the middle of the S&P 500 valuation. While most index changes occur during scheduled quarterly rebalancing, acquisitions allow off-cycle additions. In this case, that's what we're getting here, and that's what we got with Datadog, which replaced Juniper Networks after it was acquired as well. So despite this, Trade Desk is down about 36% year to date, but look at what it did in 24. 63% increase increase in 24, Brendo, in addition to the 61% increase that it had in 2023. Just to give you some information on the company, founded in 2009 by Jeff Green and David Pickles. It's a leading digital ad platform, as you mentioned, with Amazon and Google in programmatic advertising. It went public back in 2016 on the NASDAQ, and it has about 3,500 employees.
Yeah.
And it's centered out of Ventura, California.
Yeah, one of this group specifically was one of the hardest hit with the tariffs going back to the beginning of the year, but this thing's had a pretty impressive rebound. I mean, we're clearing this morning, but this is a weekly chart, held the 2023 lows nicely, guys, if you go out too long term.
Yeah, this is a solid looking chart there, yeah, no, I'm definitely 10 toes down with this one.
Be more mature, Obi.
I am.
You should see Obi's face when Sharif said the founder's name was Gary Pickles. That's all I'm
I mean, he just said it with such a straight face. I wasn't expecting it. I was caught off guard, and I had a little bit of a chuckle. I'm like, yeah, that's a cool name.
What's the man's name?
Pickles.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyways, I was gonna say. 10 toes down with this one here. Again, it was the top idea last night, and then after the Nvidia news came out, I'm like, all right, Nvidia and the chips have to go a little bit more than this one, but an S&P 500 ad, we've seen some good ones in the past couple of years. We're gapping up pretty aggressively. I already have the anchored VWAP kind of pinned to the reaction right there. We came into it not really respecting it to the T as of right now, so just watching that current local low in the pre-market is sitting at 84.88 with that anchored VWAP sitting at 85.45. So a little bit of a wash there. Let's see. The thing is, it's just a line on the chart. The idea is, can we identify a bid and get along with the ride if we're going to continue to trend up, or if the bid isn't really there, do we get short or do we stay away? Those are the questions that I'm asking. Increasing volume coming into the open. Trade desk higher time frame just jumping up to a 3-hour right away. You can see this thing has been trending quite nicely. Oh boy. See, I didn't even know I had this anchored on from this aggressive quadunk that, what is that candle real? No, that's just a line there. So yeah, that aggressive dump that we had from the earnings report, February 2025. So earlier this year, you can see it kind of reclaimed and held pretty well, and now finally getting a little bit of a push back above, bigger picture reversion perhaps as well on that S&P 500 ad. So I like the picture here. Nice little curl up, rounded bottom if you want to call it. Reclaim that anchored VWAP. Double bottoms on 65s. That's beautiful. Let's see if we can get that continuation coming into today.
Yeah, continuation that at least for one day, Datadog had when it got at the announcement that it was going to be added. Now, obviously, this played out a little differently after the fact, but on that actual gap up day, you got a nice continuation play. It did dip. Here's the thing. It did dip at the open and held the pre-market support. So dipped into pre-market support, Datadog did, and continued to rally. Every day after that, with the exception of yesterday, it's been a sell. So with that, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's just focus on today for now, and then we'll worry about what happens after this thing gets added. So I'm with Obi. The chip names and MP might be, and Palantir might be higher on the list, but if we go by that pattern, as long as it can hold that pre-market low, we saw the secondary push that Datadog has done and other stocks have done with this ad. It certainly caught some people off guard, I think, because this was in a downtrend. It was at a big resistance spot. So there's likely to be at least a few enough people offside that after that potential opening selling like you saw when Datadog added, as long as it can hold on to this area, I think if reasonably speaking, I'd say if it's holding 84.5, then I'm not too worried about the gap fill on TTD. But you got to watch this one when it opens up. It's got good volume, but it's not the most liquidity when you look at the level 2 right now. So I think you want to be patient with it. There's so much to look at in here today. I mean, we're not even halfway through at 39.18. We got the bank earnings to talk about. Big numbers. What up with the movement, though?
Yeah, not much to look at as far as price action here for big banks. That's JPMorgan. Flat, essentially, at this point. Went up, went down, came right back to where it started. Just a measly 4.3 trillion AUM for JPMorgan. I say that because go look at BlackRock's number. So was it 12.5 trillion dollars under management for BlackRock?
We're using the T word a lot more these days, aren't we?
Yeah, we're getting there. That's for sure.
All right, let's talk about how they did, guys. $5.25 EPS, $5.24 earnings per share versus the $4.48 expected by the street. That was boosted by $774 million tax benefit, which added about 28 cents per share to that $5.25. Revenue came in at $45.68 billion. That was ahead of the $44.06 guided by the street. It was driven by strong fixed income trading and investment banking performance, so good look there. Despite beating estimates, though, earnings fell, Brendo, 17% year over year. There's a reason for that. There was a $7.9 billion Visa gain that they realized last quarter or last year, and so that obviously skews the numbers. That was as a result of an early investment that JPM had in Class B shares in Visa before it went public, and they realized some of those. The year-over-year declines in revenue, it does matter. So revenue fell about 10% year over year, but excluding last year's Visa-related gains, the underlying performance showed solid growth. Core business strength in markets and advisory services offset weakness elsewhere. That's a theme to watch across all banks' earnings. And Jamie Dimon, he called the Q2 results resilient, but he did flag some macro concerns here, Brendo. He talked about trade policy uncertainty, geopolitical instability, and the rising U.S. fiscal deficits, stuff we've been hearing a lot about lately.
Much discussed on this show. Here's the weekly chart. If you go to a higher time frame of anything, basically in this group, you'll see why we might be getting a little bit of selling here, guys, for the bank.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jamie Dimon doesn't always have to say that he's scared of all of the negativity out there. It just feels as if he's being overly cautious, which has been the tone throughout the entire year. Like he's been saying this the whole time while the stock has been just going and flying. His stock has been flying. Look, I think it's the case, and we've seen this before in bank earnings. We just seem to not be impressed with the money that they're printing because it's blah action. And I think a lot of times what we have on the earnings will be let that blah stop and then the rally comes in. Now, I was sort of pegged, when it was on the way down, I was pegged to, well, I think you got to let it get into the low 280s. There for obvious reasons, prior high, there's your support. I don't know that you get that far on JPMorgan, but I do know that that's the only one. I shouldn't say the only one. If I was going to look for one alongside, it's JP or Citi. Like Citi's actually breaking out and looking very strong in here on its dip. But Wells Fargo, that's a no-fly zone for me on Wells. Just trending down the whole way. It's got a bit of a buyer sitting here at 81 if that somehow interests you. But just a little bit different. Like it's got a double top. Want to stay away from it. If nothing is going on the chips, let's put it that way. If nothing's going on the chips or Palantir that's on the note or MP, then I can see myself trying to wait out JPM on a dip into the low 280s or trying to catch something on Citigroup. I think the numbers are really good. We've seen this action before where there's a muted response. They have to digest the calls, and then we can go rallying and trending throughout the day.
3 banks on watch, like Wells Fargo. Sorry. So three banks on watch, like I said before, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, and JPM. Looking at Citi, looking distinctly different. There, a little bit more of a bid happening on Citigroup. Let's take a quick look at the hourly as well on a few of these banks and see how they've been setting up. I know that XLF has been pretty looking very nice here as well. So yeah, Citigroup, nice strong trend that we've been getting again from those April lows. Very similar story on a lot of stocks here, but yeah, coming back into some prior levels here, pretty strong. You can see this consolidation that we're building up in off of as well. So yeah, pretty decent report with that double beat and that continuation happening right now here in Citigroup as well. Quick look at JPM, kind of a similar story here. Bid from April, holding trend really well, but you can see a little bit more aggressive selling in the more recent weeks here, bringing us back down in towards these trending range lows, it would seem. But yeah, let's see if we can kind of reclaim some of these earnings reaction high levels. That's sitting at 295.32 with that most recent high that we sold off of sitting at 296.44. So only about a few points away from there on JPM. And of course, WFC Wells Fargo looking a little bit different as we did push that more recent high here, and selling coming in pretty aggressively. So yeah, this chart to me on Wells Fargo looking a little bit different because of what it's been doing more recently and what it just did off of that earnings reaction. A little bit of a lick grab of that prior high. Let's see if we can kind of maybe travel a little bit lower using some of these prior levels here as well. You can see that consolidation that we've been holding for the past couple of weeks or so, maybe in and around that 81, 81.5. We're holding that as of right now, trading just up against it on Wells Fargo. So lots to watch out for. Banks, definitely, I have them up. I'm going to be watching them throughout the day. But like I said, there's definitely a lot on the docket today. Let's see what is up with China.
It's up into one. All right, China, huge moves to the upside here. I want to mention this real quick, though. Joby, this is a daily chart, looking great. I mean, even if you zoom out, this might have been the breakout on Joby. Anyway, they just announced they're doubling their production in Marina, California to 435,500 square feet. They're going to produce 24 of these things a year and also have a certified training facility, pilot training facility on site for this as well. So Joby looking pretty good. There's Alibaba, not really doing a heck of a lot. We're just way up here this morning. Everything China benefiting from this announcement last night.
Yeah, especially Baba. And they're going to be able to get their hands on some chips here and increase that Quen. That's their LLM. So China's economy, Brendo, grew by 5.2% in Q2 of this year. That surpassed expectations of 5%. So a good look there. And they've been spending a lot of money on stimulus to kind of boost that economy. And that will actually allow their fiscal health to get a little bit more in order if they're not having to spend so much on stimulus. We're expecting, guys, a possible deal between the United States and China for, I think, August 12th. That's a tentative date there. But economists warn of underlying vulnerabilities and suggest fiscal stimulus may still be needed in China if a deal doesn't get done.
We'll touch on Baidu and Uber coming up here in a second, guys. The rest of them, though, is there a trade?
Look, for Alibaba at least, like just very quickly, imbalances came out. Nvidia sell 700,000, pretty small. BBAI close to 600,000 buy. AMD about a 300,000 sell. So nothing crazy. MP Materials 230,000 to buy. Not really. If anything was gigantic, we'd certainly let you know. Look, Alibaba, you can eyeball it. Sometimes I don't have to draw a trend line. You can eyeball that it's broken the trend line. That said, it's right into 115 resistance. When I zoom to 15, this is far enough out. It's right into 115 resistance. It's not really moving. When we gap up this far on the Chinese ADRs, I don't trust them. I've seen this story before with Alibaba. I think any kind of a dip, unlike if we dip through, I'm buying chip stocks on the way back down. But I think if we get to 112, that's where I get interested. That's why it didn't make my note. I tend to never trust these off the open when they're gapped up this far. So I'm going to stay away, focus on the chips. If we end up down around the 112 level or so at some point, then I could take a look at it. But otherwise, I'll sit out the Chinese names at these levels, or at least Alibaba, which is the only one that I really trade.
Yeah, I mean, when it says China rally, my first reaction is to just go to the FXI, because guess what? We've been rallying from the beginning of 2024. An aggressive bid coming in here again on that April dip, and almost back at highs here on the FXI, 38.19 I have. So yeah, a little bit of a gap up here, and we're seeing that reflected in some of the ADRs as well. Where will we go? I have no idea. But yeah, let's see if we can break through that high. If the FXI can distinctly break through that high, then yeah, I think there may be opportunities on the board with some of those ADRs and the constituents that are in the Hang Seng as well. So something to watch out for sure. I think that we were talking about earlier that some of these companies are definitely going to be benefiting with the chips that are going to be coming in. So yeah, definitely ones to watch out for. But the rally has already been there, very, very strong from the beginning of the year.
Quickly here, Uber and Baidu going to be teaming up here. Uber not really doing a heck of a lot. Nicely positive on the day, trying to hold 95, which was that last low on the way down. It's worth noting a whole bunch of analysts with positive notes yesterday on this announcement.
There you go, Brendo. Thousands of Chinese of the Chinese companies' autonomous vehicles are going to be across the globe. They're going to start out here in Asia and the Middle East first. It's going to be for autonomous vehicles, obviously. Uber and Baidu do a nice deal here, and you like to see Uber kind of flow with the autonomous push and not just stick to current business. I like this look, Brent.
Yeah, not a lot of volume though, guys, for Uber today. Is there a trade?
I'm not really. You know what? Look, Uber. You can make the strong argument that absolutely it's a bounce off of prior resistance at 93.5, and let's go back into the highs. I don't know how much that catalyst excites me away from looking at some other names, but on the normal logic, it seems like it's a reversal of a small downward trend off the highs on Uber. I was looking at MP, and even though I want to be ridiculously patient with the MP Materials story, Apple announcing a $500 million deal for product to buy from rare earth magnets from the Fort Worth facility. It's done squeezes before, and I understand the last couple of gaps up, it's had big reversions after big moves in the pre-market or at the open. And it's been a huge down move. So if that happens, I'm just looking back into the 50 to 51 for a dip. Don't want to chase it because we've seen these. This is pre-market that it did it last time. This was right away at the open that it faded. But those bounces have been somewhat solid, and I'm looking for it to come back into the prior highs for an MP. So only so many level twos that you can have up. So in addition to the chip names that we talked about, my eyes are going to be on MP, obviously Palantir as well, if that can take out that 150 level. As oh boy, OB, it's Tuesday. We got a lot going on. We even talk about the Fed speakers later in the day. And Adair, let's ring that bell.
Hey, let's go. Let's see what Nvidia, Trade Desk, and a few other names have in store for us. I'm watching a little bit of everything, and good luck to you all as well. Oh boy, Trade Desk with that slap into the bid, instantly trading back below 85s here as well. So yeah, just going to continue watching this one a little bit. Nvidia still holding 171 halves. Let's see if we get a little bit of a pullback. Can we find a bid? That's the question that I'm asking. And will it come in long and strong off of the open? Oh. The futures definitely are, Neil.
I know you didn't just say it. The futures definitely looking strong. MP starting to pull back. SMCI is pulling back. Oh, goodness, Tesla. Did Tesla just do it again? Tesla just broke the 320 and then immediately reversed. So couldn't break the 321. It did this yesterday and was a bit of a flush zone. So just be careful with this. It lost that very, very quickly off the open. Oh, my goodness, Palantir already? Already Palantir 150? Now, remember, if it fails this breakout, like anything else, I do not want to hold it forever. But Palantir absolutely tearing its way into the 150 level. I also like the dip into 147, so I guess we're not going to break. It just came right back through 149. So Palantir made a shot at it, went right to 149.99.
Oh boy.
149.99 on Palantir. Now the dip is starting to come in there.
170
So, look, I was going to take the break. Now we got to wait for that 147 area. Now that we're going to be dipping in there, SMCI is not doing much. Nvidia is down at the 170. This is where patience becomes an absolute virtue, everybody, because Nvidia, Palantir, all these names starting to come right back in. I had the breakout set up, but the other thing to look for is the mean reversal if it does a dip. It was trend down for like 15 minutes yesterday before it caught a bid. So how much patience do you have? Is going to be the question here in NVDA.
Oh boy, so yeah, that TTD is looking pretty decent there, holding that 85, holding a little bit of that anchored. Let's see if we can hold with any sort of distinction. Nvidia pulling back pretty aggressively into that 170, 169s now happening. So we talked about that prior high from a couple days ago being 168. Let's see if that resistance can turn into support. Oh boy, though, this market tailwind is definitely a little bit to the upside, so I'm watching that pretty closely as well. So yeah, 170s, we're going to let that chop and churn and maybe give us some direction as of right now. A little bit involved in Trade Desk, but again, seems like it might just stop me out as well. That 85 got to be a little bit of a defense. That's what I'm looking for. And there you go, stopped out on that one there. Where is the next trade? I'm watching Nvidia. I'm watching Trade Desk. I keep thinking 10 toes. I don't know why. I just call it 10 toes.
What?
10 toes down. TTD. It's just like I don't know. It's like a thing that people say.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. No, look, man, I'm old. There's lots of things that I don't know and don't get. So, like, yeah, I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah.
10 toes down?
Yeah.
Okay, at some point, someone's gonna, or I'll look it up, or someone can explain to me why that's a thing. So very quickly, see, now that's in my head for a sec. MP Materials is what I was gonna mention, has broken out. It just tagged 56 and a half, 180, because I like Darts is a fun game. It's a blue sky setup. It's a squeeze play. Yada, yada, yada. I don't know how far it's going to go, so I'm going to see if we can. It's already got one test of 56 that failed. So the way I see it is if it closes or gets on back underneath the 56 level, that's a breakout that I'm willing to jump out of. So let's just do that. I thought Palantir was going to be a break, and we're ready to go dip and rip or breakout on Palantir. Yeah, NP's starting to lose it. Gimme doesn't always get. All right, there we go. I just got at 56. Again, after seeing what happened in Palantir, I thought, let's be a little bit, The market's headed back in. These breaks have all failed, at least early on. So let's just get out of that one, take the win early, and see if we can't get another dip buy on MP Materials. But while that was happening, and while I was kind of looking at Palantir, look at the bottoming tail on Nvidia.
Yeah, a little bit of a
oh my goodness, it gets almost perfect at 170, but you can only look at one thing at a time.
Yes, sir.
That's the opportunity cost of taking that quick dollar on MP is that you don't get, and that move, it gives you that quick dollar if you get it. It's coming right back in to the downside here in Nvidia. So they're still essentially taking profits. There hasn't really been a green candle. I'm not canceling. If we close under 170, I'll cancel my 173 breakout at that point. Usually I would have canceled the breakout trade by now. But I'm just going to be, like I said, very, very patient with this reversion play. As SMCI is coming back in heavily, obviously we've talked a little bit about Palantir that had that 150 fail. The market failed break of the high and pulling back in. That's where the patience comes in.
Oh boy, yeah, look at that flush coming into the market. Oh my God. So aggressive selling coming in to 935. So yeah, 84s is what I'm watching here on Trade Desk. Again, we traded below that anchored VWAP, holding a little bit lower here. Market tailwind not really on our side, but oh boy, that Nvidia, that 170 hold was quite nice. Doing a little bit of a chop on top of VWAP here. What is VWAP specifically, you may ask? It's sitting at 170, 130s. That's exactly where Nvidia is trading around right now. And oh boy, getting stopped out once again on that trade desk.
No.
All right, I'm going to give it a little bit of some more room here. Let's see. Again, if sellers are going to be in charge right off the open, I'm going to be like, all right, cool. Let me kind of wait for that confirmation of potential buying. Until then, I'll try to keep it light and tight there. There goes Nvidia. Potentially right there. So pre-market highs on Nvidia sitting at 172.81, currently trading $1 away from that. So going to keep eyes on that one. Again, I think it's gonna present us with a lot of opportunity. Don't have to be the first. Don't necessarily. I'm going to try not to be the last either. But I think after some of the price action has kind of formulated and printed itself, we might find some more cleaner and I guess. More desirable places to get involved with.
Oh, no question about it. Like there's going to be other opportunities out there. As distracted as Sharif dropping something. No, but speaking of dropping, look, Palantir is looking like it does not want to hold. It almost came to that 147 that I wanted, but topping tail and bottoming tail candles, that just leads me to stay away, at least for now. Nvidia looks a little distinctly different. Okay, that's what we're doing. It looks a little distinctly different as it's setting up to break out that 173. I'm now sitting off this higher low to try to grab 171s on the way back in and give it to this higher low. So VWAP, whatever you want to call it, that 171, that's where my eyeballs are. Okay, that chart's back now. I don't have the executions on it. So I'm playing it both ways here. I'm willing to take the break of the 173 still, and I missed the dip buy at 170 to go into MP, which is flying. But let's see if we can snag our way into Nvidia. My bids are out. The other chip name I was looking at, I know some people are looking at AMD as a rising tide lifting all ships kind of play here for the chips. But similar thing with SMCI, as long as it's above 51, I think that's along too. This is in the midst of the market pulling back. You're seeing Nvidia catch a nice little bounce and a rounded bottom. SMCI catching a little bounce and a rounded bottom as well. I think these look fantastic, both of them. Whichever one gives me the dip first, it actually might not be Nvidia at this rate. VWAP looking pretty clean. I might nibble in on SMCI. Always wanted to have a second one in my plans if the first didn't fit exactly the execution plan that I wanted. As far as Palantir goes, all weighted out. Oh, I know some people are looking at Tesla. I do have Tesla up on a side chart. even though it wasn't part of the original, like the early plan. That 320 is a problem. It just can't seem to hold above 320 bucks. Look at these topping tail candles. If it closes above 320, a candle above 320, then I think it looks much more constructive for long. But my open is going to be about the chips and if I can get back into MP.
Yeah, no, again, I'm waiting for, my idea wasn't necessarily get short. I was definitely not, I guess, willing to flip just yet on it. Again, I'm watching Nvidia 172s potentially coming, 173s on trade desk, and the market still printing that first 15-minute candle to the downside as of right now. So yeah, market tailwind definitely not on the side of the trade desk, as it kind of gets, I guess, put all the way back down to some of those prior levels. I'm watching that 82, 83 area right now as it kind of churns. Some size potentially chasing it down as well. So let me pull up the book for you guys here so you guys can kind of follow along TTD on the NASDAQ and pull that book up a little bit there. So you can see this buddy over here on the MEMEX kind of chasing it down a little bit there. So I'm watching that aggressive seller who's clearly not getting filled. Let's see if Buddy can kind of get filled with any sort of distinction as of right now. Oh, there's a little bit of a bid as I'm talking coming in right here on the trade desk. Let's see if we can kind of reclaim that 84s with any sort of distinction. VWAP, oh boy, that's coming in just around 85, specifically 84.90s. Can we get a little bit of a reversion to VWAP on that one? That's what I'm looking for. A little bit of a pullback here on Nvidia as well. Okay, so we clipped some 84s, not really seeing that follow through as of right now. Look at that market, man. Oh boy.
It's really coming in here.
Just rip city to the downside right here. Just bids getting ripped through. So, oh boy. Let us know what you guys are trading.
No, oh boy is correct. That was a clean 171 bounce on Nvidia, but the second it got to the $0.50, they sold aggressively. I was going to say something, you know what? No, out. Get out of this thing, Neil, and get out of SMCI if we lose the 52, which it's doing right now. I'm jumping out of these until we can kind of resolve. I don't like the price action here. I want to see us stair-stepping to the upside. That's a good bottoming tail candle, but I just looked over, and when I saw the NASDAQ breaking down through the lows in this moment, let's close on strength. I've been on the front end of that trade way too many times. I'm getting it on the way down. Fair enough, it worked, and then we kind of get out just about break even. But that doesn't mean I want to be fighting this one too hard. I think if we can close above, we can always jump back in. I'll still take the break at all that good stuff. It's looking a little better now, so I can always jump back into the trade. So the scalp off the 71, it's looking better. I'll probably go into it again. I haven't seen what Trade Desk is doing over there, Obi, but I can tell you, there's a bunch of things I'm looking at that are, like Tesla. Oh my goodness, that 320. This 320 is a problem on Tesla, everybody. I can't tell you how many times. I have a 3-minute chart up, so it actually might be more than this, the sheer number of times that it's failed underneath. But someone's selling this at that price, and until it can close above, I think you got to stay away. Palantir, I'll have a quick look at after we resolve those chips. I did jump back in after we opened up a VWAP, and now I have a lower high to work off of on Nvidia, which is about 170.80. So I'll give it into essentially give it into that bottom and see if we can't play into the highs. Yeah, I'm feeling comfortable about Nvidia, or a little bit more comfortable with that VWAP hold, but I have to acknowledge this. I saw someone say in the chat that AMD is better.
Really?
And you're right.
Oh, AMD actually,
went.
AMD's
up 7.5%, and sometimes you're looking left and they go right. That's the best way to think about it. SMCI is up 5 points, and it's going back into the high. And look, Nvidia, yay, Nvidia. Let's go see if you can get the $0.50.
Yeah, a little bit of a lackluster move on Nvidia, and I kind of I watched that 170 test and push, and I was like, all right, well, if I miss the long off of 170, then I definitely have to wait a little bit longer on that one to potentially come in. But with the market tailwind going the way that it is, I'm going to be a little bit more patient on that Nvidia. But yeah, oh boy, Nvidia seems like it might have not been the one, and advanced money was definitely the one one as it is defending a little bit of those highs there. So yeah, let's take a quick look at what AMD is up to as well. Let me pull up my chart here, and I'm curious as well. Oh boy, look at that Uber. Uber coming right in. This is what I said. I don't think I really said anything about Uber on that last I guess rundown there, but I was like, okay, well, I'm not really seeing anything on Uber unless and until they can kind of get back up above this line right here, this trend resistance, a little bit of lower lows and lower highs as well as we pull back into some prior anchors. So keeping an eye on this one as well. Let's see what Adara is up to with some news.
Here is CYCC. This is a small cap. I couldn't find any news on Cyclocel, but it has rallied in the past. Apparently, pretty decent short float as far as I can tell, so keep an eye on CYCC. Again, because it's rallied in the past, there's also potentially some retail investors or other investors keeping an eye on this name. It's worth noting we don't have any 10 a.m. data, though Wells Fargo's earnings call will start at 10 a.m. However, keep an eye at 2:30 p.m. We're going to have Donald Trump, of course, U.S. president, attending this AI and energy-related event in Pennsylvania. We know a couple companies, including CoreWeave and Google, did announce, I guess, Pennsylvania-based AI-related investments today. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, SMCI. Thanks a lot, MP. No, look, MP, sometimes this is how it is, but yeah, MP, these can't, like that kind of a topping tail candle through 57 and then back through 56. Like, it's wild. And look, the stock has $3 candles off the open and then another $2 candle. So you're going to get some shakeout. It happens. I'll try to get back in on trend. Nvidia is barely holding on to VWAP, while AMD and SMCI are looking distinctly different, everybody. Jag is asking why the market's falling.
Is it
Gap up, profit taking. There's a lot of things that I think it could be, but I don't know that you can just lean into the notion that the market is falling. We just held the overnight lows or the pre-market lows, however you want to describe them, and we're actually coming back up to the top. So there's strength in here, no questions asked, and it's coming right back into the market. I'm not done with looking. I'm looking long first. Oh, sorry, Jag, I missed your first comment. Apologies if I missed your first comment. Sometimes it's going through the chat. I get a chance to look up, and I didn't see what you said before there. So apologies if I misinterpreted. But I just want this to get to the pre-market high so I can cover Nvidia, and then we can go into the breakout trade. Is that really asking too much? Rhetorically, as I say that out loud in hopes that it will now break 172, but it's not doing it. So look, I still like these chip names.
Boy.
We had to wait this one after we missed the 170. So I guess I'm looking for a reload off 71, but begrudgingly admitting that the real party is in SMCI, which I should be in.
We kind of talked about this earlier today, being like there's going to be a lot of eyes on a lot of these stocks that, again, are making moves, like the Nvidias and the AMDs, but people might not have eyes on some of the other sector names that the chips are a part of, or the fact that China is going to be getting these chips. We heard Mitch talk about it as well. Some of the infrastructure names as well or AI architecture names as well. So again, I think there's definitely opportunity across the board here. That's why I'm curious to know, what are you guys trading? Crap Stock in the chat saying $3 in the money on AMD. Good stuff, man. Solid stuff. Good stock selection there on that one. Currently, I am still watching this trade desk here as it kind of chops and churns on its way potentially back towards VWAP here, but I have no idea. We'll wait and see if that'll come into fruition as of right now. Selling coming in pretty nicely off of the open there, but again, S&P 500 add down at the lows as well, looking distinctly different. Last time we had a Datadog, and that was pushing its highs, and oh boy, there goes the SMCI. I'm looking at your chart, Neil, and I'm just like, oh, that is a beautiful continuation here. I'm not watching my chip basket as of right now, but oh boy, was that a bit of a mistake. AMD still strong.
It's crazy because it is SMCI, and it's gonna happen. We got the scalp trade. I'll go back in a second, but I have to always show it first. It's not that you don't get the wins on Nvidia. Like, we're able to get a tight stop and you're getting these bounces into the $0.50, but obviously SMCI on the dip was better at VWAP than Nvidia in that moment. There's no question about that. Like, as long as I think if you had a secondary play, AMD and SMCI clearly the ones. This was my secondary play, but you see me over there in Nvidia. like it's Nvidia was a small win, but like it was a huge win if you could play SMCI. But I can tell you right now, everybody, especially if you're in Canada, Canadian traders, if you're looking for boosting your exposure, you can tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3x daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish, bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Shout out to BetaPro, brought to you by Globex. Scan the QR code, and let's go to Adara at the desk. My goodness, SMCI.
Yeah, keep an eye here on AEI. This is all set. Not a ton of volume on this move. It's under 200,000 shares, but worth watching here. Ragnarok Research just released a note saying that they are actually, I guess they're long the stock and they're issuing as a long idea. So I guess the opposite of a short report, a long report, if you will, on AEI from Ragnarok Research. Back to you.
Yeah, I'll be that one's gonna haunt me. Ragnarok Research, of course, all I think of the store Ragnarok for obvious reason. What's interesting here, everybody, is the market is still pressing back a little bit. Like we got to bounce off the lows, but overall, don't change the bull.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
It was on its face. That's why I was like, maybe that's why we're not bidding up. That's why I was just making sure.
Not yet.
Making sure, dude.
But we just lost VWAP, and we're still pulling back. Obviously, you can still see, as long as we hold the pre-market lows or a lower high, or a higher low, I should say, everything is looking just fine. But this is not a moment to FOMO, right? FOMO would be me buying SMCI right now because of where we got out earlier. But I'm not going to do it. Nvidia is going back into 170. SMCI looks a little stronger. Pulling back into the prior higher. VWAP is usually the plan of action. That's where we want to be. MP is also in beast mode. That was another scalp trade that just continued to go. But some of the candles were, like the opening candle, I expect that nonsense. I don't expect that on the second 3-minute candle, and it was wild. But MP's on one, 19% to the upside, everybody, as it looks pretty crazy. Palantir, yeah, buddy. Okay. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. We're getting a little V-shape in Palantir. I want inventory. If it breaks 150 right away at the open, I take 150s. That's how it is. But as we go into it at this time, this is where I want inventory. I steal it from Obi. I just want to get into it going into the 150 level. So close above VWAP, because I don't see Nvidia setting up as I look at it break the 170 level. Close this above VWAP, and I want to go long into the 150. Then I don't have to worry about the breakout trade, Obi.
Yeah.
I can take it and add to it if I want to. I can decide I don't like what it looks like when it gets there. So I want to close Palantir above VWAP, look for the long into the 150 level. And Nvidia is just going to have to settle itself down, everybody. And as it drags itself down, like look at Nvidia trying to break lower, it's right to get out of it.
170, dude.
And I think that 170 level just didn't hold. Well, SMCI or AMD, this could be a chance to get into VWAP on SMCI. For anybody out there trading AMD, it's barely even pulling back. So if it's stronger, this could give you a chance. If Nvidia bounces off the lows and the market holds here, then you get the dip buy in one of the chip names of your preference. As I said, my secondary is going to be SMCI, so that's where I'm looking.
Yeah, this trade desk getting a little bit choppy here. Again, aggressive selling to the downside, aggressive bidding back up. I'm just like, all right, well, that's a aggressive drop to potentially kind of get involved with. But again, reversion to VWAP. Let's see if that'll come in. We're holding some higher lows as well, and the market seems to have caught a little bit of a breather here from the selling that we got aggressively off of the open. So watching all of these in step. But let's see what Adara has to say with some news.
Donald Trump here posted on Truth Social just 2 minutes ago. He said, and I'm just going to read the post, "Great deal, comma, for everybody, comma, just made with Indonesia. I dealt directly with their highly respected president. Details to follow." All caps, 3 exclamation points. So we don't have any details on this yet. He's announcing this basically the same way that the Vietnam deal was announced, with a teaser on Truth Social, and then further details also revealed on Truth Social. But yeah, sounds like there is a deal made with Indonesia. And Trump's saying here it's a great deal for everybody. If I have more details or when I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
A great deal for everybody. You're winning, Sharif. All that winning, you got to stop the winning over there. Always good fun. No, like it just,
Come
I
on,
looked
Trade
over.
Desk, let's go.
Nvidia just lost 170 again. So like, we're continuing to make lows here on NVDA. If it breaks the bottom, that'll be that point where I still like VWAP on SMCI, but it's going to be a little bit distinctly different if we're actually breaking down on Nvidia back through that 170. I see Trade Desk is now going.
Yeah, it's trying to. I mean, it's chopping sideways. That's the thing. It's made higher lows off of the day low, currently sitting at 82.97, pulling back up into VWAP again, 84.60. So not that far away. But again, this chop is a little bit concerning, I'd say. The aggressiveness that kind of steps into the book at times. I'm kind of, being very patient, watching as closely as I can. The spread is an interesting thing on this one as well. But yeah, 170, I'm watching Nvidia on the side as well, staring down these books as they get aggressive both ways. So Nvidia, lackluster, man. I was looking for that boom to come in with those chips being sent over to China back again. So again, not really coming in. Maybe this is one of those moments, Neil, that it is truly sell the news and then maybe relocate, I guess, for a little bit of a continuation later on, right? Reassess, not relocate. Relocate that bid to a different level there when and if Nvidia finds a bid. 169.37 is trading right now, though. Oh boy, Neil, this is definitely not what I was expecting, but it is what it is. We got to stay as adaptable as possible and focus on the stuff that is potentially working for us in here. And Trade Desk looking a little bit better than a lot of other things that I am watching. For myself, I want to know what you guys are trading. Palantir saying, Brent, oh boy.
LCR, baby.
Yeah.
SMCI again doesn't get to view. I'll get to SMCI in a quick little second. Palantir broke this broke this local top here at 149. It immediately tried to lit grab back underneath and held the 3/4 mark. So I tried to add to it if I can, and I'll probably give the stop now to the 3/4 where it already gave to it. Where it already bounced instead of. Here we go, I'll zoom in so you can see. Instead of the volume weighted average price, so it lit grabbed into VWAP, then it broke out the top. It tried to break the 3/4. My stop was under here, so now I want to add. I was able to get some out in front of 40, but I want to add to this on the upward trend in Palantir. Tesla's still heading downside. For the first time, Nvidia looks like it's doing something different, but I don't know, how much do I like this? It's not looking that good. It's SMCI that's strong. So we'll just, I think, go back into this. If we're going to look for a bid, I'll be more patient with Nvidia. It's only been a half an hour into the open, and one of these things is not like the other.
Nope.
And it's why I wanted to have 2 chip stocks to look at. Kind of bungled this because it didn't really break that trend, and I got out anyways, thinking it was a trend break. It was not a trend break. So if we stay on trend with SMCI, this is just distinctly stronger than Nvidia. AMD is just distinctly stronger than Nvidia. That's where you want to be. Was that a call for Adara?
No,
I heard something.
I said, "Oh, come on, dude." That's what I said because I was just like,
okay.
Again, we're getting these aggressive bids into 84s on Trade Desk, and then insta slams into the bid, just back down. So I'm like, all right, well, if you're gonna play like that, I definitely don't want to be here as of right now. Again, maybe not the best average, whatever it is, but this is kind of the action I'm not really trying to deal with as of right now because it is a little bit of a chop. You can see that multiple ins and outs. Let's not do too much more of that as of right now. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Nvidia still hasn't really done what I'm looking for just yet. That 170 off of the open was quite nice. And oh boy, there comes some selling back through. So the 84 can't really hold as of right now on Trade Desk. Let's see if we can get any sort of test of that VWAP as well. But again, I'm probably not going to be there for that. Coinbase 400, I hear Neil whispering. What's going on over there?
Coinbase.
Can you guys hear us when we whisper?
I don't know. What's the sometimes, and look, you've been trading long enough, and I've been trading over 20 years. It's crazy because sometimes I'll dream about the markets, but other times I'll just start hearing voices in my head. One of those was somebody saying that Coinbase was going to get to 400. So yes, but yuck, jinx. The second it goes to 399, Well, this is what they decided to do with 399. Lit grab 399 and wrap right back underneath. The other thing that's happening is, okay, hold on, give me a second. I'll get to Bitcoin in a quick little second here. I did get the dip buy in Palantir, but now look at what's happening. I literally, the second I got the fill, I just offered the same 33 that I had before in front of 40, and it tapped the same level and pulled back. So, like, I still like this little bit of a upward channel. I'm missing some data. VWAP's going to be a little bit off on this chart because I'm missing a little bit of data from the pre-market on Palantir, but it's double tapped this level. I don't want to make another move on this until I see it either give me a distinct entry off the lows again on the tape, or we can break out that top and head into the 150 level. So somebody's selling it underneath the highs of yesterday on Palantir. So far, so good on Palantir, but I want more continuation. I promised I'd go over look at IBIT for you guys because Bitcoin's holding 118. Nice upward trend, but look at the chop. Now we're getting choppy. It's stair step up with a choppy range-bound trade. Hard for Coinbase to break out when that's happening. So just be a little bit careful if you're trading those. Somebody's, like the algos are in control right now on Bitcoin. The last 5 or 6 minutes on a 3-minute bar, exactly the same range. It's a little bit wild. And for anyone still looking at Nvidia, there's just nothing. If you like the long, I don't even like what's happening here. There's a bottoming tail. It's trying to get through 170. We're breaking back through the lows. The NASDAQ is about to break the low of the day again. So you got to be careful with this. Like, manage to navigate some bounce plays, but can Palantir really go when the market's doing this? I mean, it'd be nice if it can. If we can bounce off the bottom, I think we can churn through. But once again, there's that 149.40. See the seller come right in at 149.40 again? If we get back to VWAP, Palantir is busting this out and going to 150. But the market might just be 2 weeks. So it's basically scalp wins to the long side and more of a short than I was anticipating. Dara.
Before we get into what's happening now, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they have paid out over $10 million, and they've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. So use that discount code TTV, that is TTV, to save on any account. Scan that QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Here's the S&P 500. As you can see here, some clear resistance around that 628 level. Right now, we're actually near pre-market lows around 625.50, and we actually seemed poised for a bit of an interesting start to the day. We got some CPI data. CPI year over year a little bit higher than expected. Core CPI month over month lower than expected, but CPI month over month and core CPI year over year both flat. So very mixed data, to say the least, with the CPI print. We also had Donald Trump teasing on Truth Social that he's made a trade agreement with Indonesia, and in all caps, details to come. So if we get these details, I will certainly keep you all apprised. CoreWeave on watch here, committing $6 billion to U.S. AI infrastructure in Lancaster. I know Google also announced an, AI and data center related investment in Pennsylvania. So this is certainly going to be a story to keep an eye out for today. Wells Fargo, JPMorgan, and Citigroup all on watch. They all reported EPS and revenue beats for their earnings, but all the stocks are trading pretty choppily this morning. And last but not least, TSLA on watch, entering the Indian market. We already knew about that. They were opening this showroom, but they also, interestingly enough here for TSLA, they did announce apparently the pricing for their Model S is going to be around $70,000. Model Y, $70,000.
Thank you very much, sir, Dara. A wealth of information and all the live news as well coming back in. So, interestingly enough, it's not as if the NASDAQ gave the bounce that I was talking about earlier. If anything, we're still looking a little bit weak on the NASDAQ, trading lower. Again, be patient. If you're playing into the long side, oh, seriously. And I was just about to, the next thing I was going to say was how we're buying through the 149.5 on PLTR, and it finally got through that order. And then immediately, what's the first thing that happens? Is it comes right back through the 149. Now, I've been in this, get rid of that order. I've been in this situation before. I have already scalped out twice. I don't necessarily feel the need to be overly aggressive taking this out. But what I do need to do is respect the fact that, like, if we break 149, I should just be taking this one out. Somebody's got control of this at 149.5. There's pretty much no denying it at this point. And if they jiggle me out, and again we end up with like a single, just some small wins to the long side in a down market, fair enough. But you can see the control that's happening. It's already failed under 150, and then someone's got control under 149.40 on Palantir. If we lose 149, I just jump out of this, and I can always get back in if it shows more strength. But the market just might not be ready at this particular moment to go, and that's why we can be patient. I always talk about this. It's a patience game, everybody. Adara?
Headlines to address here. We've got UBER, this one dropping lower in the day. We actually had a positive catalyst this morning with a Baidu team up, but now we've got Waymo announcing that they've hit 100 million fully autonomous miles driven on public roads. So Waymo with this announcement of 100 million fully autonomous miles driven on public roads. UBER dropping a little bit lower here. Also, we have a couple announcements related to President Donald Trump. The first one here, apparently Trump is going to be delivering the keynote address at the Winning the AI Race Summit hosted by the All In podcast. So one thing to keep an eye on, interestingly enough, one of the hosts of the All In podcast is David Sachs, who is Trump's AI and crypto czar. Secondly, Trump actually posted again here on Truth Social, and this one is another one about the Fed. Consumer prices low, all caps. Bring down the Fed rate now, all caps, 3 exclamation points. So more calls here for the Fed to lower rates from U.S. President Donald Trump. Back to you.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful when he's speaking. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I was gonna say I did not get stopped out there initially on that push, but yeah, no. This trade desk, man. Okay, so it's very, very clear. Sellers are in charge. People are profit taking. It's been down in the dumps. We kind of talked about that. I was looking for a potential bid continuation, but it seems like it's just not there. So that's fine. I'm very, very much wrong on this one. Many, many tries, and maybe a little bit of too much of the daily risk spent on it. But again, nothing too crazy, nothing that is not manageable. So where is the next trade? I'm seeing that AMD as well, Neil. Beautiful reversion back down, 158.67s. All the way back down to 184s. Joe, did you take that short? Let's go. Let's go. Wow, look at that. That is a snipe. Good trade. Good trade. There you go. See, this is what I mean. There's so many opportunities in this market. Depends on where you're looking, depends on what you're trading. Shout out to Joe for a banger trade on that AMD reversion.
Here it comes.
I saw that happen. I was like, oh boy, that's coming in real nice. And guess what? We got somebody on our team here that is on that trade already. So stick around for the midday show and you'll see more of Joe and Sharif and some more banger trades as well. The market now catching a little bit of a bid here back to the upside. So let's see if we can finally catch a little bit of a bid here on Nvidia. But those chips, man, they're moving around really, really nice. Let's see what some of those banks are up to as of right now, because earnings a little bit lackluster. Wow, Citigroup pretty much flat. So let's take a quick look at that one here. So Citigroup, boom, right here. So flat, nothing really. JPM, look at that, flat. Nothing's really happening here. And Wells Fargo as well. A little bit more of a trend here, a little bit of a direction, but relatively, I guess, muted to say the least as well. So let's see, this 82 hold on trade desk. I don't know. I've tried this so many times already. I don't know if this is going to be the final try. I have no idea. But day low currently sitting at 82.49. We're about 10 pennies away from there. So I will, as Sharif likes to say, pack my patience and be a little bit more patient with that one there. 170 chop and churn here on Nvidia. Let's see if we can make it back up to VWAP. That's all the way at 171s. I'm not really getting involved here just yet, but I am waiting and looking for the next trade. And I see Mike P. DeRider back in the chat. I was reading all your messages from yesterday, man. You were up on a boat or something, just chilling. Sounded like you were having a great time. So thanks for coming back and joining us once again today. What do you got going on Palantir, Neil?
So I had inventory into Palantir into 150. Again, I did jump back into it on Palantir when it broke away from that 149.5 zone, and it got the long in through. It then took the break as well, but the break was no good. So the long into 150 good. The break of 150 no good. So that's a bit of a wash on Palantir. The first trade we got a small win, and again we kept getting that $0.50 move, and then eventually stopped out break even. But it hasn't been clean on the way up. I still like this. As long as it holds on to, remember that seller at 149.40. As long as it's holding that level, I don't want to hold my 150s all the way down there, but I do want to reload if I can in the mid range, like right in that 149.5 zone. So I don't mind jumping out of the 150s at this moment because I can always get back into it, take a second shot. But I want to see if I can snag some 149.5s. Like Palantir is just distinctly different at this moment, breaking out the highs and green while the market is trying to get through the volume weighted average price. That said, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that Nvidia did make a bit of a trend break here. All right, let me just cancel that order because while I was focusing on Palantir a little bit more, Nvidia broke trend and is now headed higher. So trend break on Nvidia. If it does us a gift of pulling right back into that entry at 169.5, then I'll take it. But while focused on getting into that Palantir, which I might get again, I missed that trend break on Nvidia. Sometimes you got to give it up, wait for it to set up again, then take the next trade. You can like Nvidia long, doesn't mean you have to buy it at every single price level in every single situation. Let's go back up to the desk. Adara's got something for us.
Yeah, Trump is I think Trump has maybe posted 4 True Social posts in the last 20 to 30 minutes. He's on quite the streak. Still no more details on that Indonesia trade deal he teased, but he did just post this about the Fed. Fed should cut rates by 3 points. Very low inflation. $1 trillion a year would be saved. 3 exclamation points. It's worth noting this is nowhere near the first time he's called for a 3-point rate cut, but he's now certainly being a little bit more vocal about this. For the record, it's about, I think tomorrow will be 2 weeks to the letter, exactly 2 weeks until the next Fed meeting. They're not expected to cut rates at this meeting, but clearly President Donald Trump still interested in a substantial rate cut, and quickly. Back to you.
I'm really rich.
Get him. Get him.
Oh, boy.
Well, of course we want rate. Come on. We know what he wants. But just because you want something doesn't mean that's what you're going to get. That's not how it works. But ultimately, look, all I'm seeing right now is a potential of the V-shaped recovery. If you're looking at the price action in the market, like what's weird about it is it's very much a stock pickers. Like I was pulling up some of the Mag 7 to get a sense of where some other names are at. And what's weird is, okay, so the NASDAQ, there's your top, stair step down, trying to break through. Something like a Google, stair step up. But all things are the same. You're still at VWAP on both. That's the important part. And if we're going up from here, I like the fact that you have some mag names holding that volume weighted average price. Come on, all right, if we're just going to take 150 again, I guess that's what it's going to be on Palantir. But also look at Nvidia. So that reversion on Nvidia, the second it reverted, the second it broke that trend, it absolutely just fires off to the upside on Nvidia. And the other thing that's happening is SMCI is going to break the high. I still want to buy the dip on Nvidia. I just don't think it can be down here again. I have to look for something a little bit different for another entry. There's SMCI. I'm anticipating maybe a failed break. And if you can fail break the top, pull back into 53, that's another way that we can be able to get into it. So yeah, that's where the eyes are going to be focused. And I didn't get filled on Palantir re-breaking the high of the day there. Like my stop triggered, but did not hit the breakout trade. How far did I cross? Not far enough. Oh yeah, I didn't cross very far on the 150 break the second time. I crossed like 7 pennies. That's not enough. That's not going to get you the fill, crossing 7 cents on the second time breakthrough. Palantir is off. It's only up 1%, but these are all-time highs, everybody.
Yeah, no, Palantir is definitely one to watch there. Again, that 150, we were looking for that yesterday. Didn't really come in, and we were like, oh, we might not even get it in the intraday. Remember, we were talking about this, and we got it in the intraday. So, yeah. Shout out to Palantir for giving us some of those moves there. Nvidia all the way back at VWAP here. So we did get that nice little reversion back in 171s trading, 170.80s I have here, or 171s as VWAP, and we're kind of coming right back up into it. But again, off of the open, sellers were definitely in charge. Took us all the way down to 169s and some change, but you can see the sentiment here on the rest of the market as well. Both the NASDAQ and the ES catching a little bit of a green 15-minute candle. And how much time is left in this 15-minute candle, you may ask? It's about 1 minute and 50 seconds. So let's see how we close the first I guess, roughly 45 minutes of the trading day here. Yeah, throw it up in the chat what you guys are trading. I want to know. I am curious. People talking about MP. People talking about Chef Joe ES. Well, of course, we know that you trade the futures, the markets as well. Let us know how that's going. That's a nice little pop happening right now, like you said, on these futures. ES holding that 63.15 as of right now, but kind of sideways within range of what we've been doing throughout the overnight session as well. So one to watch out for, a little bit of a pullback off of that 171 on Nvidia. So it seems like VWAP continues to stay heavy off the open. Sellers showed us who's in charge. A little bit later, VWAP kind of holds as well, again showing us who's in charge. And once again, let's see if sellers can step back into this name as of right now, or is that all the selling that we had in store for today and we trade a little bit higher? I have no idea. This thing can do so many different iterations of price action. I'm just here to try to capture some moves and be along for the ride. And I'm seeing long Amazon, but it's real sticky, saying Adam Khalifa. Okay, we can take a quick look at Amazon and see what that one's up to. Let me pull up the chart here for you guys. Amazon, I love this stock here, but yeah, looking a little bit sticky for sure, as it is pretty tight and ranging. This breakout was quite nice, but you can see it's not very clean. We get that push right off of the open, and then pull back, kind of a chop and sideways range here, in a range that we've pretty much held for the past couple of days, roughly. But yes, attempting to break out right now. So good luck on that one there. Chef Joe saying he took that 63.15. Oh boy, nice. Was that an ad or was that an entry? That's the question. Was that an add to an existing position, or was that a fresh entry to a brand new position? That's the question I have for you, Chef Joe, because that is an absolute sniper. And I would love to talk to you about what you may or may not have seen on that bounce there. But that turn was quite nice, reverting pretty much over 50 to 60% here on the NASDAQ, not even close to a 50% reversion here on the ES just yet. So maybe the ES is lagging behind just a little bit there. Chef Joe saying that was his entry, and Christopher Mulligan saying Obi's got to let go of TTD. He's missing so many other opportunities. You, my friend, are absolutely correct. So let's continue to look. Got the stop in. Let's move on from the trade desk and look at some other names here, because yes, I am definitely missing opportunities elsewhere across the board, and again, maybe on trade desk as well. Maybe you got to get short on something that sets up like this. I got to go back and maybe look a little deeper into the nuances of this S&P 500 ad relative to some of the prior ones that we've had.
Datadog did hold up well the first day.
Yeah.
So like there is it's not like
a continuation a little bit later.
Yeah, Datadog held up like right away. What the difference I think with that one was, if we're kind of going to go far enough, yeah, I think the difference was it was strong into the pre-market. It was catching a bid and then dipped into like gap support on Datadog. Whereas what was happening in the trade desk was distinctly different. It gapped up and then was only heading down, so it was trending to the downside, whereas you were at least holding like a bull flag or whatever you want to call it. So maybe that's the difference. I still like the idea of catching a bid on it, but I haven't seen anything that I'm in love with. All right, so we're back in on trend in Palantir. I got back to 150s. Again, it scalps to $0.50. The last time it threatened to break trend, it very barely did so when I got out. I want to give it a little bit more leeway, but not a ton more, because I want a chance to be able to buy this back on if it bounces off the trend line here on Palantir. So just kind of connecting the dots, ignoring this bottoming tail wick and kind of looking at where it connects. That's where I'm drawing the trend line. So if we bounce off this trend line, I'll look to add back into the 150 area, as I did scalp into that high. If we lose the trend line, it's an easy out for me. A lot of people have asked about where's the levels on MP. There are none. Unless if you use Fibonacci's or some other sort of indicator that allows you to create levels out of thin air at higher prices, well, that's what it does.
Yes.
Then you'll have levels. Blue sky set up here on MP. So the obvious, the $60 level, yeah, should it have been more than a scalp trade? The way everything reversed at the top, like, my style. We had a lot of, like Tesla yesterday immediately reversed, and Robinhood yesterday immediately reversed. So the initial breakout trade, you want to scalp and get out. When I see that happen on the market, a lot of times that's going to be a reaction. Take what you get on the open, and then move on to the next trade and find something trending. Well, I took what I got in the open, and that ended up being wrong in this particular case on MP. But outside of just saying $60 because it's an even number, there's not much else to look at. When it had the parabolic move up on the 10th, I believe it was, 42 to 50, that was about $8. So maybe you're expecting that kind of a range, 52 to 60. But all I'm doing there is saying, well, it went $8 that time, and it's been bouncing off $10 higher, so why wouldn't it go $8 again? That's all. That's just making up levels as far as I'm concerned. I'd be using a trailing stop at this point with the trend line as my exit if I was trading MP. And let me just redraw my trend line in there. So we're bouncing off trend in Palantir. That means I should be reloading as long as this bar closes above. I wanted this bar to close above, and then we're going to be reloaded.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely Palantir, big miss for on my part. And let's take a quick look at Hood as well. I know that one, we were watching that yesterday for a potential push through that 101, 102 area. And look at that, Neil. It is holding that low of range pretty well off of the open and continuing to push. So we've reclaimed that 100 mark as of right now. And let's see if we can finally push through that 102 with any sort of distinction going into the later or the middle of the day here and into the later half of the day as well. So that's what I'm watching for here. 101s potentially coming in as of right now. 70s holding underneath the VWAP right now on Nvidia. So yeah, I'm watching this consolidation here on top of or underneath VWAP on Nvidia. Not really doing anything too crazy, but you can see we've had very strong legs that you could have definitely taken advantage of throughout the morning session. But right now we got a small cap recap with Adara. So let's see what's going on there.
Again. Oh, choppy.
Here's IWM consolidating near its lows of day. This, much like what we kind of saw with the market, we did have this relative gap up, not as big as the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ for that matter, and then dropping off the open. But unlike what we're seeing with the SPY and the NASDAQ, there hasn't been a real bounce as of yet for the Russell. Let's see if that changes as the day unfolds. Here's PRZO. This one here did have a catalyst. I guess I don't have it up right now, but PRZO apparently starting some demonstrations for Israeli, I believe, military officials. So PRZO, good look here. This is one that is in that kind of drone-related space, and it's one that's also watched here by retail investors. CYCC, about a 1.5 million share float. Still no story here that I can see on Cyclocell, but this one just breaking pre-market highs. Great look for CYCC. Last but not least, critical metals here, CRML. We know MP on watch. Here's another play in that space, and they have their own catalyst as well. They did commence a 2,000 meter resource diamond drilling program at Tanbury's Rare Earth Project in Greenland. So CRML project announcement, also near day's highs. Good look for this one. Back to you.
Yeah, that small cap space, man, is going absolutely crazy.
There's a bunch. And
yeah, it's just some amazing success stories as well. Again, in the Twitterverse. So again, you know, taken with a grain of salt. But again, some of them definitely believable, and some of these guys, again, they're verified on you know, third-party platforms like Kinfo and stuff. So absolutely solid to kind of see that come in. But yeah, small cap trading has been really hot and picking up as of late. And I'm just like, oh boy, yeah, no, exactly. I'm just like, oh boy, why am I not taking advantage of these opportunities? Well, guess what, OB, we did not build a playbook around it for current market. So that's what I have to kind of put in some time doing. But again, I'm looking at some of these charts. Reversions are there, breakouts are there. Liquidity traps, absolutely beautiful.
Shorting the pop on Mullen.
Beautiful.
It's there. Soon to not be Mullen. And when they change their ticker, just don't get tricked. It's still Mullen. It's still Mullen. It'll always be Mullen. But I did pay for locates. I guess I should have. I was like, I don't have any short ideas today. And then Mullen happened and double tapped the same level, and it's now right back in. Yeah. Yeah, shorting Mullen when it goes to the upside should always be a thing. Literally always. Anyways, moving on because I don't have it. They lit grabbed again. I keep losing this. I just keep redrawing the trend line. They keep lit grabbing this trend line on Palantir. However, I have to follow my rules, and when I buy the dip and we lose the prior bar, either close underneath or lose the prior bar underneath the trend line, I jump out. That's just the rule of the trade. What I don't want to get caught in is what happened in AMD. Whoops. Oh, okay. AMD apparently trades in Zetra as well. I just learned that when I typed in the wrong symbol. When you lose the trend line and just immediately flush down. So like what Joe was into the short, the reason why I follow the rules is because this can happen to you when you don't. So I don't mind coming back into Palantir and taking multiple shots at it, but they're absolutely liquidity grabbing underneath the trend line. Why is my scaling getting up? That doesn't really matter. Now this chart will just be in the middle, which is fine. So they're just lit grabbing the trend line every single time, so I don't mind jumping back. I'd rather this be above 140 because you're kind of dealing with a 150 fail at this point, which is a little bit problematic for sure. And that's what you're saying, like Tijan, as soon as I exit, it starts moving up. And that's why I'm showing you guys the trend line, because my execution strategy here is off the trend, while what's actually happening on the stock is they're grabbing liquidity by running the stops underneath the current trend line, which does mean I have to change this. I have to change my entry plan, which is not to buy it out in front, like buy the long on the way up out in front. I need to wait for it to try to break the trend line and then catch it as it's coming back through, if that makes any sense. Let it break, and the long is back through instead of the long after it's held. So until I see that, I'm not jumping back into the stock at all. You just have to be a little bit more patient. I think was that small cap recap? Oh, my bad. Let's go to Obi.
Yeah, so guys, trade the pool. So with Trade the Pool's swing trading programs, you can get access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk. Thanks to a one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payments, no hidden cost. Take Vincent J, for example, one of the Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in $23,000 in profits. His top performer, NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in a $6,777 gain. That's lucky, triple sevens. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off with our friends at Trade the Pool here. So yeah, no, I'm watching this Robinhood right now as well. Pretty decent trend, strong trend to the upside here, kind of just grinding back up. So we're kind of starting to see this grinding action come into the markets more and more, whether it's to the upside, whether it's to the downside. And Neil, I'm trying to get used to it, and sometimes I find myself getting more chopped up than anything in some of this grinding action. So what I've started to notice is like, okay, what are some indications of grind, and how do we kind of take advantage of it, or even stay totally away from it and wait for a little bit more clarity in the price action there. But yeah, it definitely is a little bit of a curve of learning when it comes to that. But that is trading, is it not?
Well, that's exactly what trading is. It's like I was just sort of saying with this upward trend in Palantir. The way it's behaving off this trend is a little bit, it's different from what I'm expecting. Like I'm going long into it and then looking for it to hold. And then as my plan always goes, get out when it doesn't. But really the way to be playing this is to let it test, which I'm letting it do now. Like notice how when it bounced off the trend line, I didn't go long again, which is what I had been doing. Look, what I had been doing was just getting me like base hits and then stopping out. So what I'm going to do now is allow it to lit grab. So you've done the lit. Oh, don't close under the trend line. Well, that's distinctly different. Anyways, allow it to lit grab and then reestablish. And when it does that, then I can try to get into it. Not away from it as it's going, but a little bit tighter too. And now you're back above the 150. So it just did the liquidity grab. And this way, this is twofold. Like one, it gives me a different timing of the entry. It also gives me a much tighter stop, which I like. Because if I'm going to take multiple shots at it, then ideally, if I can get tighter stops as opposed to a little bit wider, I don't need it to go 50 cents like I was before. This one can go 20 or 30 cents because I'm stopping out underneath like the 90 level. Well, it's a very, very tight stop because it's been so choppy. So I'm risking 20 pennies on this now instead of before when you're risking 30 or 40, which is fine on Palantir when it goes 50 cents or a buck. But when that's not the move that you're getting, then I want to switch it up a little bit, get that liquidity grab. Now I can have a really tight stop as it's hugging that trend line and allow it to just go like 20, 30 cents in the money and already be taking profit into that high of the day. So again, just a bit of a change of plan for me in Palantir based on the way that the stock was trading, and then you adapt to what you're seeing. So I was right about the trend line, but it doesn't matter because the execution plan was wrong. So you switch up the game plan on the execution, and now we can run it into the high of the day. And the next time it tests the bottom, I'll see if I can do the same thing again to reload and jump back into it over and over. I've been ignoring this stock, and I've seen a few people, AnuView and Pervid Trader in the chat have been mentioning CYCC. I'll tell you right now, this will not get traded by myself, probably not likely by, maybe Sharif would, but I certainly wouldn't. It's done 17 million shares. I'm not gonna count the halts, but suffice to say there've been a lot of halts on this. If you happen to have it early, congratulations. It's now almost a triple up, halted at 1287 with a 1350 tap. This is gonzo. Liquidity is at a premium. It probably will halt another half dozen times the way it's trading. So it doesn't necessarily fit a plan of action of anything that I trade. Even if you took the early halt or break, you had to sit through a down halt, and then I guess it held VWAP there. So congratulations to anybody that's in it. This is not something that I will touch personally, but it is looking rather good for everyone out there. All right, Palantir, let's see if we can get another reload. It just wicked the high. 151 is a nice natural place for it to go. And I find myself, I just keep redrawing this trend line. I'm hitting save again.
I mean, it's holding it pretty well.
It's holding it really well.
Yeah. This
is why I didn't save it, because it's been crashing my chart when I save the trend line. So I'm just going to, every time it comes back, I'll just draw the line I'm trading off of. But it's pretty easy to see on a 3-minute chart what's going on with Palantir. Let's go back over to Adara. Crypto time, everybody.
Bitcoin certainly put in a bit of a topping tail candle in the daily chart here yesterday, but there's still hope. I mean, we're certainly still trading near and at all-time highs, so never fear here for BTC. Looks like today is just a bit of a pullback. For the record, we did make new all-time highs around that 123,000 level yesterday morning. We ended up closing, though, actually just below 120,000, so we gave up about 3,000 from that push to all-time highs. Then we've actually dropped as low as just above that 116 area, currently recovering a bit from today's low around 117 halves. But let's take a look here at the 30-minute chart and see how things are shaping up, because it looks like right now we could have a bit of a double bottom, or not double bottom, rounded bottom here. Sorry about that. Let's see if we're able to break back out into new all-time highs today, because we certainly are, again, about 6,000 points removed, but it's not impossible. The next level of resistance until we get to that 23,000 would be about 120 halves. So let's take a look here at some of these other plays. Again, like I said, Bitcoin down in the day, but Ethereum, which was actually a bit red this morning, recovering nicely, currently up about 0.5%, so relatively flat, but it is notably back above that 3,000 level. XRP down about 3%. This one was really strong yesterday. Solana down about 3%. Doge and Cardano both down here about 5% and 2.5% respectively. So there is a lot of weakness across the board. Ethereum actually might be one of the strongest plays we have today, oddly enough. Back to you.
Did I just hear that?
Yeah, no, I think that
Grinder's heading higher, apparently. Grinding higher, I don't know.
Oh, nice. Yeah. No, Nvidia is also grinding higher.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Almost at day highs.
It's almost at day highs. Thank you, Odyssey Flights, for the super chat. Have 2 cups of coffee. Hey, I've already had my 2. I'm good. I got one of them in the Yeti, so it stays nice and warm. We appreciate you for sure. But wow, the recovery in the chips is legitimate. And we thank you for the super chat. You can always, if you add us in the chat, like just add in our names, it'll highlight and it's a little bit easier to read. But as Nvidia grinds higher, as you can kind of see it doing, obviously the early look, I liked it. I only wanted this thing above 170. That was kind of like my first line in the sand with the stock. And it didn't it reestablished it clean. I told you guys I missed the mean reversion trade there and I didn't chase it. But now it's right back to where I liked it for the long, with that being VWAP. So I'm going to dip buy into this. And you know what? I'm still taking the 173 break. That hasn't changed. I'm still taking a 173 top break. The only thing that's going to be different is I'm going to go inventory into it as well because of time of day. At the open, when everything just kind of goes, if it goes right away on a breakout, you want to have it, I just go 173 break. But now I want to have this 172.5 into the 173 as well for Nvidia. So yeah, we can dip into 171, which is the price I liked, or I can take a break of this $0.50 and maybe add to it at 173. There's lots of ways that we can play into this. I just heard out of my ear that CYCC hit like $15. So again, I will not be trading this, but it's about to go into an up halt at 14.85. I said 15, but essentially 15. So another up halt about to happen here on CYCC. Again, good luck to everybody. No one ever went broke taking profit. I will not be trading that stock. I don't like trading halt to halt unless it's a, like the meme days were different because we used to kind of do that all the time. And I said that the other day. Yeah. During the meme craze, and pretty much everyone was taking those types of stocks because like when GameStop was going halt to halt, like the liquidity was just, it was built different. Like it was halting, but it still had ridiculously good liquidity, right? Which is just, CYCC is not like that. So that's why you don't necessarily see day traders trade that very often. I just noted the position board is not working. I still am only in the 150 long on Palantir as we're going to Adara.
Here is RDW, this one breaking out of its consolidation. Redwire Corporation is the name of the company. I looked it up. We're doing about 1.6 million shares so far in the day, so volume is decent. And I bring it up now because we did just have Banyan Hill, this is, I guess, a research firm issuing a long idea on the stock, calling it a pure play space infrastructure company. So keep an eye on RDW this morning. Back to you.
Okay, all right, we'll keep an eye on that one there. Nvidia is the one I'm definitely keeping the closest eye on right now as it creeps back up towards
creeping on the down low.
It's creeping on the down low right here. 169.19 at the lows right there, and then 172.26 at the opening range highs right there. So you can see that nice little grind back up. But again, still trading within the opening range, so I'm going to be a little bit patient with that one. I've taken multiple stabs at this trade desk, and it just seems like it's just sellers are just holding it down. We're printing some fresh lows as of right now as we speak. So yeah, no real bid just yet. Don't even know if it's going to be show up with any sort of dominance either. But again, looking back at the trade desk, I think the nuance that I'm going to be looking at a little bit here is, yeah, it did kind of set up slightly differently than some of the names here that were added to the S&P 500 in the past few months. So that's what I want to take a look at here as well. So let's go to a 3-hour chart, maybe encompassing a little bit more of that price action. So this is what is a little bit significant here. So right away, I think I have it anchored there. Yes, I do. So you can see we talked about that, holding that level pretty well and pulling back up into here. So I want to take a look at some of these prior consolidations. Where did they happen? So a little bit of a bounce here. It comes up to 91. So it didn't really get all the way there on the day today. But yeah, that consolidation low 88. So maybe some resistance, 87.73. So just shy of that 88 as of right now, but aggressively pulling back here on a higher time frame, as well as, let's say, a 15-minute chart as well. So maybe my issue right now is I'm not zooming out really and kind of observing the higher time frame. That's the issue right now. So that's usually what I'm doing for the most part. I'm looking at multi-time frames, and I'm not really doing that right now, and it's kind of self-explanatory in the executions, which are a little bit erratic here. But oh boy, Neil, here comes Nvidia at the day high. Let's see if there's anything there. That day high, what is that specifically? Well, we'll take a little bit of that pre-market high as well. That's at 72.40, only about 20, 30 points or pennies away from there on Nvidia. So yeah, let's see what's happening here. All right, so it's curtain time.
The curtain's going, everybody.
The curtain's coming.
That was very low key, but yeah, Studio 7 is ongoing, and you can see you can certainly see the black wall behind us. There it is. So the big renovations coming to Trader TV Live. Anyone that's been watching, maybe you've been hearing some of the drilling in the morning or some of the work being done. While some of it was happening, the Carlton dance, that's legit.
Hey,
actually do the
let's
curl.
go.
Yo, that was
That was legit. That was legit.
that was spot
go.
on. Power it up for
Coming in
Sharif
with the
there.
skills.
Wow, that was well played, man. I can't do the Carlton dance, but as I said, lots of work being done. Not so that we can dance in the studio, although there's a heck of a lot more room if Sharif wants to go back and do some. Because we flat out know that Sharif can breakdance because we've all seen the video.
Yeah.
So if he wanted to do that, or there's enough space now for potentially Joe and Sharif to finally have the push-up competition they've been talking about for the last year, which still hasn't happened.
You guys still haven't done
Apparently will never happen because, I don't know.
How many push-ups can you do in a row, Joe?
It's not an excuse.
50? 50
Joe
no
can do
sweat?
50.
Yeah, okay. That's
50
that makes about
clean
sense, yeah.
is what Joe says he can do. Sharif, I'm just going to make up a number because
If you're pushing 100, then that's
you've all
something.
seen Sharif, so I'm just going to say 84 because why not? That's just how
That's so random.
Joe, Sharif's a beast.
A double of 42. I see that you are a man of culture.
I love the number 42, Jackie Robinson, and the meaning of the universe as well. But there was something else I was going to say. Shoot. Dang it, Boomhauer. I've lost my train of thought. So I'm just going to go back to trading for a second because I had something else I was going to say, but it doesn't really matter now. Palantir, again, lit grabs the trend line. So instead of being into it, instead of reloading as it's bouncing off the trend line, I let it liquidity grab the trend line and then catch it going back over. And just to reiterate the plan of action here, like what that allows me to do is the re-entry, tighter stop. So instead of just giving it to some like crazier wick underneath, I can have a really tight stop on the reload. So once again, that's going to be the plan here on Palantir. It doesn't mean it's going to work. It just means if it loses trend, then I'm losing less money and I can scalp it in here. Maybe I should start scalping more aggressively because it's 1040. But yeah, Palantir, just a change of how I was doing it before with the wide stop, let it go, which I was still getting 40, 50 cent moves, but then I was like giving it way too much back there. So tighter entry point. Now I can give it to barely underneath the 150 level, like these bodies in here. And I don't really need it to go very far as we're playing back into it. The other thing is I'm going to take a shot at Nvidia at VWAP, but as the market's losing VWAP, I need a short idea. And the best thing I could come up with is if a chip name is at the lows and its name is Intel, it's probably a short. So like I think if we lose, like if Nvidia were to lose VWAP, this is the place that I'm going to go on Intel. Hopping tail underneath, well underneath the latest resistance, and VWAP hold as well. So that's going to be the plan of action. And just to reiterate, why I decided to change strategy on Palantir is it was allowing me to win 30 cents while risking 10 to 15. So that's the difference. Like before I was trying to win that 30, 40 and risk about the same. So I just changed the strategy in terms of how I was getting into it to allow me to have a really, really tight stop. And that way, if Palantir was chopping me up, I was still getting 3 to 1 or 2 or 3 to 1. And then with really, really tight stops, it allows me to maybe take another shot at it, back at that prior high into VWAP, where I could still be involved at 150, but I didn't have to hold at 30, 40 cents against me. So not everyone can trade that way, but I was telling you guys why I was changing the plan of action on Palantir. And it still can't hold the 150 area, but now I have a better way to go about it, and I can't help you with Tesla, everybody. There's a reason Tesla wasn't on the radar today. And I said, and I still believe this, once Tesla can close me 2 candles above 320 on a 3-minute, and I'll go long above that price. But after the breakout trade was completely given up, it broke 320, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times at least by this count, and just continues to flush. So if you're looking long today, you just had to find things that were either relatively strong, like an MP, or an execution strategy which allowed you to profit with some choppiness, or just stay away from things like Tesla. It's red into an up market. I was only looking for some longs here, so I'm not going to pretend that this was on my radar to short the 320 move. I'm not going to try it down here, but I think a continuation play would make sense. If you were short this off of 320, I can't even think of a reason why you're getting out of this yet, at least until it retests that 312. I like 312 long yesterday. I can't think of any other place where I'd consider thinking about the support being other than the 312 area on Tesla. So hopefully that answers your question. Pathik is asking about it there. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint is looking Tesla shorts as well. Yeah, they're winning. I just think you wait till 312 and then evaluate along. Let's go to Adara. Time for a little sector watch.
It is a very red board unless you are a semiconductor, more or less, but I'll get more into the specifics. Let's start with what's weak, because there is quite a lot. In finance sector, I mean, obviously it's all red, but I want to spotlight 3 names here. AXP to the downside here. They got a downgrade this morning. You could have caught that in our upgrades and downgrades section around 9 a.m. We have BLK and Wells Fargo both down roughly 6% each after earnings, but Citigroup, the lone green name in this sector, actually up about 2% also on earnings. Health technology, bright red. Consumer services, bright red. Utilities, weak. Transportation, weak. Notably, DoorDash down about 3%, getting a downgrade this morning as well. Communications to the downside, health services, non-energy minerals, industrial services, consumer durables, process industries, retail trade, and now we are at the only relative strength that we have in this market. We'll start here with electronic technology. Apple marginally to the upside. Nvidia, Broadcom, AMD, all strong. Now chips are pretty strong because we did have Nvidia. First, we had Nvidia announcing that they're going to be applying here to get the license. They can start resuming the chip, so they can resume sending these AI chips to China. Apparently, the U.S. government has indicated they will allow them to do so. Then AMD also announced they're submitting here for approval as well. So interesting look. Google and Oracle, green in tech services. But generally here, the story is going to be strong semiconductors and weak everything else. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. You know what's actually holding up and a bit of a surprise to me? Alibaba, here, let me look at KWeb for a second before. I don't want to speak out of turn as if all the Chinese stocks are holding. So holding up pretty well. Dip on KWeb, holding VWAP, Alibaba in particular, which is just better. Dip holding well above the volume weighted average price on its gap up. Obviously, the news of Nvidia going to sell at some point, going to get back to selling the H200 to H20s to China is bodes well for 2 reasons. A, they can use them. B, because it means there's more likelihood of getting a deal, a further trade deal between the U.S. and China. Now, Baba, I like what I see here. The 115 has been a bit of a problem on Alibaba. I was kind of looking for 112 in a dip, so obviously that didn't come into play. This could be a breakout. I didn't want to touch it at the open because we've seen this story before. A gap up on the Chinese ADRs, and it tends to try to fill in the gap, and it's always difficult to peg where it's going to turn. Better to let it turn and then try to participate. Over 115, there's a little bit of overhead resistance into the 115 half, but this does look like a standard V-shaped recovery and then continuation play. Here's why I'm going to kick myself on Palantir. That last exit, that was a trend break into VWAP. So trend break into VWAP, but I wasn't pulling the trigger short because I wasn't feeling the short, and I'm not going to do it now, but that was a trend break into the volume weighted average price that I could have. So until we get back and reestablish an uptrend on Palantir, then I go back to the other name that I like. Nvidia on this dip in the market does not dip into VWAP here, Obi.
Yeah, no,
It's just consolidating. So I expected that move down in the NASDAQ to take us into 171 again. That's where we grabbed the first long. I missed the mean reversion here, and now I'm waiting for another shot at VWAP or this breakout, which is still in play. The 172 half break, which is a pre-market resistance, opening range resistance. I'll play either way here on Nvidia, but I got to wait for something to happen. Adara?
Keep an eye here in TSLA. We did get some news coming through. Wall Street Journal just publishing about 5 minutes ago here a report called Tesla's top North American sales executive leaves amid slump. So apparently the individual who left the company is Troy Jones. He's been with Tesla for 15 years. So this is quite the decision for him to leave the company here after 15 years. Again, we had some departures announced recently. So you're going to have to keep an eye on this. I'm going to look more into this article and this story, but either way, apparently a top North American sales executive and a 15-year Tesla veteran leaving the company. Back to you.
Boy, that's not the best of news there, but we're seeing kind of a lot of that, right? We're seeing a lot of these executives moving around. We're seeing Meta kind of pulling some players off of their competitors as well. So interesting stuff to say the least. But what is Tesla going to be doing off of that? Let's take a quick look at how that news might be panning out as of right now. But it's already been failing, Neil. Yesterday was quite interesting as well. well. Look at that top wick. I was looking at this last night and I was like, oh boy, that's a nasty wick for Tesla coming in right off of the open. But we're getting some more selling when we kind of reclaim some of that area from the pre-market right now. And maybe some more oomph to the selling with this news that came out as well. So 315 is currently trading on Tesla. 172s on Nvidia. Yeah, man, that thing held up quite well. And I was looking for a potential reversion on this, to be honest, when I was like, okay, well, this pulled back and false broke the high. But then I was like, yes, wait for that trap to see if it actually consolidates in the upper quartile to see if we can actually, if it's actually showing some true strength for continuation. And that 172 is holding pretty well as of right now. We dropped down to 170, was it 170, 150s, but that buildup is looking real nice right now, Neil. So look at this. This is what I'm looking at. If you go down to a 1 minute even, I don't usually trade on a 1 minute, but we can see that consolidation forming a little bit better here, that little flag. So false break of the day high, and then a little bit of a hold of that high of day area, I guess. So I'm going to be watching this a little bit of a range, 171.50 to 172.40s as of right now, but we'll be right back after an interview with.
It's Mr. Jeffrey Mendel back. Whoa, looking fresh.
I like that
Jeff.
shirt.
That's what I'm talking
Nice
about.
shirt. Let's
Look,
go.
I didn't, Jeff, welcome in. I didn't get a chance to see you in the green room or anything, so you got me there. What's going on? Tell me something. Are you in the Caribbean? What's going on here, Jeff?
I'm in downtown Manhattan right now, but in my travels, I bought this at a department store in St. Louis, and I love it. It's awesome. I might have to just wear this on the show every time, man.
So what this tells me is things are obviously going so well over the OTC that you're going to be golfing later today. So A, where are you playing? And B, tell us how that moon launch has been going.
Okay, so I will say this: no golf today. Come on, guys. We gotta get moon. We gotta get moon roaring. We gotta get moon soaring. Actually, right? Well, it's been going pretty good, right? So between our OTC overnight and also moon ATS for listed, right? We're trading all U.S. equities. Now from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. We're actually going to extend the OTC overnight, so it's basically just a 23-hour a day ability to trade, right? Which is great for like all the ADRs, like Tencent and Nintendo and DD and Luckin, right? You get to trade those also while the local markets are open as well too. So get some liquidity providers in there. And also just get kind of that ecosystem going, just like it does on the listed side, 24/5. Get it going on the over-the-counter side. But yeah, and so look, you got it up already too. Decent amount of activity today in some of the names I already mentioned, right? 10 cents up 3%. DD, BYD. Which it's up about 2%. It's like BYD everywhere. Everywhere you look, it's more and more talk about what's going on, right? Electric car company, and if you're looking to invest or trade BYD on a U.S. ticker, it's right here on OTC markets, BYDDY.
Yeah, BYDDY, and again, actually gapping up obviously, because the Chinese names are all gapping up, but it's been doing some movement. And what I love about this, just for everybody that's looking for the trade, it's breaking a downward trend very, very clearly here. So some momentum coming back into BYDDY. But Jeff, one other thing too, it's the importance of what's going on with you guys and Moon and the OTC, and maybe getting familiar with the aftermarket, is last night. Obviously, you would have had the deal going on with, potential deal going with Nvidia chips going into China, and the reaction that you'll see in some of the names over here. And while we're discussing trade talks, and headlines can come at any time, and of course, at some point, the market just going to 24 hours, it makes it even more crucial to have access and be ready for some of the better moves. I will tell you right now, Nvidia cleaner in the aftermarket last night, in terms of the move price action, than it is at the open. And I bet you traders do much better on a day like, or an evening lag last night would have done probably much better just trading some trend than they would in the open market. Not that it's not good here, but wow, the opportunities are abound, certainly. Not just on the big names, but I think that's where the focus is. We get this big news, and then, of course, Nvidia, fantastic. We've seen it before. So when we're talking about sort of what's next, like what do you see as like the next big step that might energize some of the overnight trading to where it's not just the great nights like last night where you get a big announcement on chips? Like, what do you think the next big catalyst is for you guys? Because we know eventually this is going to be much bigger.
Well, I mean, I think right now, right? It's like, yes, we can always talk about the nights that there's a lot of activity going on,
Yeah.
volume spikes, right? Names like Nvidia, it's actually kind of all over the map as well too. But I think the consistency is something that we overlook sometimes. I mean, on average, there's a couple $1 billion notionally of stock traded in that overnight session, so 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. and that's decent, right? And it's sometimes it's obviously more concentrated over a few different symbols, I think, on any given night, but that will continue to spread, that will continue to grow, and just that base every night where you can go in and you can look at bids and offers, right? There's just going to be more bids and offers out there. There's going to be more people involved in it, right? It's like every day when I come into work, and also every evening when I go home too. Like it's like I'm talking to people all around the world about trading. Trading through round the clock, and getting that base up. So then, on nights when it is crazy, there's just that much more liquidity there, that many more participants around, right? It's getting more of APAC involved. It's getting Saudis involved. It's getting people in India and Europe, and then also right here in the U.S. and Canada and right. It's just adding to that ecosystem. That's the story right now.
Yeah, no questions asked, and I can certainly tell you around here, like it's always good. We first only had access, of course, to Blue Ocean, and just like when you're regularly trading, you have a million different gateways that you can trade through. Like when I look at my keyboard setup here, I have like way too many keys set up because there's so many different ATSs, so many different exchanges you can trade with. But for the overnight market, really, it was just one. And so now that we have the reliability of getting you guys on board, it's just a game changer because you're less likely to miss out on the opportunities now that it's more of a thing. So everyone out there, I'm not saying that you have to adjust and you have to trade in the aftermarket, but this is where everything is headed. If you're an active trader, have the flexibility and check out what's going on with OTC Moon. Now,
so like just to add to that point, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just about more options. Right. That's really at the end of the day. Right. And if you have a spot and you want to pick a point and it happens to be trading overnight at that level. Right. That's another opportunity for you to get involved. And then you also mentioned reliability. Right. And stuff like that. It's right. So right now, the DTC, which the depository here for the U.S., right now, they've expanded their hours. It's getting more people connected, at 1:30 in the morning. So then things can transfer seamlessly, lock in, and really just kind of create a more robust environment, right? And so that's also why we're getting more participants involved too, right? Because it's the regular day mechanics are bleeding or transferring into that overnight period as well too. Makes it easier for more people to get involved, makes it easier, it makes the risk, like counterparty risk and everything like that, it makes that a much better, more reliable environment to be a part of.
Yeah, you said it, and that's perfect. I think I'd say we'll end on that, but you know where I'm going to have to go next, and I'm going to do something I don't normally do for you, which is I'm going to say something nice about Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys for a second.
Okay.
And I'm able to even bring it back to the markets. The same way a rising tide on Nvidia lifts all ships in the chip names, I will say this about Dak Prescott. I am not the most bullish person on the Cowboys or Dak Prescott, but if you simply look at what the betting markets and what the consensus is as to the production of your two very good receivers of CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, who you guys just got, there's almost no way that if they meet their expectations that Dak doesn't have a strong year statistically. So if you're looking at Dak and some of his bets or like in fantasy, it's not possible for the receivers to do what people think they can without Dak having a good year. So that's my roundabout way of giving Dak Prescott a compliment that isn't a compliment that has anything to do with his abilities or with your team actually winning games, but it was still a compliment, I think, because I think he can put up some yards while you guys are chasing a bunch of gigantic deficits because you're going to lose a lot. Jeff?
He's done it in the past. Listen, he's done it in the past, and then it just disappears. Come week 16, it disappears. Gone, right? But I thought so. Actually, it's I thought you were going to talk about listen what some of the NFL players and everything are also doing down in Texas right now with all the floods, right? Some of the Cowboys and then also Patrick Mahomes and everything too. It's right. It's like I was down in Dallas, which is not the epicenter of everything going on, but it really hit the entire state of Texas pretty hard, and everything kind of going on down there. What the Cowboys are doing, what some of the other NFL players are doing right now is I think pretty important.
No, kudos to them.
And also impactful as well too. And anyway, but yeah, Dak Prescott as well too. You give him the tools, he's going to put up a ton of numbers, and then there's the playoffs.
I can't. The timing of that, look, obviously, and hats and hearts out to everyone, because I think them lending, and again, I'll crap on the Dallas Cowboys, but certainly there's bigger issues, and there's bigger issues, and obviously a serious issue there. And I'm trying to transition back to you getting poked fun of because you look like Dan Ives with that shirt. I will say this as a last point, Jeff. Your shirt is much better than Danny Ives' shirt. It's not even remotely close. Dan Ives, legendary. I think he's, all the respect in the world. But without question, your shirt is at least 2 to 3x better than the one that he's wearing in that picture. That's why we love you, Jeff.
I love it.
Jeff Mendel, head of Broker News.
Where's Katina on vacation right now?
He's down in Boston. Going down to Boston with the family, Beantown. I'm pretty sure the Sox are not there, so I don't know if he's going to catch a game down in Boston, but he's taking the week off with the family to visit Beantown.
That's awesome, man. Cool. Well, anyway, thank you again, guys, and until next time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jeff.
I gotta one-up myself next time.
No, it's a great shirt. I just don't believe that you're not golfing. You can't come on here in a shirt like that in the middle of summer and then try to tell people that you're not golfing today, because I don't think anyone's going to believe you. And then certainly, I hope you have a good round there, Jeff.
Thanks, Neil. Have a good one.
All right, appreciate you, brother. Look, while that was happening, and shout out to Jeff, it is an awesome shirt. But while all that was happening, the market did give back into here.
Yeah,
like the NASDAQ continued lower. I jumped out of all the longs. Like, there's nothing really that I wanted to be back into until we settled things down a little bit. As the NASDAQ took the lows, and we're trying to bounce, but you're stair-step to the downside on the NASDAQ. And we'll get to the midday. We got a few things we'll wrap up. Obviously, the thing I'm looking at right now is at 171 in Nvidia, but I'm not getting any indications of a long yet. Yeah, we're at VWAP, but I want to see something that gets me into that long. And then, as promised, we always have to do this. I'm going to say what the lunch is today.
Okay.
So we got pad gras. How do I say this? What is this?
What is that?
Pad gras prow? I don't know. Thai beef and basil stir fry. I want to say it right, but I don't know how to say it properly. So it's Thai beef and basil stir fry, steamed jasmine rice, vegetable stir fry, Thai cabbage salad. Sounds absolutely delicious to me. So I think we got a good one here for lunch, although I'm getting the salad anyways. Nvidia bouncing off VWAP. I'm going to look to get into that one, see if we can't rip it back up as the market takes it lower and lower. Lots of small caps moving around, so I know Sharif is going to be having fun. And a great AMD short. We'll see how that went with Joe. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Now we got the Bash Brothers.
Take it easy, guys.
Boom!
Oh, we didn't even get the intro today, man. That's crazy,
Assassino, he's throwing curveballs today.
right,
What is up,
that's
beautiful
all right.
people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And it is a good morning here, Joseph. I know you had a monster bang.
Here we go. There we go.
Okay. We got Donald, we got the squats, we got a dare yelling in the background. What's going on, beautiful people? Let's shout everybody out, Joe. Haasman, Joe Paul, shout out to the 420 Bud Monster Daily Day Trade. Shout out to Bovin, the OG, Ryan, Dreamscape. Grateful for Bitcoin. You and I both, brother. JD is best. Shout out to the OG Gorav, Mr. Easy Street, and Ben, the OG of the OGs. I'm talking about the OG Darwin, Cosmic Consciousness. We got Sports and Stonks, Bodgan Slem, not Bodgan off. JJ, Antoine, Esvin, Levi Corbett, Sir David of Smooshalot, Darth Trader, PC Hoon, and King Clutch 007. I like that one name as well. Eric Noss, not Michael Noss, and he's got a K there too. We got No Sense, Jag D Mag, Mr. Ian, Jaguar Not. I like that. A couple of more here. GlazeNet, Robert Santos, Do It, and Vinado. Good morning to everybody. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day on these here markets. So many trades to talk about. Joseph, good morning, brother.
Good
morning. Good
I was
morning.
gonna say the other one. Good morning, Vietnam, but I don't know.
Oh, that is a
remember
good
that?
one, actually.
Yeah, good morning, Vietnam. What's up, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic Tuesday. Your boy is. We're having a good time this morning. We got some rest, so you can see I'm a little bit more lively this today, but that's some good stuff. Never mind all how I'm feeling. What we want to talk about is what we've been cooking up in these markets. First things first. Let's talk about our losses, because that's really important as well, too, right? Because we want to keep those as small as we possibly can. Looking for the continuation, slight delay. I mean, if I got in right at the volume-weighted average price, then I would have looked to take some off at that failed break of the pre-market high, but that wasn't the case. I add on for what I was looking for an ABCD pattern, but unfortunately that did not work and we got stopped out. Then we curl back around. It looked like we were going to break up, but it said, we have other plans today, Joseph, and then we got stopped out right there. So we went over 2 on NVDA, but that's okay, because then we hammer some AMD shorts here right at the peak, and then we get that move all the way through VWAP. So this was trade number 1, and then now we're just cooking up in trade number 2. So we're sitting pretty good today. And also, I sold 2 IBIT contracts. I sold half of my NVDA position, and I sold 33% of my Google position to lock in some money. Because when I seen NVDA gap up 10 points today, you gotta take some profits. I don't even care. Swing alert, Mitch, my guy. I don't know if you're listening. Swing alert, hitting grand slams around here. No, I shouldn't say that, but we're doing pretty good, and I won't complain. But that's all I got going on. I'm trading the chips this morning, and I was looking at the overall market, but we're going to stick to things that are working for us, and that's why I decided to take that second opportunity in AMD. Sharif, what do you got?
All right, man. There's a bunch of small caps running. Like I want to say, there's probably been better days for small caps than today. We don't really have any big Okay, so that's wrong. We do have big percentage winners, but they're kind of giving up the ghost. CYCC, kind of the biggest of them all right now. What a move this one's had, about 258%, and we're well off the highs. We are halted down again. So the last halt, this one up here, that was a 10-minute halt, so be on the lookout there. This is, I don't know, could be an 8-minute or a 5-minute halt. We'll see. So remember, they come in waves of 10. I'm talking about CYCC. It's kind of in between the 10 and the 20 exponential right now on the halt level, with 859 being the volume weighted average price. But the one I'm involved in right now, to the high side, and it just took out all my prints, baby. Give me my money. Let's go ahead and set up big moves here for USAR. We'll continue to take prints into the 80s. I'm setting up at 88s, and then I'm going to set up at 90. What are we showing? We're showing 85s. This is a 10 EMA bounce. We're long at 70s. I've scalped up, I don't want to say half the position, maybe a little bit less. So we'll see if this one wants to hold up at the 10 EMA. I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. I'm not sure what's going on with the position board, guys. I'm sure we'll have that fixed right soon. Also, long criminal. CRML. This one is a former convict. I don't mean that to be a pun, but that was literally the case, because we were trading this one a few days ago. CRML, chum chum, headed back to the upside over here. This is a VWAP bounce, but it is rejecting the 10 EMA from the south side as opposed to the north side. So I'm keeping my eye here on a general $0.5 hold. It's generally in and around there, okay? So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Now, also, I want to let you know I'm keeping my eye on ZEP. I'm kind of disappointed with the fact that I didn't get the fill here. I tried to take a dip off the 10 EMA, where the 10 EMA was at the time. It bounced into 40s. I had my order at 33s, and now it's rocketed back up to 80s. So a little annoying when that happens, but that's kind of the way it is. Now, with respect to Z or ZEPP, what I'm keeping my eye on here is liquidity. It's a little bit light on volume, having only traded about 1 million shares on the day. It's not that expensive. It's 12 and change, so it should be doing a bit more. That's the bad side of the trade there, or the equation. The good side of the equation is it's got a hell of a chart pattern on its hands. So initial bull flag off the open. We're forming bull flag number 2. If you're a newer trader, bull flags are big moves up, so kind of almost vertical, maybe 85, 75-degree angle to the high side, and then you have a period of consolidation. Each one is created differently. Some are longer, some are shorter, and then you have another consolidation in another bull flag. So you see this breakout again. That's bull flag number 2. Whether we get bull flag number 3, your guess is as good as mine. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on ZEPP. One more over here, YOUL. This one just weaseled its way onto the scene not that long ago. I think the volume bars really started showing up on my chart at around 1045. And here it is again, holding above VWAP, holding above that 3 1/4, 3 1/5, rocketing back up to 340. It's got a high day 361, but you can see none of the closing prints actually printed, or closed above that 340 level. So it is holding VWAP. It's got a bit of a range on its hands. I don't mind punching into this one either if it sets up the right way. YOUL is the ticker. So we're in criminal, and we're in this one, USAR, which again took out all my orders here, Joey. So I've got to set up some more. Let's go ahead set up at 93s, and then we're going to get a little bit more aggressive with a print nearer that whole dollar, but it's still zigging and zagging to that 10 EMA, my man.
Good look there, guys. All right, yeah, so we're just cooking up. Oscarito, thanks for pointing that out. UXRP coming out, a 2X leverage XRP ETF coming to the NYSE and the NASDAQ, or Amex and NASDAQ, I believe he said. So that's going to be very, very interesting. I'm really curious to see how that's going to be trading, and even if it's liquid. I think it's really popular. It's probably Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, XRP. I don't know in that specific order. I know the top 2 are correct. But yeah, that's going to be a good one there, Oscarito. And Pug Life, way to crush those contracts. 165. Thanks for paying for my house to be painted. Nvidia, appreciate. Yeah, it's honestly so wicked when you put on those types of trades and you're just like, all right, that's paid for. That's paid for. And it's a really good feeling. But I also want to talk about Bitcoin. I was looking for a significantly bigger move, and I was kind of mad at myself this morning. Because what I did is that when we had that massive gap up come Monday morning, what I could have done is I could have just sold 200 shares, right? I had 3 contracts. I could have sold 200 shares and locked in the profit for 2 of those contracts. I'm going to leave you guys on the cliffhanger. We're going to go to Adair, and then we'll get right back to what I was talking about.
I like it.
Sorry to interrupt, I guess that cliffhanger. Excited to see what the end is here, but keep an eye on META. We do have Meta reportedly facing a new EU tech antitrust clash after a €2 million fine. Apparently, the EU is warning that Meta still has not fixed its pay or consent ad model. I'm seeing a couple different people report this. We know that they have had some issues with that pay or consent ad model from the EU, so it's unclear how new this is or what updates this are. If I do find anything out, I will let you guys know right away. I also want to let you guys know about Tesla. I did mention earlier, Wall Street Journal reporting that Troy Jones, who had been with the company for 15 years as their VP sales exec in North America, he's now leaving the company. So I looked a little bit more into his background. He's been at Tesla for the last 15 years. I went on his LinkedIn. He didn't have much experience before then, though he did work for CoStar Group, which is another publicly traded company here, I believe CGSP, for about 6 years. But his ex, much like what we saw with Omid Afshar, who's another recent person to exit Tesla after many years, much like Omid, Troy was posting about Tesla on X in the weeks leading up to his leaving. The most recent posts here are all just him reposting or quote tweeting Tesla or Elon Musk. So really interesting here. I don't have any more details, but I did do a quick deep dive here for you on Troy Jones. And now let's see the end of that cliffhanger.
All right, Bank, let's go.
go.
I'm ready. All right, so essentially what could have happened is we have this massive move up in the pre or the post market, and it's like, well, what can I do? I can't really close my contracts. I can't open up anymore. So there's a way that you can lock in profit. So say I had 2 contracts of IBIT, and I noticed that gap up bright and early in the morning. So, okay, hold on one second. I got to take something off. Another cliffhanger your boy's leaving you on. I got to take a little bit more A&P off there. Okay, so anyways, back to what I was getting at. So you have 2 contracts, and you're like, ooh, we get this massive gap up, but I don't want to wait until 9:30 open. So what essentially you can do is you can sell 200 shares against those contracts. So you have your 2 calls, and then you short 200 shares. So what happens if your contract starts to appreciate? Shares, obviously, you start to lose money on. But also, if the contract starts to depreciate, that means the shares are starting to appreciate. So what essentially it does is it locks in a fixed price, and you have the ability to lock in that set amount of gains. And I didn't realize that till this morning when I was kicking myself. I'm like, Joseph, you big blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you should have done this. And I'm looking at my phone, and I was mad. And I'm going through my account, and I'm like, wait, something's not right here.
Why was something not right, Joey? Because there was a lot of money there.
Because the trading gods, bullish, and Maximus, bearish, was looking out for your boy. Because NVDA gaps up $10. And I'm like, let's go. And that's exactly what we did. So, yeah, that's just one way. And I don't know why Tim Solveig, I don't know why you got to say that. Someone who has high energy,
who's that,
they don't necessarily have to be on narcotics, man. Come on, get real and grow up a little bit.
Bro, he's busy. He's busy right now. He's in mommy's basement. He's got one hand somewhere where the sun don't shine. The other hand is punching into bad position. Use the hand to hit the like button and then get out.
That guy's red on the day for sure. But anyways, that's what I'm getting at. So I was frustrated at myself, but the gods were looking out for me this morning, and then I had the appreciation in NVDA, and that worked out really, really well for me. Adara, what do you got for us?
Thank you for that lovely little transition there, Joe. I do want to let you guys know Chris Wright, who is, of course, the U.S. Energy Secretary previously involved with OKLO or OKLO. Chris Wright is currently speaking on Bloomberg Business. It's also worth noting we're going to have crypto czar David Sachs speak there at 11:45 a.m. I suspect that the David Sachs portion of events might be more notable, but either way, I've got the Bloomberg business feed running, so if there is anything of note said by either of these gentlemen when they speak, I, of course, will keep you all apprised. Also, I have a bit of a question here for Sharif before I do the throw. So I'm actually legitimately curious. You were talking about how it's been a pretty good day for small caps. So I guess, how would you gauge what is a good or bad day for small caps? Is it about the number of quality names running? Okay.
First way, how many triple-digit winners do we have on the day? We got a couple right now, but what are they doing? Are they pulling back off highs, or how are they acting? Secondly, the ones that are basically bumping up, breaking the volume-weighted average price into highs, and then not holding up at VWAP and dropping below VWAP. If I see a lot of those, I'd be like, maybe the small caps don't have that longevity or the strength that they maybe typically do on a good day. So that's what I typically gauge. If we got a lot that were making big boy moves and then they're giving up, typically what I look at is VWAP above or below VWAP. You know, that's one of my rules. So that's kind of what I look out there. Thanks for that, Adara. All right, so do you want to finish your story, or are you done?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm done.
You're pretty done.
Yeah,
all right.
I don't even know where I was going at with it, really, but no, I was just using the example. In all reality, I was just how you can lock in gains and have a fixed, like, unrealized P&L to make it somewhat realized without necessarily realizing the profit, obviously, leading into the open. And that's how you either, if you have puts, you go long the shares, and if you have calls, you just go short the shares, and that will just pin your price, and then that's how you lock in contract profits.
You have anything to say, Ob? Oh, he was listening. Okay, I felt. So Obi was hearing a lot of realize, so he's looking at the realize. He wanted to know why the word realize was being used so much. I mean, that's a... It caught his attention. I love Obi. Shout out to my man, Ob. He is the one. He is the one. Cano. All right, guys, let's talk about these trades right now. USAR, we've taken a bunch of this one out into the high side. I'm zooming out. I should be zooming in. We still have a couple of unfilled ones here in the mid-90s. It's still holding up, but it's not a rocket ship. I'm talking about USAR. Not a bad look right now. Going to keep an eye out on this one. Also, I'm taking prints here on criminal. I've taken them all the way up into 67. We're long at 55. This is not the biggest mover as well. And I'm seeing a lot of downward pressure. So this one bounces up off VWAP nicely, but it doesn't have that sustained momentum. So we're not getting that V-shaped retracement back into that $0.75 or into the high of the day, which is at 4/5. But YOUL is breaking out. Now the volume is there. It's starting to pick up a little bit more. It's still south of 1 million, but the volume that is. But now it's starting to show me that, you know, more people are starting to participate in it. And you can see the orders are coming in larger. You're seeing thousands, you're seeing high hundreds, etc. That's kind of what I want to see for the liquidity side of things with YOUL. But ANPA, okay, we got to get to this one because this one is really moving. It's 2 halts to the upside. And here we go again on ANPA. Keep your eye out on this one. This one is holding 7 generally. Does it have the juice to hold 7? It's dipping a little bit. Wow, it just lost $1 quicker than you can say dollar. It was at 716. Now it's going to halt down at 601. These ones are around for a good time. They're not going to be around for a long time. Be careful. We're going to halt at 602. We are halted at 602 on ANPA. 98% in Greensville. And guess what?
What?
Even I do that to you all the time. I get thrown when someone does it to me. Even though, Joseph, we're halted to the downside, tell me where this candle's low is relative to the prior candle. Do we have higher lows?
Yeah.
We do. We do. So this one's still in play, well above the volume weighted average price, well above the 10 EMA. I'm going to be keeping my eye here on ANPA. ANPA, and here's the information on it in case you want it. Let me just load up my trade idea screen. ANPA. Let's find out what we got in here in terms of float and short float. This one's got a 12.5 million share float. I'll compare that to my platform in a second, but we don't have the short float, sadly, on it. By the way, remember we were talking about Perplexity yesterday and how it was being used by a lot of the finance bros? And I was telling you, Chamath wants to cancel his Bloomberg terminal in exchange for... So Brenda was telling me about that. Apparently, it's amazing. It gives you short floats, all things like super quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to weasel up my Perplexity screen here in a second.
Wayner was telling me there's so many things, like you almost have to implement some of these AI features into your trading now.
I think that's a kind of required thing here. Sorry to keep you waiting, Adair.
I want to let you guys know, I mentioned earlier, we're expecting David Sachs, who is the currently AI and crypto czar to the Trump administration. He was supposed to speak, I was seeing on Bloomberg at 11:45. Well, sounds like he's already speaking on CNBC because I'm reading some comments coming through from him. And he's not a huge fan of what's happening here with these chips being sold in China. He said to CNBC, and I quote, "We shouldn't be selling our best chips to China, and that it's important that they take the market share from Huawei in China." It's unclear how he wants that to be achieved if we're not selling chips to China, but I guess he doesn't want them to sell the best chips to China. He just wants them to sell some chips to China and try to take away Huawei's market share. Interesting approach here from crypto and AI czar David Sachs. But again, we're expected to hear from David Sachs again, more from as far as I can tell, more on the crypto side of things at this 11:45 Bloomberg interview. I will stay posted. But long story short, David Sachs, not a fan of selling top AI chips to China. Back to you.
Like David Sachs.
You like David Sachs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, obviously you don't want to sell your top AI chips to China, but you want to sell some form of
Yeah, well, we're not even talking about even selling the H100, Joseph. We're talking about the H20, not the GB200 or the 300. Like, come on.
The Grace Blackwell there. All right, guys, let's talk a little bit about Google. Someone in the chat mentioned this one as well. So I'm like, let's touch on this from a daily standpoint. So a nice move, but this is what I was referring to on multiple occasions, guys. If we had the ability to hold this 181 level, then I think there's going to be a nice move. And I was talking to Sharif this morning before we came on air, and I'm like, you know what? I used the reference of how much space and how much data Nvidia collects with just 1 hour of using an autonomy vehicle. It fills up like 270 iPhones. Well, we have Waymo with Google, and that's why I believe that cloud for this quarter is going to be a beat. They lost last quarter, and we also have this AI boom. This race is starting to amp up even more than what it is, and I think that Google, leading into its earnings report, can run into this possible gap here, and they just continue climbing this price. So Google is a pretty good look, and we're holding that key resistance level now, acting as support on the daily. So I think there can be some big potential moves. And then also, if we just zoom out a little bit, you can see that this channel is holding up extremely well. This is a beautiful channel to the top side.
Top side.
And there it is. So at some point, I think we are going to catch up. It will reach those previous all-time highs. It's just a matter of if, and maybe not, or a matter of when, but not if. And for me, it's the earnings report is what I'm getting at. And I think Google Cloud is going to be really, really big. They may, obviously, they're going to lose market share to ChatGPT. I think that's inevitable. But what Google Cloud can bring to the table, I think is going to be a big move for Alphabet.
Absolutely. And you know what I asked Chat the other day? I'm like, when are you going to put ads in your feed? And it's like, it answered me, it's like, we know. Ads are inevitable in LLMs. It's just a matter of time. But nobody's done it, dog.
Not yet.
Well, not that I've seen anyway. Adara, what's up?
What's up, Sharif, is actually Instacart, C-A-R-T, making a push to the upside. I'm seeing this post on X kind of being circulated. Apparently, again, I can't tell if this is a report or if it's officially announced, but California Governor Gavin Newsom announcing the launch of the California Breakthrough Project. Apparently, there's leaders from a whole bunch of companies, including Ripple, Coinbase, etc. The only stock that's moving on this is Instacart, because apparently Instacart and Snapchat, as well as Anduril leaders, are all going to be part of this project. I'm waiting for more details on this because it's all pretty vague. But regardless, Instacart stock seems to like this story about this California task force. Again, super vague. I do apologize. Not a lot of details here. But I also want to talk about Nvidia again, because there's more comments here in that CNBC interview with AI and crypto czar David Sachs for the White House. He basically said here that Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang is a great advocate for sales to China, but that apparently Nvidia's chip sales to China are still part of broader discussions. So he's being very cagey here with regards to Nvidia and these chip sales to China. That is, of course, David Sachs, AI and White House crypto czar. He also mentioned Visa and MasterCard just now. He said that Visa and MasterCard will be more comfortable with stable coins. Unclear the specifics of that, but apparently very much making room for stablecoins here is David Sachs in his interview with CNBC. Back to you.
David. I like David because we're born on the same day. Sorry. Ooh. I have a little bit of a bias there.
Ooh, all right.
And I also don't like Jason Calacanis at all.
Oh, really, eh?
At all.
I know you didn't.
Like, I dislike him more than I dislike Andrew Ross Sorkin.
Really?
Yeah, like substantially more.
Wow.
I just don't like Calacanis
Do you
at
think
all.
Sorkin is your obvious? Oh, so you
dislike Calacanis way more.
Wow.
Like, I find
Yeah,
Sorkin
that's
tolerable, and like I disagree with him on almost everything. But I bet you if we went out, like I probably wouldn't mind him as an individual.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Probably.
Or you would want to
obviously very smart.
Or you would want to punch him in the face. It's either or.
Well, no, because like we're constantly disagreeing. Adara and I constantly disagree. Obi and I constantly disagree. I don't want to punch anybody in the face. You know, I love all of you guys.
Maybe I gotta think. Just go over my.
You like to hit people, though.
I don't. No, I don't want it to ever lead to that.
I love you, Jog. We're having a wicked time. All
Rocket
right,
Lab, yeah. Rocket Lab looking really good here for the individual who pointed this one out. A nice move off of the bottom, you can see, and now we're climbing. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. Oh, wow. Okay, is this all times? Is this all-time high? Let's mark it out here to see if we can get $45 on Rocket Lab. 45.20. Okay, 21. Yeah, so a really good look there on Rocket Lab, and there you go, a big-time breakout. This is what we talk about, and a lot of us talk about this. I know Michael Noss was referring to buying the all-time highs when a stock's making a move like this towards the all-time highs. For me, I've come to the conclusion, and I've observed enough that okay, when you've made that move, the chances of it making an all-time high are a little bit are increased, because there's going to be leading into new price discovery. So you break that, people think, hey, okay, we think that it's fair value at the previous all-time high, and then you can head into price discovery, and then that's when you can start to see the appreciation. So some nice moves in Rocket Lab there, my friend.
All right, I see Kappa, Amir, Barak. I do see Kappa, but it's below VWAP right now. I want to talk about a couple of things here. I'm likely going to flatten out. So I got stopped out of USAR. It's still a profitable trade for me, but I moved up my stop up from 50, excuse me, to 60 because of this. This is a very clear trend line that's being respected right now by the sellers, by the short sellers or the profit takers, and we're unable to breach it. This is USAR, but I'm sadly seeing a very similar pattern on criminal, CRML. Where we're getting we're getting lower highs, and it's obviously using this trend line here to kind of keep things down. So we're long 54s, it's dropping back into 60s. I will give this to 50, okay? So I'll give it to 50. That gives me a little bit of room below the volume weighted average price, which currently on my chart is 52. CRML is what I'm talking about. Amir Barak was asking me about Kappa. Kappa has a great day today, about 91%. But here's the problem with Kappa. It has a pre-market high higher than the official high of the day, which has to take place after 9:30. So look at that 920 doji candle, got up to $1.87. The official high is 182. And what have we been doing since we made that 182 or whatever, 190, 188 or whatever high there in the pre-market? It's been lower lows. On top of that, which is breach of rule number 1, because it's got to be above the pre-market high during regular trading hours for me to trade it. I won't make any exceptions. In addition to that, it breaches rule number 2, which is it has to be trading above the volume weighted average price. This one fails on both. So unless this one wants to break above that $1.90 and by extension of that, obviously retake VWAP from the south to north side, I don't get involved in Kappa. That's just my look there. But CYCC is headed back to the upside. This one held VWAP, so it was 2 big down halts over here. We had a prolonged down halt here for a period of 10 minutes. This down halt ended up being 5, and since that time, we've up halted once, and we're looking at clearing that $14 area. Why is that $14 area important? Well, it's basically the high of this down candle over here, and there's obviously a chasm between $14 and $16, which was the prior halt level that took 10 minutes instead of 5. So I'm on the lookout here for CYCC, but as you can see, this thing's jumping from 20 to 30 to single digits. So it's obviously spready, obviously volatile. Be careful and use sound risk management. So that's CYCC. ANPA also halted down. This one's losing it in a freaking hurry over here. 716 high, it is now halted down at 486, and it has now lost the volume weighted average price, which is a little bit higher than that $5 area. So ANPA in my crap bucket at the moment. Now, what's the deal? Is that it? Is that all you have, Sharif? There's no other small cap gappers? Well, ZEPP over here has my interest, but like a lot of these other small cap gappers, look at this. This downtrend here is very, very obvious, and we're not able to break this lower high kind of pattern that we've been putting on 3 of these. ZEPP, CRML, USAR all have these downtrends here that are kind of unabated and not being broken. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on. It might be time, though, for CYCC because it looks like it's starting to get going here. Where's my other trading screen at? Show yourself, trading screen. I just did something here, and I don't know what I did, Joey, so I have to send it to you.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What the hell did I just do?
Oh, so you got to...
I think I closed one of my things, so I'm going to have to
do your thing there. All right.
Oh, I got it.
Amazon. Let's talk a little bit about Amazon, because I know some people were referring to that. So top VILP. Let's take a look at this. And you're saying, hey, there's some call activity. Yeah, right at 230. Way to point that out there. And you can see what was our high of the day, right around 227.24. But what we are sitting on right now is right at that 230 strike price. By the end of the week, we got 60,800 contracts there. And if we go up to the 235 calls, we got 55,200 there as well too. So yeah, really good call out on that top VIP. And you can see you can see that we're starting to cool off. Yeah, let's take a look at Apple Street. If you want to take that one there, bro.
I'll look at it.
All right,
But something's going on with Apple. I don't know what the hell is happening, but it's like on a bit of a buy side move right now, breaking off the lows into the highs. 211.47, guys. This just could be regular price action, Joey. I don't know. Yeah. There was a lot of buying over here, so I was like, something's going on. I'm looking at the blotter. I'm not seeing anything on the blotter, guys. So yeah, we know that there's that MP deal, but it's a little bit late here to kind of be responding to that. Just wanted to point that out, Joey. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no worries. Not at all there, brother. So yeah, okay, I appreciate that, Glazen, very much so. Those kind words go a lot farther than people can imagine. But yeah, this is what we got going on, guys. I mean, we took 2 trades on AMD, and we're just looking for the continuation of the trend. Could this entry have been slightly better? Yes, but I was waiting for that secondary test, and then once we had this engulfing candle, I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's see if we can break through the volume weighted average price. But then we bounced, and I was literally a couple pennies away from getting stopped out, and thankfully I wasn't. And then sure enough, we get that additional leg lower. I didn't take anything off right there, which I should have, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. Let's see if we can retest those lows. If Nvidia wants to sell, then I think we're going to be sitting in a pretty good position. And right after we get back from Midday, we're going to take a look at the options chain with Nvidia.
Trump just made a Truth Social post about crypto, so keep an eye on IBIT getting a little bit of a topping tail candle right now to that 66.20 level. I'm going to read out the post as we typically do. Happy Crypto Week, all caps, exclamation point. The House will soon vote, all caps, on a tremendous bill to make America the undisputed #1 leader, all caps, in digital assets. Nobody does it better. The Genius Act is going to put our great nation light years ahead of China, Europe, and all the others who are trying endlessly to catch up, but they just can't do it. Digital assets are the future, and we are leading by a lot. Then he encourages people to vote, I guess people here in the Senate, to vote on these acts. This is our moment. Digital assets, genius, clarity. It is part of making America great again, bigger and better than ever before. We are leading the world, and we will work hard with the Senate and the House to get even more legislation passed. So basically, Donald Trump here encouraging people to vote in favor of these crypto bills. Let's see how this impacts these crypto-related stocks, guys. Back to you.
It's almost, it's not guaranteed. Like, I have to get the hotkeys. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, cool, guys. So this is what I was just referring to. Adara, thank you for that very much. So here we are. This is what I was looking at, and I referenced this yesterday as well. If this closes as a hammer, there's going to probably be somewhat of a pullback because this was a nice move off of those 107 lows, and then we get a high of around 123.5, and then we close on that inverted. So that was a signal for me, like, hey, watch out. This pullback may be deeper than what you're expecting. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out for 113s and 112s to see if we can reload this trade because I had much bigger ambitions for the position that I had on, and unfortunately, it didn't come into fruition. But what I did, and I'll give myself a little bit of credit for, is that I just listened to what the price was telling me. I closed 66% of the contracts, and I'm just holding on to the rest to see, hey, if I was wrong, okay, I still have some skin in the game, or it comes back to my break even, and I just end up flat on that. So it's like, okay, yeah, you gave up about 400 or 500 on realized, so what? Wait, come back, you'll find another opportunity, and then you'll be able to put on another monster trade. Because what's going on with the crypto week in the States, this could be really, really big. And maybe it's just the big boys being like, hey, we want to grab some more of this, but not necessarily at this price. So we'll wait for that pullback, and then we'll look to get involved once again there, Sharif.
All right, CYCC, we did a little well on it and then gave back a little bit over here. So this one, we got the breakout initially, took from around 13 and 2/3. It's going to hold down here, so I'm happy that I did allow my stop to trigger. Got in 13.75, added on the move up into 14.33, scalped up into 15, and then held. And then this one met a brick wall at 15, and now it is halted down at 12.60. I did get out at 13.11 exactly. I had my stop there, so we'll give back a little bit on it. That's it's a tougher trade over here. I tried to get the initial fill at 13.50. It came in, it actually crossed 50, but didn't allow me in because the spread was a little wide at that moment. So I had to wait for the second dip, and then obviously the second one not as good as the first one. So we're gonna keep an eye out on this one. CYCC is the one I'm talking about. We are halted down here, Adara, at 12.60.
Here's Citigroup, sharply to the upside. I looked into this. Okay, I think I just found what the news was. We didn't have it. It just came up here. Apparently, the company's chief financial officer saying they're planning on repurchasing at least $4 billion in shares this quarter. Also saying that their mergers, and then their CEO, saying that mergers and acquisitions pipeline is very good and promising. It's a bit confusing. I was seeing that this conference call was set to begin at 11 a.m., so just over half an hour ago, but then I was also seeing comments coming from the conference call at 9:21. So dissemination of news on this one is very odd. Be very careful of that. But either way, these headlines are coming out here on social media. Citi's chief financial officer saying the company is planning on repurchasing at least $4 billion in shares this quarter, and the company's CEO saying that mergers and acquisitions pipeline looking pretty good. So keep an eye on C. If I have anything else in this name or any other names, I will let you guys know. Back to you.
Oaks, is that a lot of people forget that the banks are benefiting from the AI play, even if they're not using AI. Like, I'm not even talking about them using it or making money off products from AI, but just the companies going to market that are AI based. Goldman, Morgan, JP, all these are going to underwrite all these IPOs. Do you have any idea how many IPOs we had year to date last year? All of last year was like 20 something. We've got almost 100 and we're barely, halfway through the year. So all these, this AI tailwind is going to benefit these banks more than just from a product that they can offer customers or efficiencies that they can make within their own company.
But that's what I was going to get at too, the capital efficiencies that you can
add to that.
Yeah, exactly.
Add to that.
Exactly
so I feel like,
so
the
banks are going to be continuously monstrous. I think JPM obviously the best bank on the planet. So shout out to the American. But my guy, Mike P. Dart Ryder, catching trades and catching waves, my guy. Love seeing that. I hope you're having a fantastic day. We're still cooking up here. He's a savage. I love the Ryder.
I love him, bro.
I love the Ryder, man. So here we are, guys. AMD. Looking for that low of around 154.80, and then we'll take a little bit off. I don't have too many outs left, so we'll take one off there, and then we'll look for 54. We'll go for that home run move on AMD there, Sharif.
All right, guys, just keeping my eye here on ZEPP. Just broke out above trend, so I'm long here, 82s, looking to scalp up into that 13 level. This one, look, I got to tell you, I don't have a rule in official sense that says there has to be a certain amount of volume or I don't trade these low volume names, but I have it as an informal rule. And so I want to say that this is kind of breaching it, okay? We only have about 1.14 million shares traded on the day, and it's a little bit light over here. It's up 35%. It's got a hell of a chart pattern. We're going to see if I can work my way into this. I'm interested in dollar cost averaging into that 12.5. So I'm in at 80s, 82 exactly. I'm interested in adding and defending into about that $0.50. I might front run that $0.50 if it's warranted. We'll have to wait and see. There's been a seller here in the mid to high 80s for a bit of time, so I'm going to keep my eye onto that one. By grace, the dead one is coming to life. No, I don't know about that, man. I think it's just catching a little bit of a bid here as people are repositioning into it. I would be pleased as punch, okay, if the dead one came back to life. The dead one has been hurting my personal account now 7 months in a row, okay? We made all-time highs on Apple in mid-December, hitting that 260 ever so briefly, and every week and every month since that time, we have been making lower lows and lower highs. Needless to say, I would be very pleased if it made a move back up, but I'm not in control of that.
On a positive note,
yes, sir.
Catching divvies.
Oh, well, yeah, but it's that divvy on Apple is bucket.
Yeah.
You go into like a Philip Morris for the divvy. You go into like a bigger, a cash pig. You know what I mean?
We'll take it.
I'll take it. I'm not going to say no. Don't get me wrong, right? Like, I'm not an idiot. But yeah, certainly, Joseph, I'd love for Apple to do something other than make lower lows and lower highs. All right, we're doing it freaking live. We're getting a 95 print right now on ZEPP. We still, because of the spread, haven't printed that one below 13. It's a 13.01 high a day, but I like the look of this chart. Again, my only concern here on ZEPP is the spread and how it's trading at the moment. It's tightened up to about 5 pennies, 4 pennies, depending on whether you're looking the level 1 or level 2. Don't ask me why they don't have the same information. I do not have that answer. But there we go. We get the second print there. So we're long 82s. We're showing 96. I'd love a decisive break of 13, but knowing full well that 13 is an unlucky number and the whole dollar level, so we could encounter some selling. Shout out to Pablo Jesus, $2 super chat. What's going on with AT&T? I will have the answer for you when we get back.
AT&T, I can look into that. We also have Nvidia here on watch. David Sachs, who is, of course, the Trump administration's AI and crypto czar, doing his second interview of the day. He previously spoke on CNBC. Now he's speaking here on Bloomberg. Well, I'll have to let you guys know if there's any notable comments coming out of here, but it's worth noting he's already talked again about Nvidia, saying that he does see some merits to CEO Jensen Huang's case for easing curbs. I'll let you guys know if there's anything else here. Back to you.
Thank you, Adira. Boom! Joseph freaking Wilson. All right, let's take more over here. Big move up for ZEPP through 13, like it don't even matter. 13.22, high a day. This one's going. Be careful with this one. What I really liked about ZEPP was this, Joseph. How many times did we say these bangers are making lower highs? You have it over here on criminal. You have it here on USAR. You also had it on ZEPP. Alas, the trend line was decisively broken by my friend ZEPP over here, and that's why this one I felt quite confident getting in, and that's why I said to you guys, all dollar cost average into that 12.5. Well, what the hell is that 12.5 other than being the $0.5 psychological support level? It's the trend, so the trend line. So if the trend line was being used as resistance, the technical analysis books say if it's retested, it should act to support once it's cleared. Same thing with the horizontal areas of support and resistance. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on, Joey. I'm not going to let any part of this trade go against me. My stop goes to 12.79. We'll risk 3 pennies on the remaining amount.
Love that look there, my brother. All right, yeah, so I mean, we can't really complain. I thought Nvidia would have continued on today's session. I'm not saying that it's completely over yet. You can see we almost bounced off of this open right here, the 4 o'clock. Ooh. Ooh, it's over.
Trend is in the way,
over.
bro.
The trend, I gotta order that thing there, so we gotta get that. And I was gonna wear the shirt the other day, but that's right.
Oh, that's right. Is that for? Was that for Obi's grab?
I got the shirt there. So I was gonna wear that. Maybe when we hit 125, our primary target there,
Wow, just dunked on me. This guy just crapped on me, eh? Did you hear what he said, oh? He's like, maybe when we hit 125,000 on Bitcoin, I'll wear it again. You know what that number is, right? Remember the bet between him and I? Yeah, see that, oh? You see that? He's just dunking on me like that. All right. Okay.
Hey, swish.
The thing is, the Chilean nightmare just said in my ear, I'm waiting for 1 million. I want to remove the word or the phrase, I should say, all-time highs on Bitcoin.
Because it's going to continuously hit it. But we got to keep using it because, man, all-time high, all-time high, all-time high.
I don't think there's not going to be a thing. It's going to be kind of like every year, like fiat currency loses a little bit of value, but in this case, it gains value.
Gains value. Okay, I like that there. I wonder what that was that just fell. But yeah, there you go. No, but in all reality,
I'm putting it on.
I mean, we're up over 4% on the day, and you can see that it's been somewhat choppy. So we're just trading within this range. But I think that H20 chip news is going to add some more fuel to this fire, especially because they've expanded to the Gulfs now. So now I can hear Shreve's thing vibrating. So there's a lot of positive outlook for Nvidia for the future, and I'm going to be looking to get back in. I mean, I've sold the bulk of my swing that I've opened back in May, June, in late May or early May or whatever it may be. So I'm going to be looking to get back in, but I just had to sell some profits running on that $10 gap, and I wasn't expecting that whatsoever. So anything south of 172, then we're essentially sitting in a good position because we sold right at that level. So that's what we got going on. Apple is still cooking up a storm. CoreWeave, nice move on Tesla. That's starting to slowly cook up for you as well too. I like seeing that you grabbed it off of those lows. Hopefully you do get the volume weighted average price, but you can see that the market is somewhat stuck in limbo here because it's not doing too much, and I think it's being held up by the likes of NVDA.
All right, ZEPP, we go and sizzler. We go and sizzler. All right, man, here we go. We get top wick for now. I got 33s. I don't know how this is possible. I'm going to tell you the honest truth. I put my order at 1333 on ZEPP, okay? My high on my other platform over here says 1332. I don't have the highs and the lows over here. Actually, no. So this one says 33 is the high. So this one in my platform, my work platform, my home platform, conflicting here. So got 32s on here, but as you can see on the time and sales right there, it says 1333. So we did get 33 prints for ZEPP. This one is moving up quite nicely. Be on the lookout for this one to continue. It's up 37%. And still going. Great trend. It breached the 10 exponential on the 5 momentarily. It held the 20. So this one, to me, the deeper retracements are going to be kind of in between the 10 and the 20. But for the most part, it did hold up on the 10 on the day, at least so far. So back to the other trade that we've got on, CRML. We still have shares on this one, so I'm just going to wet the beak here at 63s because I'm concerned about this one putting in lower highs, okay? So we've got this area crest over here, this area crest, and then we kind of made a little bit of a higher high, but only on a wick basis, not on a closing print basis. So I am kind of concerned that someone's selling here at the 2/3 of a dollar, 366, 3 low 70s, in and around that area. I'm going to be looking for a break and take of that $0.75. I think, though, if it does come back into my 55s, that will be 3 lower highs, and that would make it a candidate for a flat bottom break. And I don't want to be part of that life, especially since I'm long. So my stop now moves up to break even. Joey, here we go again. We've got movement here, not on ANPA, but on CYCC. I'm negatory on this one, but I'll definitely be interested in taking again. And now we have higher lows. So area trough over here into about 10.5, 11. And then we have an area trough over here into 12. All the while, we've been using generally, I want to say 14 to 15 as that flat top. So this one is a good candidate possibly for a flat top break through 15. Trade it carefully. It's spready and volatile, and it's up plenty on the day. I know, Adair says, get it, CYCC. So I'm looking for this one above 15. Now, whether I'm able to catch it maybe a little bit before, and I don't know where the halt levels are either. I would love a tool that would show up on the chart that would just like point to the halt level, and then it would automatically change as the price action changed as well. So that would be really cool for small cap trading, I think, especially these super volatile names. So anyway, Joey, make a long story short, baby, I'm looking for continuation here on CYCC, ideally above 15.
All right, good luck there, brother, as always. All right, let's pull it up here, guys, and take a look at the top. Wow, okay. The top performing sectors, technology in the first one, up 1.2% here on the day, closer to 1.3. Everything else is in the red this morning, guys. Industrial sitting in that show place. Sorry, they're sitting in win place show. No, they're in the place, actually, if that makes any sense, which it probably doesn't. But industrial's only down about a fifth there, and then we have the communications down about a third as well. Then the bottom three, guys, utility down about 1.15, materials down about 1.3, and then we have the healthcare sector down about 1.4%. And then let's take a look at the past month performance and what has been the best performing major moving, I was going to say moving average here. So what we want to look at is IWM up 5%. The Q's 4.7, and then the DIA 3.7%. SPY sitting in that last place by just a hair, though. So there it is. There are some of the major indices right there, guys. IWM being an absolute beast, leading the way over the past month, up 5%.
Joey.
Which is crazy. Which is crazy because
don't you like that though? The rotation at least, so it shows some market balance.
You see more breadth. You like seeing more breadth. Yeah, you like seeing more breadth in the market. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we know how the small caps react to interest rates, very, very sensitive. So if they get a cut, you get a cut, that can be another positive tailwind.
Exactly.
For the IWM.
Well, you got Microsoft, you got Apple, you got Google. They got their own money, baby. They got plenty of cash on
to the debt market.
They don't have to go in the debt market. When you got to go in the debt market, that eats your margins, and it's that's why we always talk about small caps being super rate sensitive. Obviously, the entire market is rate sensitive. Don't get me wrong, but small caps a lot more than large and medium caps as well. So, gonna keep an eye on that. I've been talking to City Boy in the chat. He's making me laugh. It's all good, brother. I know what you mean. Shout out to Anuview. Anuview's of the opinion that 15 might be a hard road to hoe, and I definitely agree with that, my man. What's keeping me kind of optimistic, Anuview, about CYCC is kind of what I said before. We got higher lows over here. We definitely have some selling, I want to say in and around 14 to 15. You get the 14 top on this halt candle here. You got 15 over here where I took some scalps, but you can see that the closing prints were around 14.5, and then we just got a top wick here into 14.25 on CYCC. So I don't need to be jumping into this one super quick, but I am very much ready to jump in if I see what I like. Okay, so that's what I'm going to keep my eye on right now. CYCC. I also don't want to let ZEPP off the hook because this one, well, we got that 13 and a third move, but it's coming back into 13, and it has a candle of indecision that just closed at 11:45. Yeah, 11:45. So that's what I'm kind of looking at right now. With this doji candle that just closed at 11:45, it has a low of 12.87, but it holds up above the 10 EMA. It does lose 13, but it ended up closing above 13. This current candle kind of ensconced by the highs and the lows of the prior candle, so it doesn't really have a direction yet. What I'm thinking maybe is I can put a long, a resting order for a long above 1320, which is the high of the previous candle. 1319 is technically the high. So I'm thinking I don't want to let ZEPP off the hook over here. I feel that it might have more to offer, but I also don't want to give back anything, and I want to be strategic about where I enter. So the high of the prior candle, 19s, the low, 88s. And we're kind of in between right now, showing 02s on the bid and 10 on the ask. So that's what I'm keeping my mind, or keeping my eye on there. USAR as well. We had a good trade on that. Now this one, we got stopped out for the remaining amount. It did find support a little bit above VWAP, more around 14 and a fifth, 14 and a quarter, and now we're back up into 14 and 2/3. So now we're kind of doing that curling effect. I think I'm going to go long above 75. If this thing breaks above 14.75 decisively, I think I'm a buyer here on USAR, and that might be sooner than I thought. Here we go again, showing 69s now. There's a seller of note at 70s. There's about, I don't know, a few hundred lots, nothing really to speak of there. Mostly going to be hidden orders that we can't breach. At least for the moment. I also want to mention one other quick one over here, SLDP. This one hasn't done a whole lot, guys. It's up 18% on the day, but look at this very respectable support at $3, which also happened to be the volume weighted average price. There's ample liquidity here, so you could have been sizing in substantially, and you could have been playing the range of 10 cents, mind you, small, but predictable. 3 to the low side, 310, 311 to the high side, and now we're getting a breakout with a 319 high. So be on the lookout now for a retest of 310, maybe 311 as a support level. So that might be your entry into SLDP with an obvious out below 3 if it defended 3 here and gives it up on this latest pullback. Obviously, that would not be the right trade. So I'm keeping my eye on these ones. I don't think that they're giving up the ghost quite yet. We'll see what these ones have to offer, Joey.
Good look there, guys. All right, let's pull up this chain to see what we got going on. And this is what I was referring to, right? So in order for us to break through some of these key levels, it required a massive gap up or if you were to look at Blue Ocean. So thank you to Adam for showing me that yesterday. The Blue Ocean
saying he was in that too, bro.
Yeah,
he was Adam was telling him about that.
Yeah, the Blue Ocean was extremely hot last night, and you can see it displayed if you take a look at the chart from BL. So 165, that's gone. But the volume was there, and the momentum was most definitely there on the H20 news. So there you can see 170, we have 148,000 open contracts. And then I have to scroll all the way up to 207.5 to find that next substantial move, or open interest, I should say, in Nvidia. And what is that going to tell me? Hey, I'm going to be looking out for the coming weeks. If this size is starting to lift, and then eventually the largest is at 207, that's telling me that eventually NVDA will reach that target. Is it going to be immediately? No, I don't think so. We're still about 30-something points away, a little bit more than that. Closer to 40, but eventually 207 is going to be in the works, because that is just on this week's expiration cycle. So once those continuously roll over, and we start to compress and get closer to that strike price, there's going to be a massive move in there. So I'm going to most definitely be looking to get involved in one of the hottest tickers in the market right now. Off of those lows, we're probably up after that gap up, probably 90% or so off of those Liberation Day lows. But let's get an exact measurement of what that is, because this is some monster moves, and I do suspect a high level pullback. And with that gap up, keep an eye out for these indecision at those highs as well, because that could be a good opportunity for some puts. So 96% if we go to that peak, so almost 100% return off of Liberation Day lows. Best believe that I think the market is going to have a decent pullback eventually, but maybe not right now, right? Because we do have some big time laggards, in the likes of Google. I've been talking about Google and Apple for some time. I think Google has the potential to have some more tailwinds than Apple, but here it is, breaking through that resistance, and I believe that 190 is going to be in the works, roughly around there, 187, 189, 190, and that's going to be a big time move in Google, and that's going to help lift the market even higher than where it's currently sitting at. And the same thing with Apple. As soon as this thing starts to figure it out, and then they come out with that AI release that they really, really need to do, they need to hit the nail on the head with this one. one. Otherwise, you might see some more kind of indecision price action, and that's not something that we want. We obviously know that the tariffs in China have done a number on AAPL, but there will be some tailwinds in this, and I think Tim Cook and company will get this right, even though they're extremely late to the party.
Yes, sir. Absolutely agree. Well, I shouldn't say that, but I've got a little bit of hesitation. I'm mostly, obviously, I'm of the same opinion as you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in the company. But, you know, I do have some apprehension, Joey.
It's the cash. It's the cash, right?
Cash money?
Yeah. Cash can solve a lot of problems. And I think it's most definitely going to have to, they're going to have to use it to bail them out of the hole that they dug themselves.
Well said. Yeah. Well said. Yeah. And it's nice to be able to have cash like that. Yeah. All right, guys, we're long back into ZEPP. Shout out to ADL, by the way. When ADL was here, I want to read this out. Sharif, Joseph, if you remember when I came on the show, I said buy Nvidia around 108. Now look, Adam, I've never really questioned much of what you say, brother. I know you do your deep research, and I know you're running money, so obviously you're going to have your nose in the game there. Goes without saying. Shout out to ADL, all class Adam Deluce. All right, so that's what I'm keeping my eye on. ZEPP, we're back long here, 04s, Joey. We just got a print there at 20s. Now I'm waiting at 25s and then high 30s. Let's see if the juice is still left here in ZEPP. I'm looking for this one to kind of move back up. As I mentioned, I'm back into USAR. Where's my USAR chart? There we go. Now we're taking prints on my friend USAR as this one moves back up into the 80s. We still are unprinted here at 85. So let's go ahead and set up a little bit higher as well in the high 80s. There, we'll take the print there. And then we're going to set up a little bit lower than 15. Let's see what USAR has to offer. But oh, baby, ZEPP is headed back up into the high of day. 1337s. It's showing me 35s right now on the level 2. I'm waiting at 35, so it should be printing as soon as we hopefully get a move above that the spread there. So I'll pack my patience on that one, and then we'll also set up a beak wetter just a little bit below the $0.50. And Criminal is headed back to the upside as well, so we're taking prints on this one. It's now time to set up at 74s, and then we're going to set up a little bit above the high of the day for a high day break into 82 on CRML. It is putting in higher lows and higher highs, but it's not the end of the matter yet. Again, back to ZEPP as this one is taking out highs again. It's a 48 high now, Joey. On ZEPP now up 41%. I'm waiting here at 48s. Is this the right out, though? Is this the right out? Should I be taking it out in front of the $0.50? I will say yes, because of the psychological area of resistance. I don't mind getting back in, though. I have no qualms about getting back in. So I'm going to say I'm going to leave my order there. And there it is, Joseph. Oh. It just went. Oh, come on. No. Yeah, that can't be real, Neil. Did you see that? It just went up to 14.15. 1407. That's incorrect. 1407. But all of them are in a rampage up. Joey, Criminal just filled all my orders to the high side. Now we're keeping an eye on this one. Shout out to my other one over here, USAR. This one also clearing 85s finally. So let's keep an eye on the small caps, man. They are going. They are not giving up the ghost. Good move right now on these small cap gappers. I'm seeing SPET as well start to make moves, guys. Shout out to I want to shout out whoever mentioned this here. Give me a second. Yannick, shout out to Yannick, letting me know that SBET is back on the high side to the tune of 15 2/3, guys. So SBET on the move up. Shout out to Nimrod out in Israel. Shout out to my man. Hey, Habibi, I had some great day trades. I should have win, but lost due to the spread madness. Been there, brother. Can you elaborate a bit on what affects spread beyond volume? I always follow the minimum 1 million volume. That's a great question. I've often had trouble answering this myself. When something has the requisite amount of volume, why does the spread tend to open up at times? But I always end up coming back to the same issue. It is volume. It's just really how it's being participated in on the day. Kind of hard to articulate. Give me a minute. We're going to do something over here, and then I'll get back to your question.
All right, guys, looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up $1 million in capital, pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to thetop1futures.com. Start trading towards your next payout. Yes, that is a lunchtime bill. And yes, I'm looking forward to Friday's lunch. And yes, we are going to Adara.
Okay, can we just,
sorry.
okay.
Sorry.
It's okay, it's okay. No worries, no worries, no worries.
Sorry about that. We'll take a look here at this market. It's been a pretty interesting day. For the record, I still haven't seen any details on this Indonesian trade deal, but I bring that up because Donald Trump did tease it earlier today, and that's not the only Donald Trump-related catalyst we need to keep an eye on today, because he will be attending this energy event here, the inaugural Pennsylvania energy event coming through at 2:30 p.m. We did have crypto and AI czar David Sachs speaking about this event on a couple different news platforms today, including CNBC and also Bloomberg. As far as I heard on both of those, apparently he's already in Pennsylvania, so you're going to expect him there as well. Keep an eye here on NVDA. This one chopping around a little bit. We know that Jensen Huang, CEO of the company, is apparently going to be filing for this application to sell their AI chips to China. Again, AMD announcing something pretty similar here. And David Sachs, AI czar, said that he's not really sure that they should be selling their top chips, but they still do need to be able to compete in China. Here we have CoreWeave, CRWV, this one chopping around here ahead of that Pennsylvania AI event. Both CoreWeave and Google announced that they are investing various amounts here at CoreWeave, I believe $6 billion in AI-related infrastructure in Pennsylvania. So keep an eye on these catalysts. We're going to send you over to Neil. And as always, exciting lesson of the day, but make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to enjoy Neil's lesson. Without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Lesson of the day today is brought to you by my dad. I have my family, well, my parents live like literally 10 minutes away from me, but I have my nephew visiting. And while he's visiting, my parents were over, we had a good like dinner and was chatting with my dad. And there's something that he always said that brought me to this lesson. If somebody wants to tell you and show you the type of person they are, listen to them. And it's something that always sort of stuck with me. Like, just, you know, you can want to believe certain things, but when someone's literally telling you and showing you the type of person they are in a general sense, you should listen to it and then go from there. If a stock is showing you what it wants to do and what it wants to be, you should also make sure you listen. And this is 100% in regards to what happened to MP, or what happened to me in MP today, where yesterday in MP, it was a early break and scalp, right? It was in a gap up in consolidation, and so then yesterday it could not break past 50. It was an early break and a scalp trade. And sometimes we get a little wrapped into, well, I missed that trade on MP yesterday, so when it breaks out, I'm just going to do the early scalp part of the trade. So I trail out of it when it comes back down. Now, what's obviously true is when a stock shows you what it wants to be, like on the day that it's making the first move up, not the consolidation after, but the first day after the move, not just one big move, but then a big continuation move after the open. It's a squeeze stock. And a squeeze stock, when it gets into a new price range, you're supposed to let it go. When it's condensed, scalp, because it's not breaking out and shorts aren't getting scared until it breaks above. But when it's breaking out, it's in that new range. It's a squeeze stock. That's what you know about it. That's the reason it was parabolic a couple of days ago with the DoD story. So you gotta maybe let it ride a little bit more and give it more breadth, because it's not this in the consolidation. When it's out of the consolidation, you gotta let it fly. So a lot of times you can get anchored to what happened the day before. I know that I did. And the overwhelming other story is, I'm gonna go to a daily chart first so that this has a little more effect. And I pick on these guys a lot. Oh, I know it's New York. I know I say a lot and pick on Mullen a bunch. But this chart it's with good reason when the chart looks like this. I don't need to explain to you what sense of direction you should favor on a stock that does this. To each their own. If you have an answer that's different from me, I don't know what to tell you. But what I can say is if you know this is a stock that absolutely loves to pump and dump, and you know that on Friday, and we talked about this on Friday, it double topped and then it just absolutely flushed. When a stock does this, and you know it does this, and there's some random nonsense catalyst, which is what it usually has, and goes right into prior support, you don't have to have it the first time, and it double tops again, you got to join the short. You could miss half the move and just short it at VWAP here with tight risk and get it for the rest of the day. And what does it do today? Right in here. Now, I paid for locates, but I was too busy trading some of the bigger cap tech stocks and just didn't bother to do anything with it. There are some trades like holding on to MP because it's in a new range. The last time it made a new range, it went parabolic. Let it go parabolic. Or last time Mullen did this exact same try to gap up and double top, it did the same fall down and VWAP and for the rest of the day. If a stock is showing you a pattern and it's something that you're traded before, then you just got to go hit it. Don't try to pretend it's something else. Or don't pigeonhole it. Or don't try to force a different setup on it like I did in MP. Just let it be what it was the time before, or that you've seen a million times, and then just go and do the simple thing. Now, I myself should have been short Mullen, and it should have been my #1 stock today, because when it does this, it's just free money. Now, imagine you could short $12.80 and get 10.5 out before it even bounces. And you could risk 40 pennies to make 2.5. Now, if I said that on Apple, everyone would lose their minds. Which one is an easier setup, everybody? Not everyone can trade penny stocks. Which one's easier? Show me a big cap stock that would be as easy as simply hitting this flat bottom break on Mullen and catching a 4-to-1 trade. I'm waiting, because I don't think you'll find it. Yesterday, a penny stock gave the same breakout to the upside where the risk to reward is just better. Sometimes it's that simple. Let a stock be what it is, and when it shows you in spades the type of stock it is, take advantage of it. That's what you got to do. That is your lesson of the day. Listen to what the stock is telling you. If it says it's a pump and dump, then you take the turn when it gives you the confirmation. If it says it's parabolic, then you let it fly like MP. Simple lesson of the day there. Hopefully that resonates. I know with MP and Mullen, 2 missed trades today, it resonates with myself. That's why I'm giving it to you. Back to the Bash Brothers, everybody.
Quickly to me first, though. Sorry about that. Thank you, Neil, for that awesome lesson of the day. Citigroup on watch. They actually did announce here. Apparently, they are exploring issuing a stablecoin. So keep an eye on Citigroup with a stablecoin-related catalyst. Then we've got Roblox. Variety reporting apparently that the company is announcing a new licensing platform for Experience, and they're aiming to open License Manager to all eligible IP holders in the coming months. So keep an eye here on RBLX and C's. We send you over to the Bash Brothers.
Can I say something to you? I just saw, those workshops that teach kids skills, math.
Yeah.
So they're teaching Roblox now in some of these. It had a sign outside. It was skills development for kids, math, science, blah, blah, blah. And one of the things was Roblox. So I was interesting.
Well, I think video gaming is obviously to a certain extent is good for kids.
Right?
Honestly, because as a kid, that's what I played video games with. And it definitely helps translate into something like this. Because there's a gamification about trading, right? So just punching keys and everything along those lines, understanding what the chart is. You can make it a game, and that's essentially what we try to do there.
Agree.
My friend, Google's starting to tank. Apple right back into the volume-weighted average price. I heard you talking about SBET, so I don't want to steal your thunder, but I'm going to take a look at it anyway, Sharif, there.
You can tell he's been through that, right? Shout out to the Chilean nightmare, man.
Oh,
he always comes
with
anything. He said it in my ear.
What did he say?
He's just don't rage quit. Right, for Roblox, I'm assuming some feelings there left
I've never played the game. I have no idea what it is or what it does, to be honest with you. Do you?
I've never even logged into it. I just live vicariously through the Katina man, who spends a lot of money on it for his kids.
Login, I wouldn't even get that far. I've never even done it before, so. I don't remember the last time actually, no, I downloaded Call of Duty on my PC a while ago. I tried it a couple of times, just got absolutely murked, and then I'm like, yeah, that's enough of that. Back to trading.
Well, Fabian downloaded it in the early 2010s. He tried it a little bit, but...
Roblox?
Roblox, yeah.
All right, shout out Fabian.
When he was young.
But yeah, no, way to call this one out there. Okay, all right. So about 5 years ago. All right, so there it is, guys. A nice breakout there on SBET. Sharif. Way to call that one out. And the volume's really starting to pick up in this name. So that is a good signal. Wait for a retest, and then maybe you can get a continuation of the trend. I'm looking for a potential add opportunity in AMD, but not only if it doesn't stop me out, right? You can see we have this definitive trend line. We're constructing these lower highs. So as long as this holds up, then I think there might be a good add opportunity for the break of this level, and then maybe you can head into the opening price. Will put us around right around 153 and change, Sharif.
Joseph, ZEPP, I'm just going to call it ZEP because I can't keep focusing on saying Z instead of Z. It's driving me crazy. ZEP is on that good stuff right now. It's up only 55%. It's not a triple-digit winner, but look at this move, guys. We're moving dollars at a time now. It is a $14.99 high, so essentially 15 bucks. We haven't touched the 10 EMA since 11:55. So going on now almost 15 minutes or so, the last time we even came close to it. The 10 EMA is currently showing me 13.75. The level 2 is showing me 14 and 2/3. So we're extended here away from that 10 EMA, but I'm super interested getting back into ZEP or into ZEP over here if I can set up in the right way. So this one is on that good stuff, guys. It's a continuation play. Be on the lookout for that. Also, Joey did mention this out. Sorry, I dare to keep you waiting, but I want to mention SBET because this is on that good stuff as well. So SBET, we know about this. It's a former convict. Everybody, even non-small cap traders know about this. And Neil, we have not had a red candle since 11:30 on SBET on the 5-minute chart. We're forming one right now, but we have 4 minutes for this candle to close. So this is on that good stuff right now into the high of the day, 28.33 high there at Dara.
We have some very interesting, I'll put it that way, comments coming from Howard Lutnick, who is, of course, U.S. Commerce Secretary on CNBC. Previously, we had comments coming from David Sachs, who is the AI and crypto czar for the White House, on basically the same topic. But some of Howard Lutnick's comments here on these China chip sales are very interesting. He's saying that the U.S. is selling China their 4th best chip to stay ahead of China so that they'll purchase U.S. chips. He says that the goal is to get Chinese developers, quote, addicted to the U.S. stack. So yeah, really being very open here about, I guess, this strategy here with regards to selling these U.S. chips to China. Previously, earlier today, we did have David Sachs, who is the, as I mentioned earlier, the White House AI and crypto czar. He said that they don't want to sell their best chips to China, but they certainly do have incentive to sell some chips to China so that they compete with the market share in the region. So lots of commentary coming through here. Just be aware that that we do have Howard Lutnick, U.S. Commerce Secretary, speaking on CNBC. Back to you.
Shout out to Lunatic over here. Yeah, he looks like he's having a good time.
Yeah.
You know.
Nice salt, pepper.
But no, seriously though, guys, let's just talk about this like for real. Jensen shows up to the White House on Friday, and then we got a deal on Tuesday, and we already knew. I reported to you guys that after he left the White House on Friday, he was weaseling on over to China. There had to have been something. It was only logical that he was speaking to Donald Trump about some sort of export restriction before he went on to China. I mean, what could they have talked about that? Everything good?
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Fly?
No, it was annoying me, whatever that thing was there.
So yeah, and let's Adara's repeated this many times as well as she should. They're not selling their best, their Hopper.
Yeah.
They're not selling Blackwell.
Yep.
The 200 or the 300. 300 is not in production yet. But they're selling the H20. And Joey, as I reported this morning, they got the RTX as separate China-specific AI GPU. So if Donald Trump flips a switch, and we know Donald can do that in a second if he changes his mind on something, he's got a backup, not just the H20, right?
Absolutely. I agree with you on that. Yeah. So as Adara mentioned, they're only selling the 4th best chip, which is generally what you want. You want them to be using NVIDIA stack. And sorry, what's the platform called that they? CUDA.
Yep.
CUDA, right? And you want them to use these things. So what it does is kind of leaves them in this bubble where like, hey, we're used to using NVIDIA's chips, and we're not going to expand too much. We know Huawei's coming out with their own, but that's not going to be really comparable to the GB. So that's really, really important. That's why we're seeing this positive pop in NVIDIA. So that's going to add a lot more to NVIDIA's balance sheet once again. So do you think that so $4 billion off last time. So now are we going to be pricing in an additional $4 billion plus onto some potential earnings leading into?
I'm assuming that's why we had the rally overnight. If you guys know about Blue Ocean. Obi was telling me about how Nvidia was trading yesterday on Blue Ocean. The market didn't wait, man. Again, like you and I always talk about this, the market will discount things super dang quick. So as soon as you have that information, the market's going to incorporate it into the price really, really quickly. So there you go, man. I mean, I like this. Just from an AI diffusion perspective, Joseph, don't give Huawei a runway or SMIC.
Exactly,
Don't give them
exactly.
the runway to build up, because it's not just going to be Chinese purchasers of these GPUs or these advanced AI chips. Once they've proven concept by Chinese companies using them, guess who else is going to buy them?
Yep.
Everybody that doesn't want to fork over $30,000, $40,000 for a Hopper or more for a Blackwell.
Yep.
So you're giving them the opportunity to get into the game. So I do like the way that Jensen is pitching this to Donald, is if we don't get it done, somebody else will. Do you want us to be the leaders in AI, or do you want the Chinese or whoever else fills the vacuum because you're going to restrict the chips? I do find that as a sound argument. Well, like everything in life, I feel it has to be balanced on, yes, your boy over here is a Libra, the Libra scale. And, you know, obviously on one side of the equation, I don't want the Chinese military getting their hands on it, nor do I want Chinese companies to perform better or as good as or American companies. But on the other hand, I also have to make sure that, you know, we're leading the way so that my profitability can kind of stay intact. It's a tough kind of balance to strike there.
Well, we know either way they're going to obviously get their hands on some of the better chips via Singapore or whatever it may be, right? But again, if we can still sell them, the Americans can still sell the H20, maybe that's going to just cause a little less demand for those black market chips that they're kind of getting offshore. So yeah, really good look, and I think it's going to continue to price things in. I'm glad that Nvidia didn't go on a massive rip this morning. Why? Because this can give us a nice consolidative breath, and then you take that leg higher. Pug Life was mentioning about some call walls at 175, et cetera. Now we're just talking about things from a technical standpoint, but eventually we will get up to those numbers. And I think 200 will most definitely be in the works with Nvidia, because now they've expanded their client base going to the Gulf countries, et cetera. Haven't even really tapped into Europe, I don't think, to be honest with you, Sharif. Europe doesn't got too much going on, but now China is back on the table. There's some big things happening for Nvidia in the future.
Well said, man. Let me know when, Assassino. Okay, so we're no problem. All right, I'm back into ZEP over here. So this one hit 15, dropped in one 5-minute candle from $14.99 down to $13.50. I'm long here at 71. I've already scalped up in the high 80s. I'm looking for a 14 beak wetter. I'm looking for a 10 EMA hold on the 5. That's my move here. I stop out below the $0.50. It's really that simple, okay? So let's see if this one wants to catch a bit of a bid to the high side, kind of retrace a little bit. It was a big move up, and now it's at the 10 EMA.
Hence is breaking out.
Why I got in. Thank you for letting me know. Joseph Baba is on the rampage now into 115. Big moves here. This is kind of the Nvidia play still. I mean, Jensen calling Nvidia's H20 play a huge call. Ignites $15 billion AI bonanza. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Beta Pro. Okay, all right, guys. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3x daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Shout out to the great folks there at Beta Pro. All right, so that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, guys. ZEP, I'm looking for a hold of the $0.50 and a move above 14. Here we go. It's already showing me 95s. I'm waiting for this one to clear. Let's see if we can possibly get back up to 15 separately. Over here, I've been continuing to hold my order on criminal, and the best print that I got, 77 so far. I'm looking for an 80 break, but it did double top at 80. So you did have a rejection originally at 1020 at 380, and you had it again here right at 1210 at 380. So let's see how this cookie crumbles. I'm not going to add into this position until it drops back into the volume weighted average price. It's been respectful. It's been respectful of VWAP twice today. Initially here on 3-candle hold up from 1055 to 1105, and then we had a 2-candle hold up from 1130 to 1135, both of which defended quite well, and both of which made higher highs and higher lows. ANPA is now moving here, says, I don't know how to say your name, brother, but look, ANPA is below the volume weighted average price, or kind of below the volume weighted average price. Not good enough for me. It's got to start making higher highs. Right now, all I see is area high, lower high, and another lower high. We got to break trend for me to get involved. Adara.
Keep an eye here on the market. We are having some commentary here from Howard Lutnick, who is, of course, the U.S. Commerce Secretary. He's speaking a little bit more here about this Indonesian tariff. Donald Trump teased a tariff announcement with Indonesia, but did not provide any details. Howard Lutnick is providing some details. He's saying that apparently the deal with Indonesia involves a 0% tariff on U.S. goods, but Indonesia will be still getting tariffs on their goods. It's a little bit confusing. I'll wait to see if there's more details. But either way, I wanted to let you guys know we did get some kind of update here with regards to that Indonesian tariff, though nothing from Donald Trump himself. Back to you.
Good luck there. Thank you very much. So yeah, this is what I was referring to earlier, guys. We'll talk a lot about this. So just moving sideways, trading around that 171 within a couple dollar range here, you can see. But let's zoom out and see what we got going on. Just keep an eye out for this candle to close like this, because then you might potentially get a gap fill. And I'll take that most definitely, considering that we've been on a 90-something plus percent return from those April 7th lows there. So yeah, it's a really good look in Nvidia. Be exact, 96%. So you can't go wrong, especially if we get a pullback. I wouldn't mind something into the 150s, but I don't even know if we're going to get that. There's so much good going for this name. It's almost like you have to get on every micro pullback or slowly start to allocate some of these shares. Because as Sharif just brought up, that's another $18 billion approximately on the balance sheet.
Yeah, it was like, I think, Joey, they took... I have it in my notes.
Yeah.
We were all talking about a $5.8 billion charge or something like that, but that was on the quarter. I think the yearly, full year was bigger.
Okay, yeah, significantly bigger.
Yeah.
All right, so that's a positive sign. So there it is on Nvidia. Enough of that one. We'll be talking about the chip space throughout the session, but let's take a look at Alibaba as it broke through some of these key highs, guys. So a big time move. And I heard you say that they grew on the quarter. China grew like 5-point-something%.
Yeah, I got that in the notes actually here.
I don't know how much I believe of that, but I mean the stimulus can most definitely
but
add
to be fair,
that.
I know everyone questions the numbers out of there, and I respect that.
Yeah.
But they also report bad numbers. Don't forget,
they do,
right?
Yeah,
so we do get bad numbers
fair.
from them.
And they're stimulating the economy as well too.
They are, and they were quite
right?
open about that.
So that's fine. So that can obviously justify the growth, the gross domestic product growth. So that is a positive look, and some of these ADRs are really starting to come into play. But if you ask me, I'm gonna stick with this until otherwise. But for me, I will not be investing in any of these Chinese ADRs. And that's just me personally, right? I don't want to sit through any of this. These ebbs and flows are absolutely mentally taxing. And for me, if I can just avoid something in this class or even in China, that's totally fine with me, because I already have enough of a headache worrying about what's going on in the American markets. And I don't need other catalysts coming in with China. Next thing you know, something goes horribly wrong and you're back down to $100 or $97 on Alibaba Group.
Well said, Joseph. Well said. Guys, I'm keeping my eye on ANPA because I see it is trying to make a move above that previous area high, ANPA. I really get involved with this one or get my attention if it breaks above that $0.50. So I'm just going to throw it an alert at that, $0.50 exactly. Usually I put it a little bit below just to front run it, but that's kind of what I'm looking at now. Now, ZEP is going to get stopped out if it loses 50 pennies. Okay, so we extracted only one beak wetter on this one. I have a very small position here because of the danger, and we just did get stopped out there. So we will give back here some on ZEP. Kind of annoying there, but that's okay, and that's how trading is. All right, guys, with Trade the Pool's swing trading program, you can get access up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not these CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk thanks to a one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payments, no hidden cost. Take Vincent J, for example, one of Trade the Pool swing traders. He's already locked in $23,082 in profits. His top performer, a stock called NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in $6,777 gain. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. So scan that QR code and enjoy 10% off. ANPA is now taking out that 50 penny area. Where's my ANPA screen over here. There it is. Let's watch. Do we reject this area? We know there's going to be resistance likely at that $0.5, given the candle at 11.25. So let's see if we can clear that $0.5 with some distance. Otherwise, I want no smoke with this one. I'm going to pack my patience on that. I also want to mention that we made a new high a day here on criminal into 81s. Alas, I did not get the print there, so it's going to wet the beak here super quick as I go back to AMPA, because I want to focus on this one. If we clear the $0.5 here decisively, I think there could be a possible continuation trade, maybe back into 6, into 7, something like that. We're going to keep an eye on this one. I don't mind punching in, but I got to see all the right ingredients. And let's not look at, a 10 or 20 penny move above the $0.5. Let's see a decisive move, because right now we're currently rejecting it again with this current candle turning red, Joey. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. Soothing nature. Can XRP pop back to the high a day? I'll keep my eye on XRP. Are you talking about the coin, or are you talking about the stock there, Soothing nature? Let me know. But I just want to keep my eye on AMPA here, because it does look like it's taking out the $0.5, but again, not far enough for me to want to get involved. And there you go, dropping below 40s. It feels like that short seller in and around that 5.5 still in play here. We'll pack our patience. We'll keep an eye out on this one, and I'll check our XRP for you while I watch this one.
Oscarito mentioned something this morning, so I think it's coming on ARCA and on the Amex. By this Friday, XRP ETF coming out, UXRP being launched. So that's going to be very interesting. XRP will catch up to BTC as it goes sideways. Save man-woman peace. I don't think so whatsoever. I'm not going to say that you're wrong, but you got to think about supply and demand, right? That there's the reason why Bitcoin is moving how it is, and I'm pretty sure there's an infinite amount of XRP that you can grab, or something that isn't substantial. But that's why Bitcoin has its true value, is because there's obviously a finite amount, and there's only so much supply circulating right now. So, and eventually it'll all be gone in the year like 2140 or something like that. So long past my life. So yeah, all right, AMD, or maybe you never know. Maybe I could channel my inner Brian Johnson and get that you get that full life. I don't know. Apparently that guy's not too healthy, Brian Johnson.
Are you talking about like the people that would come on TV?
No, Brian Johnson, the guy who's all about kind of de-aging himself.
The guy that goes in the egg and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, he's taking like 40 supplements a day.
Can I tell you? They put like a side-by-side of this guy with Liver King.
Yeah.
And
Liver
because
King
they're the
looks
same
rough.
age, apparently. Yeah. Liver King looks substantially older. Because they didn't show Liver King's body. They just showed his face and then that other Brian Johnson.
Yeah, but Brian, yeah. So it's
Did
Brian
you see that one?
Yeah, no. I never seen the comparison, but yeah, Liver King. Yeah, I don't know about that guy, to be honest with you. He's in phenomenal shape, but he's looking pretty old to me, if you ask.
Well, yeah, and like he's on hormones.
Yeah.
So well,
but no, he's not Brian Johnson. He's definitely not on hormones or anything.
He doesn't look like he's on hormones. Yeah.
No, but in all seriousness, guys, I'm out of this AMD trade. It came back to my break even, so I don't think I'm going to be hopping into anything else. The TQs, you can see, I'm so glad. It was my number 3 on the list today, and I'm glad that I personally haven't traded this, because look at how it's just moving, right? You can see we've got a high of around 86 and a low of around 85.30. So it's just been trading within this point range, right? So I don't want any part of this disorderly price action. And I think at this pace, you can see that we're constructing these lower highs. We will break through this lower end and then start to fill some of this gap. So I think that could be a potential trade, maybe not today, but on another session.
Sorry, Adair, I keep signing you out.
Joe, there's a finite amount of XRP, and they burn with every transaction. Okay, yeah, XRP has a use case, but okay, that's fair, and I understand that, right? XRP is better for transactions. It's faster. It can hold up. It can conduct significantly more transactions than what Bitcoin is. But I don't think they're anything relatively close. And if it does, then your boy's got some, and then I'll be sitting on some pretty pennies if he even gets anywhere close to that. But I don't think XRP has the ability to mimic what Bitcoin's been doing. Sure.
Yeah, I want to chart XRP for the guy in the chat there. I do apologize, forgot your name already. I'm not very good with names. Give me a second over here. Soothing nature. But Adair keeps logging me It's a Dara's trading view.
And another good point here, sorry, as well. Jack B. Nimble says XRP is totally centralized, right? Ripple, I'm pretty sure it's owned by a bank. So
yeah. So Soothing Nature want to know if we can get back to the high of the day. The high of the day to me seems 29.30. Look, we're putting in lower lows and lower highs. So I'm not saying we can't, but there's your area crest. And now we're kind of rejecting this area over here. There's your area trough. That's the implied balance open. And there's another lower high. So hard to know. It feels like we're selling off a little bit here, even from yesterday's time frame. It has been a series of lower highs and lower lows with maybe some higher lows over here. Kind of hard to see over here what the range is going to be here on XRP. It's kind of looking consolidated. Whether it reaches back into highs, it's kind of hard for me to gauge there, brother. I do apologize about that. Kind of hard to see. I want to mention another one over here for Cosmic Consciousness. He wants me to look at IBG. So IBG, Innovation Beverage Group, it's an almost $12 million market cap. Let's start with the daily, especially when it's a stock I don't know. Start with the daily there. So this is an outsized runner. As you can see, it's had these huge days, but most of the time it gives back those huge days. So it's a former runner, it's a former convict with big outsized days. Today it's about 25%, a little bit lower, 24.25% in Greensville. But today is not the first day it was running. It really started, this is the 4-hour chart. Excuse me, that's not the daily. So yesterday, it ran quite aggressively yesterday. It was south of $1. That's why I didn't have notice of it. It did end up closing at around that $1.26, $1.29. What I do like about this Cosmic Consciousness is that even though it did drop below that dollar momentarily, look where it's back up. And it's got higher lows and higher highs, even though the body of the candle, almost nothing to speak of there. At least it's not giving up the entire move, and it's got higher highs. Now, what I'd be looking for generally is a hold of that dollar, whether or not we get that continuation back into the high of the day at $1.60. Technically, the official high day is $1.42, but the pre-market saw us go to about $1.60 there. This is not a bad look. It's not a bad look, but I think it's shown its hand prior, where it's had these outsized days, and then it has Christmas tree or upside down V retracements. Today, we are getting higher lows and higher highs. So today might be a little bit different, but kind of hard to tell, my man. Kind of hard to tell. Not a bad look here on IBG. All right. It looks like I got bottom wicked here on the last remaining amount of ZEPP. ZEP, so I'm getting back into this monster with a $0.50 hold there, Joey, as I'm looking for this one to retake some of the momentum to the upside. What do you got?
All right, there. Good look there. So you can see we're starting to sell a little bit again on AMD, so that downtrend's still holding up. We haven't broken it and sat on top and climbed higher, so that's a positive note. With that being said, let's talk a little bit about coin, because we're going on all about all this crypto talk. So what a monster move. And I think this stablecoin news is just going to continue to make this thing run. So 351, putting in almost a high of around 400 there. So a really good look in Coinbase. And I think at any point, if you can grab a pullback on this name, so you can see we go in this monster room, and then look at this pullback. Relatively shallow, but I mean in all relative talk to what we've got going on, 381 to 336. Boom, that's a $50 pullback, and then sure enough, from that 331, you go up $60. So that's kind of something that I'm going to be keeping an eye out on. I most definitely will be keeping an eye out on Bitcoin for this pullback, because I think that we're going to continue on this trend. Institutional still buying up on this, and it's crypto week, so I'm not surprised by the rumor sell the news type event. But other than that, I don't got too much going on right now. We'll talk a little bit about the options chain and what we got cooking up there. We'll go through a couple names with the likes of Google, considering we're now north of, I believe, that 180 level, which I think was going to be a massive pivotal moment for this name. So 183.20, this is exactly what I want to see in Google. And then we'll pull it up here, 185. 39,300 contracts. That is the largest size that we're seeing on this week's expiration cycle. So, I mean, we might get that magnet effect and run into those levels. Those 180s are now underwater, so watch out for that. Who knows? We could definitely run into that neck of the woods and head south of that. But that's kind of what the thesis I was building on Nvidia as well, too. We'll touch on that one more time momentarily. But there it is, 185 potential call wall on this one. And then someone also mentioned Tesla. Let's pull up Tesla's options chain to see what we got going on. See, excuse me. The thing about Tesla, sorry. The thing about Tesla is that you go on these months where it's extremely in play, and then you go for a couple of months where it's just like no one even really wants to look at this stock because Elon decides to start a new political party or do something crazy like buy X and Twitter or fight Donald Trump. So like the list goes on what this guy's been doing. So again, once some positive news comes out, and I don't think it's necessarily going to have to do anything with the vehicles, Tesla. Oh yeah, good job there, Ramin.
Easy,
and
Wow,
so
you
it's gonna
saw
yell.
that, eh?
Did I ever see that one?
Saw that,
We won't repeat what Ramin just the signal she gave me. But 320, there is some size right there. 46,000 open contracts right there. And then sure enough, if we go up the chain, all we can see is that 340. And I don't even think we're going to be in that works right now, to be honest with you guys. Put wall at 300. I would have more of an aim towards that specific level until we get some positive news that's going to be backing or a solid tailwind for Tesla this year.
All right, guys, criminal is at the high of the day. CRML, I keep calling it criminal. It's at the day's high right now. Good strength on CRML. 383 high. I think 380s was that previous area that we kind of rejected. So we're not that far ahead of that 380 area. So be on the lookout here for possible resistance to step in. I want to talk about SBET because SBET's not giving up the ghost at the moment. Where's my SBET screen? Do I even have one? That's the question. I do not. Okay. So we're going to take off YOUL because that's been having trouble with the VWAP. We're going to throw SBET on there, which trades on the NQ. Decent spread here on SBET, only 3 pennies, 2 pennies there. I know this one doesn't suit, yeah, that's not good enough. I know it, Dara. I knew you were going to say that. But this one's holding up here quite nicely at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It's got 3 candles previously here of indecision, both of which are doji candles. Some were bottoming tails and some are topping tails. So which way does this cookie crumble? Do we have the legs to get back and stay above 28, even though the high of the day goes to 28.33? We're not exactly rocketing up here. So what's prior bar low? Prior bar low is like basically the low of this candle. So prior bar low over here, 27.73. Let's give this one a try. See if we can take out something over here. We're going to put 27.69 as our out. So we'll give this one some room. What do we got on? We got 94s, Joey. Okay, so let's go ahead and layer the orders here. It's going to be a tough 28 break, I think. There's definitely a short seller at around 28. You can kind of just see that based on the price action. So we're not going to risk too much to see if we can on a try and get a decisive $28 break. Whether we get it or not, we'll have to wait and see. But we're going to give this one a try here on SBET. Through the highs. It looks like it is bull flagging, but not everything that you see that looks like a bull flag actually is a bull flag. There we go. We get a 28 pop, so we'll get a quick print there, but the seller at 28 is still there, still viable and keeping this one below. There we go. Now we took it out, and then the sell order came as quick as you like. So as soon as we touched anything above 28, you saw the selling come in very aggressively there. That's why we've got the topping tail candle on the prior candle. That 1230 candle has a low of 27.73 and a high of 28.11. So anything above 28 seems to be met with aggressive selling. Can we shake the seller at 28? We're going to have to find out over here, de-risking a little bit through that level. So we'll pack our patience and see what we can get here on SPET. If we can get a decisive break, I think this could be on the move up. But yeah, a lot of people already know about this. There's a lot of short sellers involved, and they could be pegging the whole dollar here for possible resistance. So let's keep an eye out on that. Have you seen the new Superman? Is the poll. I'm going to say no, I have not seen it. I don't have any aversion to Superman. In fact, he's one of my favorite superheroes. I know who my favorite is, though. I'll start with you.
I know Tony Stark.
Easy work. Easy work. Easy work.
Neil's giving you looks over there.
All right. So I'm Iron Man all day, all night, right? I get that there's a lot of overlap between Batman and Iron Man. They're both good with women. They're both really good with technology.
Yeah.
They're both wealthy.
Yeah.
I like all 3 aspects of those things.
Yeah.
So I see that there's a lot of overlap. I just happen to Iron Man better because I want to fly around.
You want to fly around?
Absolutely, I want to fly around.
Okay. For me, I have not seen the new Superman, But if I wanted to be anybody,
Okay.
it's James Bond, 007. Yeah.
Let me hold on. You really want to open up this can of worms again?
Yeah.
You did. Yeah. So you did this on purpose?
No.
Oh, okay. Because you're gonna piss Neil off.
Why?
Right?
Why?
Because what you said last time, man.
Wait.
What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? Like you don't remember what happened?
Tomorrow never dies, bro. Don't ever question my guy. Period. Ever. It's crazy.
Neil's coming in. I told you,
man.
bro. All right, man. The fact that you get him, Neil.
You know, the interesting thing about you and James Bond and your love for Pierce Brosnan is that when the first Bond that Pierce Brosnan was in, it wasn't even written with him in mind. They actually had Timothy Dalton in mind, who was better than Pierce Brosnan, in my opinion.
No, if he was better, he would have been in it. If he was better, he would have been in it.
They made a mistake, and then they doubled down on the Bond that had a little bit more like youth and oomph to him, a little more edge, and that's why they went with Daniel Craig after, because Timothy Dalton did it first after Roger Moore, and they were going to continue with him. I don't know why they did, but I mean, like, no disrespect to Pierce Brosnan, but what I can get behind, however, he's not a superhero, is wanting to be James Bond. I can get behind that, wanting to be James Bond.
Oh, yeah.
I can get behind that.
He's not
I
a
just
superhero.
disagree with who the best
Neil.
James Bond is.
Agree.
I'm going to throw this out there, though. No, most people will not know who this is, but my favorite superhero as a kid was the actual. I say the original Captain Marvel. I don't mean the movie Captain Marvel. If you ever read the comic books, the Captain Marvel in the comic books had an interesting sort of alter ego. Like, it wasn't that he had an alter ego. He literally would trade places with a regular dude, and when Captain Marvel was in the world, this other guy had to sit in like this like negative zone, and like they were in each other's heads, but he would just sit there and he's by himself, and they would trade places. So it's like, forget about the alter ego. As he's saving the world, this regular dude has to have his life disrupted, and he's just sitting in the middle of like some alternate dimension by himself in Captain Marvel's head. And then they would switch places. So like the literal mental discipline to not go insane, but be able to sacrifice for yourself to, well, now you're gonna have to gotta tag you in. I get to now sit out for the next like couple of days while you go save the world, and I'm just sitting there. All this nonsense. It's a really interesting dynamic that no one else touched again. When they did the Captain Marvel movie, I'm like, oh my goodness, are they going to do this? And then they completely changed it all up and went a different direction, which is neither here nor there. It stunk. Anyways, back to trading. And there is something different.
What happened?
Can I go to the market for a second? If I can. I'm shorting Circle.
Oh.
Because, okay, for two reasons. One, because it's stair-stepping down. Two, because, well, I just looked at what happened at the end of the day yesterday. I was looking at the charts, and I was going over a few things, looking at CoreWeave do nothing, and I noticed this breakout at the top on Circle. And then I was actually talking with the algo guys about how choppy everything was, and there was just no distinction. Like, look at all this nonsense above that breakout price, and then eventually it turned. Well, things got very clear right around here where it bounced and goes right into that 200 zone that it broke away from. So if it's taking the stairs down, 200, 199, 198. So what do you think I'm doing? I'm shorting the 198 into 196. I think it can go. I should probably take something out at 97. But let's see what can happen, because I think the market's slowly trending back in. But you've had this distinction of stocks that are slowly trending up and ones that are slowly trending down. And if you can weasel your way into one of those trends, it's been a pretty decent hold. So I'm going to see if we can't get the low of the day on Circle. And as I said, the best, well, I actually didn't say it this time. I'm going to end with, obviously the best Bond is Sean Connery. I just realized I hadn't said that in this little rant. So it is certainly Sean Connery.
It can't be said
No
enough.
questions asked.
What happened last time was, it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen too many times. But you're entitled to your opinion, Joey. Joey Options.
I know I am. And that.
But your opinion is wrong.
Yeah.
No, man, you can't disrespect Sean Connery.
If I could actually be any superhero, it'd probably be Rorschach, to be honest with you. For those who know off the beaten path, you probably don't know who Rorschach is.
I have no idea. I know I've heard about a Rorschach test.
Yeah, the Watchman.
Neil likes it.
Come on, yeah.
Neil likes it. I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, the Watchman is obviously one of the sickest out there.
Let me just cover a couple of things over here, guys. Adara, did you see the super chat from your friend Alfredo Perez? Thank you very much, Alfredo. $1.99. Adara, my trading beauty. Absolutely stunning. Adara, you're getting love in the chat from your boy.
Thank you, Alfredo, for the super chat. That is very kind.
You saw that hair flip too. Did you see that hair flip?
I don't want the mic in my hair.
Okay.
Or the hair in the mic. But no, so for one, my pick would be Batman or Martian Manhunter for the superhero thing. And for another, Sharif, I like that you said both Tony Stark and Batman are good with women, because if you watch the 1966 Batman movie, I would say that is not the case. Batman trying to flirt with undercover Catwoman is just so awkward and uncomfortable.
No, you're actually absolutely right. That ended up being a later development, so you're absolutely right about that. Shout out to Adara. I love the old Batman TV show, not the movie, and I'm not talking about the 60s movie. I didn't watch that, but I love the old TV show. Hence, where this comes from. Who remembers this? Pow, boo.
Yeah,
yes, this is literally where it's from, bro. So shout out to that. All right, guys, let's cover some trades. SBET is on one. We took over $1 on this one. Big move here on SBET to the high side, baby. We took it out there at 27.80s and we scalped up into 81, so almost exactly $1. So SBET's on that good stuff right now, $29 high of day on SPET. Look at Criminal Go. We haven't even taken anything off this Joey options. Boom on Criminal into the high of the day. Let's go. And then look at my other friend over here, ZEPP. I can't help it. I just have a problem. I'm Canadian and I can't help it.
Sorry.
This one, it's got a spread though on it, so we're not getting the print. It's been about 14 and a quarter several times, and I still am going unprinted on this one. We're long at 76. I think this area top here was 14.29, but the spread was prohibitive at that level. So what I'm looking for here is a decisive break of 14. You're still having trouble with 14 on a closing basis, despite the fact that we've been up to 15. So I'm thinking about wetting the beak here just because I'm kind of a little worried that this one doesn't print me. So we'll take out some here at 14. I'll leave 14 in the fifth active. I'll leave 14 and a half hours, 14.60. They're active as well. So if we can get a nice price spike up, I'm all ears, baby, on this one. So keeping my eye on ZEP, Criminal, and SBET, guys. Good day on small caps today.
Yeah, really good look there, guys. Bob was going bonkers, so shout out to Tyler, the creator there. But a big-time move from 113 all the way to 116, up 7.8% on the session, and it doesn't look like it wants to slow down. So a really, really nice move here on Alibaba. And you can see on the 5-minute, I just was staring this one down, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to risk my mental capital. It wasn't even worth the trade. Sometimes you just need to execute. If the price is telling you, just try to eliminate the bias and just go with what the PA is telling you. It may or may not work out. Don't complicate it. And unfortunately, that was what I did here on Alibaba, because this hammer right at the lows offered that positive news, and then sure enough, it just hasn't even looked back. So that's an all-day trender right there in Alibaba, a big-time move, and it's unfortunate that we missed out on that one. And we missed out on the reload. We just didn't take it there on AMD, but that's fine. I can't complain. Not a horrible session, but Bitcoin starting to recover here as well, guys, so that's a positive look. Let's see if we can break through it. I was suspecting that, hey, maybe we fill a part of this gap. Oh, okay, we did, so about 40 to 50% of it. So that's roughly right. So the next level would be see, okay, can we break through this resistance where we had that gap down open up this morning at 4 a.m.? And then if you have the ability to hold this, then I'd be looking for the break of that pre-market high or the test of that this intraday high right there. So that could be a potential trade thesis. But I do believe we are going to see a short-term pullback, just a matter of how deep or shallow it may be. What do you got going on there, brother?
I just want to show this quickly so we don't get dinged. Oh, man, Iron Man, this is it, bro. This is
Why didn't he use that one more? I think that silver one is the sick. Maybe that's a little hint at Silver Surfer, but maybe not.
That's actually a good point. Remember the Iron Man 2, he had a bunch of different suits, and then he started, like, they were flying on their own. They were autonomous.
Yeah, I love that silver one the most. Okay, guys, make sure you put in those tickets for the rundown. $, and then something that you guys want to look at. I am going to go $ Baba, just because of that. We got that the Chinese GDP coming out super hot, and we're up close to 8% on Alibaba Group. So a really good look on that front. Now let's pull up MSTR, because I know a lot of people are talking about this in the chat, MSTR, and some people are asking me, well, hey Joe, why won't you short this? I just wasn't thinking about it this morning. I traded MSTR yesterday, didn't really work out too well for me, so I'm like, you know what? Let's just avoid it and stick to names that work for for us, all right? So continue to put those tickers in the chat, whether it be Alibaba, MSTR, whatever it may, you can put anything you would like. But here it is, MSTR starting to head back towards that 542, and I think at some point they will. That's why this guy's doing so many share offerings, is because he's just taking the money that you buy shares off him and then just buying more Bitcoin. So that's essentially what's going on. And why do you want to do that? Because his goal is to not only get you the appreciation of Bitcoin, but then also the appreciation in the stock itself. So that's why it's just kind of been a really, really big movement. A lot of financial gibberish, but what Michael Saylor is doing is pretty interesting stuff.
All right, Jaguar Frisco, you're one of them as well. Handyman Nick, you're another. I don't mean to call you guys out. Junk food for kids, you're another culprit. All of you guys did not, Assassino, put the $ on the ticker. You gotta throw. What's happening there, bro?
I'm catching flies.
That's great. You should try with a chopstick. You ever seen those videos of people trying to catch flies with chopsticks?
No.
That'll make you go crazy. No, but seriously, guys, make sure to throw in that $. Otherwise, that amazing program that the Chilean Nightmare made will not register. So you got to throw in the $, 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker automatically registers. Guys, I want to mention that CYCC, the big boy mover, up almost 400%. Is halted back to the upside. Anuview, you and I were going back and forth, and I think you and I were kind of at odds here with whether or not this one could take 15. It did take 15, 1632. Here's what I saw, Anuview. I'm not taking a victory lap here. What I kept seeing was higher lows. So you got the area trough through that 10.5, and then you had that buyer step in at 11.5, and then for whatever reason, Anuview, they started stepping in at 12.5, $1 higher every time, and that was a perfect recipe for a flat top break. I'll submit to you the flat top break through 14.5 or 15, kind of hard to gauge in any event. We are halted at 1632 with the halt time having taken place at 12:47:32. So we will be open at earliest over here at, so it's going to be 52:31. It is showing me 51. 58, it's now 52 right now, so we have 30 seconds until this one opens. Be on the lookout. But oh baby, we're taking all the prints here on my friend Zep. Back into the high side, we got 76 ons. We just took the $0.50 right now on ZEPP. I'm canceling this order up here. I'm going to get greedy, call me crazy, but I'm going to go ahead and wait above 15. That is the high of the day. 14.99 is the high of the day. So I'm going to look to take my profit taker above that high come hell or high water, or I'll get stopped out. I get stopped out break even. Let's go ahead and throw that in now. So we're going to go 13.74. We'll give it 2 pennies all the way down. Then we have to obviously give it a spread because it's a spready ticker. So we'll go break even on this one. I want to see Zep take out $15 if possible, and that's why I put my order there at 15.75. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. The small caps are in play today. They've been strong. Adira asked me earlier about how I gauge strength or weakness in the small caps. Almost all of these small caps are above VWAP. CYCC, ANPA the exception, ZEP above, USAR above, YOUL above, Criminal above, SLDP above, SBET above. SBET just made another intraday high, 29.15. This one looks like it could be bull flagging again here, Joseph, setting up a little bit below that 29. We're going to have to keep an eye out on this one, Adair.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, again, these headlines are not super market moving, but I think they're worth noting nonetheless. Wall Street Journal reporting that it seems like Canada, or specifically Prime Minister Mark Carney, is accepting the fact that these U.S. tariffs might remain in place even if the countries reach a bilateral agreement to solve the current tariff issue. So keep an eye here on the market. We'll have to wait and see what happens here. Donald Trump has basically said that once the tariffs are sent out, that is the deal. There's no really further talks. So we're going to have to wait and see what all that entails. But either way, Wall Street Journal reporting that apparently Mark Carney has signaled that these U.S. tariffs might be here to stay. This is a slightly older article. It's about 20 minutes old, so around 12:30 p.m. But it's just circulating here on social media right now, so I think it's worth mentioning. Also, I just checked True Social again. We still don't have any update on the specifics of the Indonesian trade deal. We know that Howard Lutnick earlier basically said that the U.S. will be paying 0% tariffs on Indonesian goods, but Indonesia, will be paying a tariff on U.S. goods. So unclear the specifics of that deal still. That's what Lutnick said earlier today. Back to you.
Wow.
That's so frustrating.
You good?
Yeah. I'm
Entry errors? Because that's like my life right there, bro.
It's like
My life is entry errors. I'd really like to be a double standard. Nightmare.
Man, what a short on SMCI.
Go ahead, Bo.
Yeah, no, I was looking at SMCI potential short, but I need to order them and I don't want to.
Oh, they're
get
pay,
locates.
eh?
Yeah, I don't want to get locates for this. So that is. What were you saying though?
No, I was about to say I really need to set up hotkeys for these small cap gappers. You know, I'd like to do these one tap hotkeys. Obviously, the risk is you screw up.
You press once,
yeah.
like I did the other day. I flattened out of like a monster winner. I'm like, no.
Well, yeah, that's kind of that's the update there. My thinking about this one is I want to separate the large orders from the smaller orders by some distance. So you put the smaller orders over here and the larger orders over here. That way you don't fat finger into a huge order, which I've done in the past. Right. So it kind of that's part and parcel of that whole thing. All right, we got a question. So Kelvin GTS, thank you. $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. Can we see or get an update on Adara's position? And 2, what do the boys think about Hood for today? Adara, you want to update us on your positions before we get into Hood?
Yeah, sure. I was not expecting that, but yeah, we'll talk about it. So I am, I think right now, only in this Wells Fargo short. I'll pull that up, WFC. So this is what's happening here. I don't know my average. I'm not actively checking my P&L during the day. I'll just zoom in on this. But it's, I mean, we first got in here around 79.60s, added 79.20s, added again at 78.80s. Again, unsure of the average, but I'm looking for that flat bottom break. As you can see here, I have a profit taker just below 77s. That's based on some levels in the daily and weekly charts. I already did take some profit here at 78.80s before I added at that level because that was also a level on the weekly, and as you can see, we did bounce there. I was in a Lilly short that actually failed. I thought the move was going to continue. It's kind of reverting right now. I was also in a Coinbase short earlier today, but in terms of active positions, it's only this WFC short. Again, I don't actually know my average on this, unfortunately, but the bulk of the position is here at 79.60s. I did previously have a short here earlier than I just covered when it looked like we were breaking VWAP. So slightly profitable on that trade, currently in the money on the one I'm in. Oh, I'm not.
So you asked me a question earlier. I'm gonna have a question for you.
Oh.
What criteria did you have to decide whether or not to add into your position?
I like that question. Thank you for that question, Sharif. So for me, it's like if I don't like to have additions just to kind of move my stop lower or like look for reasons to add. I don't like that because I find if I do that, then I'm going to move my stop prematurely. So in this case for me, it's like I was using, you know, I'm basically using prior bars on different time frames for this trade anyway. Initially, I just was kind of watching a VWAP level, seeing what was happening. But in this case, both of these cases, I was like, I think these are natural levels. Oh, nice, we just got the flat bottom break. They were levels where I felt I didn't need to prematurely move my stop. And if I'm adding like the right number of size, I don't really have an issue doing it. So basically, it's going to be something, I don't mind if it moves my average a little bit, but I just don't want to be oversized if I'm wrong. So anything where I feel like I can still be moderately sized, but respect what the trade is giving me and try to get more out of it, that is, I guess, my metric for sizing. It's very much on a case-by-case basis, for lack of a better term.
Love it. Thank you, Adara, for chiming in. Thank you for telling us your technique. Joey, do you want to have a look at Hood for Kelvin GTS?
We're going to pull up Hood here, guys. The market just took an additional leg lower, too. So very interesting stuff. Kind of kicking myself for not taking another attempt on AMD, but it is what it is. We'll accept the fact and wait for another opportunity. But here it is, Robinhood. You can see that we double topped right at 101.27. So that's important to note. And now we're heading back towards the volume weighted average price. So double top on Robinhood. 1 second, we got the breaking news. I'll make it quick. The daily, I mean, you're up 200 and something % from those Liberation Day lows. There's not much more we can ask for in Robinhood other than just to continue climbing and don't pull back too deep, 240% to be exact. Adara, what do you got for us?
Apparently, we've got some new announcements here from Donald Trump. I'm not seeing anything on his Truth Social, but I guess I'm seeing comments coming through. I'll wait and see. Apparently, he said that it's too bad if there's no deal in 50 days, that Indonesia will pay 19% tariff and the U.S. will pay nothing. And he said apparently similar deals are in the works. They've also, interestingly enough, in this Indonesian deal, they've somehow secured full market access with 0% tariff, but Indonesia is still going to have to pay them a 19% tariff. He also said, basically that Ukraine should not be targeting Russia. And they're going to be, I guess, having some new deals here for full access in Indonesia. There's something really crazy here. But yeah, he basically said with Russia, it's too bad if there's no deal in 50 days. So more of this is, from what I can see with these comments, has to do with Russia and Ukraine than anything else. With tariffs, there's really nothing new here. We already knew Howard Lutnick hinted at that 0% tariff that the U.S. would be paying. And then also Trump said about Brazil, quote, we have tariffs going on, which is also not anything new. Unclear if that's what the market's reacting to, but I'm not seeing any other headlines. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for thank you for that, Adara. So let's just break this down here momentarily to see, like, hey, where did we go wrong and what can we do next time to make sure that we do take those opportunities? So this is what's going on, right? So we take the short off of this specific signal right here. We get the move. We take it all out at the lows. Good job. You get the retest of the trend line. You have the inability to construct a new high of the day. You take the short. There you go, you move on. Now, we have to, it's like, okay, so why didn't I take the third attempt? It's worked for me twice. Why wouldn't I take it for a third time just to see what happened? You go smaller size. If it starts to work out, you add into the position. Well, there's so many things now that I'm looking back, obviously hindsight 2020, but this is how you improve, right? So we have the lower high here, but then we also establish one here as well. So that's really key to note as you're above VWAP. It's like, okay, take that at the trend line. At the trend line hold, and then look for that move lower, all right? So now we've got these indecisions right at some key support levels, which is, I think, really important to note because that's going to be some pre-market highs and some intraday lows. So just keep that in mind. I'm seeing that indecision print across the board here on a lot of these names, AMD, TQs, the SPY, and also Nvidia and Tesla, but that doesn't mean we're going to necessarily get that bounce. Could I be wrong? Obviously, and I hope that I am for all the individuals that are short, but what I'm really trying to focus on here is you have to take that third swing. And for me, I'm glad that I just analyzed that. And most definitely, if I see those setups, a high quality setup, you have the inability to construct any new highs of the day twice, I think you're going to look for that continuation in the short. So there it is. Boom, you get that move lower. Come back, retest, not the best entry, but we'll take it. You get that move lower, you get stopped out a small amount, and then you have to take that third entry for that retest of the low of the day streak.
That's a great looking chart, Joey.
Yeah.
That's a great looking chart.
We'll take it.
Shout out to KC526, $10 super chat. Thank you, Sharif, on CYCC. You're the best. No, you're the best. Thank you very much. And this is what happened over here. So CYCC is a dang rocket ship, guys. We were talking about the higher lows. It just made a new high a day, $19.25. But alas, these ones are, I'm going to say it again. I'm sorry. I hate to sound like a broken record. They're around for a good time, not a long time. Because off that $19.25 high, we are now halted down at $16.55 in the same 5-minute candle. And trust me when I tell you, I was watching this when it halted. It did not spend too much time above 19. It was a quick wick and then right back down. We danced in the 18s for a little bit and then lost 17 actually quite quickly. The theoretical auction price right now, not looking too hot, baby. It's about $1 lower, more than $1 lower than where we halted, $16.55, the halt level. The tap, the theoretical auction price, showing me $15.30. So we are slated to open down. Alas, we would still be above, get that fly, Neil. We would still be above the 10 EMA on the 5 if we were to open up at 1531. Believe it or not, the 10 EMA is literally at 1530. So let's see if this one ends up holding. What the halt time is, 12:59.11. The current time, 103.37. So we will open up at the earliest at 104.11. That is about, 30 seconds away, give or take. So let's keep the screen on here. I want to see if we open up, well, we'll open up obviously where the tap is, but whether or not we catch a bid on the open or we continue to sell off. So this has been a very good one. It's up 400% currently on the dot, like 400% with the 2 decimal places having been halted at 16.55. Let's just see what time it is now. So this one will be a 10-minute halt at least. So didn't open up on the 5-minute mark. That means it will be halted for at least 10 minutes. Now, it had done that prior. Recall, the halt at 10:45 ended up lasting till 10:55. Most of the halts on CYCC today have been 5, but this one looks like it will be the second 10-minute halt. Now, let's talk a little bit about why I always say these things, bad things about small cap gappers, despite the fact that I trade them. Look what happened over here. Get it, Adara. Look at this. Oh my goodness. ZEPP, bro, it bamboozled me. Look, Joey, it was at 14.50, and then it caught a sell to 13. It lost $1.50, quick as you like. And then look at this. It's going to take out 14.50 right now. And that's what these small cappers do, especially the ones that are spready. This one looks like it's catching a bid right now, though, to the high side, 14.60, 14.50. It's about being able to get a good price. It looks like we may take out $15 here on ZEPP, maybe because CYC's halted and all the adrenaline junkies and the degens who trade these small cap gappers, myself included, need something to punch into. We can't just sit there, hands not doing anything. We need something to punch into. So it looks like this one may be catching a bid now on the way to 15, possibly. It did reject 15. Originally, 14.99 is the high of the day. And then we dropped about 13.5, held that level. That's why I got stopped out. I did get stopped out break even, though, so I don't mind this one too much. Obviously, I would have rather participated in the up move, but that's kind of beyond my control, Joey, because it dropped $1 below my stop. So couldn't really let that one go.
Good.
So that's basically it right now. We're keeping an eye on that. I'm going to start the news over here. And do you have anything you want to cover before I jump in?
No, again, I'm just, guys, I'm just kind of going back to the roots. I mentioned this before. Went through not the best stretch, but I'm like, all right, because at some point, sorry, Shree, I'm going to get into this for a second.
Take your time, bro. Yeah.
So there's a point in your trading where you think everything and anything and everything you touch is going to turn to gold. And then eventually the market's going to teach you a lesson very, very quick. So true. And then when that happens, it's just best to get back to what you got you to there in the first place. And that's just being really decisive, being patient. And that's kind of just what I'm leaning towards again, because that feeling of euphoria will cause you a lot of trouble in trading. And then you'll get extremely frustrated as well, too, because you're like, why isn't that working? I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Not to say that you don't know what you're doing, but the market knows better. It's your job to participate. And that's just kind of what I've been aiming at to do here. I've been more patient, not necessarily gunslinging, and just going back to my sniper ways. And with that being said, it's just for me, I found it was my niche. I was significantly better at it. The less trades I took, the better trading I did, and the less time in the market, the better off I was, all right? So that's just me personally. So you won't see me. It's just not necessarily my most effective style. So I like to have precision entries, and when I do, I have the ability to present this stuff to you guys, right? Instead of me hyper-focusing on, oh, I'm going to miss this trend, oh, I'm going to miss this, I'm going to miss that. No, it's just like find what signals are presented to you, find what got you to this place in the first place, and then just look to build off of that, and just don't get too ahead of yourself.
Well, that's it. That's fantastic stuff right there, man. I think if you have a look at the chat, you've gotten a lot of love there. So I think a lot of people, they really like what you have to say there, and myself included, man, because it's such a psychological roller coaster.
And Alibaba is going on a roller coaster as well too right now. So
it's a great move though on Baba there. You have to they're going to get their hands on some chips. A good consistent supply of chips, at least for the moment, until Donald Trump feels differently.
China economy is robust.
Well, we'll see, man. I mean, dude, they got a ton of people who all love, not all, but you know what I mean, like a large proportion of they love tech, they love technology, they love everything like that. Everything okay up there, Dara?
So I want to thank you very much, Dara.
They got the button.
No,
that was good.
Way.
The Chilean Nightmare did it?
Can I explain the context of this button quickly? So if people don't realize, the CEO of Uber, whose name is Dara, he attended this roundtable with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump pronounced his name incorrectly. He pronounced it as Dara, and then a couple times said, thank you, Dara, like he would do the verbal pause and then say Dara. So yeah, I'm pleased as punch that is now a button, and thank you very much to Fabian and the production team for making that happen. And
Get it, Fabian. Yeah, I know she's been wanting that one for a while. So she got what she wanted there. Shout out to Adara, because that was a good, I like that one. I mean, if Donald said my name, I'd want it as a voice as well. An audio, I mean. All right, let's talk about the CPI, guys. I think we We ended up printing lower than the expectations. This is prior to the release, so a lot of this information will be dated. But we were looking for inflation in specific sectors like auto, apparel, which actually saw declines in May. Also in footwear, electronics, and furniture. These are seen as top barometers for tariff inflation. In case you're just wondering what I'm talking about here, we got CPI this morning, and it was better than expected for the most part, with core and headline coming better than expectations. But I did not do a deep dive to see which areas continued to experience inflation and which areas saw deflation. But this article posited that this is where we would see it. I'm going to pause for a second because CYCC is open and it is rejecting the halt level of 1650. So it popped up exactly into 1650 where it halted prior and it rejected. Be on the lookout for a decisive take of 16 or 1650 and then 17. This one could easily see 20 and if not more. So CYCC came back from the depths of hell, so to speak, with higher lows, and now it is catching a bit to the high side. I don't mind jumping into this one, but I need to see. There we go. It's going to halt here, guys, at 1750. False halt at 1750. Go ahead, Adara.
Jay, dropping here. In case you did not know, this is a Brazilian company, and we know Donald Trump just said here that the tariffs with Brazil are on. They were previously announced at 50%. Compared to the 10% tariff on Brazil that Trump announced on Liberation Day. So Trump hiking the tariffs here pretty significantly. Well, now we have some commentary coming from the CEO of Embraer, or ERJ, company saying they actually might have to revise their business plan due to U.S. tariffs. They said they're confident that Brazil and the U.S. can reach a bilateral agreement. Either way, ERJ could be a bit of a rocky one here. They're saying that they might have to revise their business strategy due to these U.S. tariffs on Brazil. Back to you.
Go ahead, Joe.
I thought they were going to hit that button there. Thank you for that one. Yeah, it's all right. Hey, it's all right.
All right, I just going to cover CYCC.
Go right ahead.
All right, guys, we broke through 17 and change now. CYCC took out the halt level. It's not directly going through 18. It did. Okay, so the current candle high is 1761. I was telling Joseph I saw a buyer here at 1650. I'm looking at the 5-second chart, as you know. Now the buyer has stepped in a little bit higher now. It's a 1675 buyer. Here we go. Now we're dipping into 75. Do we have a hold at 75? We're losing 75. We're into the 60s now. I'm keeping my eye on the 5-minute chart. It feels like we're putting in lower lows and lower highs now. This is what I'm seeing, so you can kind of see what I see over here. This is a downtrend. You can kind of see the area spike, and we've been kind of making these lower lows. So when I said there was a buyer, 16 and a half over here. So he does step in at 1675, but there's no continuation. Do you see how this is? This is 5 seconds. That's yeah, crazy. Yeah, but that's how you spot micro pullbacks. Yeah, it's either that or you want to pay up for bookmap, or you need to like take your pick, baby. So here we go. We're still zigging and zagging. Area high. This feels like it's on the way up, Joey. I'm going to get long. Go ahead. Take over for a second.
Yeah,
okay?
Absolutely. Do you see what I see? Yeah, all right, guys. Let's find something out here. Alibaba's starting to get slightly extended. Now, with that being said, we'll pull up the chart here momentarily just to see what we got going on. If we are looking for that mean reversion, then we got to do Obi's question tree. All right. Is it counter trend? Yes. How deep is this pullback going to be? That we obviously don't know, but don't expect too much, especially when a stock has been up 8%. All right. So just keep that in mind. I would love to see some indecision prints up here around the highs, but I'm also not going to be looking for that move all the way back to the volume weighted average price. I think in this case, that would be a super bonus, a Mark Zuckerberg signing bonus, if you had the ability to get to 114.80. I don't think that's going to be the case. So I did just sing that, Christmas. I'm glad that you recognize that because Sharif said something around there, and then my mind just goes to song. But anyways, that's what I'm looking at here right now, is that these potential topping signals, you can see them on the 5-minute display significantly better. So what happens if we close like this? You can see that now we have this engulfing print with an additional one following, so that can be a positive sign. Now, our risk profile is also defined. We know that get out slightly above the previous highs, and then maybe we get that curl over. But with that being said, it's not going to be looking for that massive reversion back to VWAP. It's, okay, where is that next base? Where is that next level? And that could only be a couple pennies. This is a potential resistance zone right here that's acting as support, 116.81. Then you want to go to the lower end of the range after that, so 116.33. So you're about 50 cents off of that move. And then now you would want to look for that 116.08. And I think at that point, if the name hasn't bounced, you can still hold the bulk of your position. But for an 8% stock to move all the way back to the volume weighted average price, I don't like my chances there, but I also want to have the ability to take advantage of a potential trade like this, considering how extended from VWAP we are. So that is me game planning. Me telling you, plan the trade the plan, and that's exactly what we're looking to do here on Alibaba. Another retest of the highs. We have the inability to construct a new one, and I think that we can get short just using our defined risk profile and then look for certain shallow pullbacks as our potential target. Sharif, what do you got going on?
All right, we're printing up a storm, man. There we go, man. Into 18 on, what's it called? CYCC, but it is coming back in over here. We have 35s. I've taken out 18s, back into 70s. There was a seller here at 40s that we couldn't shake, and we got shares on, but it is losing the bid. It's so annoying. All right, so let's take out more shares up in this area over here so we can just lock in some profits. It just doesn't want to go in a straight line. So let me set up some bids up, or some offers, excuse me, up here. And then we'll also set up some, there it is. Now it is taking out my levels. Let's go. Let's see if we can get up into 25s. Up into 78s we go. So we got 23 on. There's a 70 seller right back down into where it came. Anything below 17 gets me out of this trade now, okay? So we're going to have to hold 17. We've got higher lows on, and I don't want to be involved in this one if it's going to put in lower lows. So every successive area trough a little bit higher. If it loses 17, I'm going to flatten out. I've taken out the majority of the trade for some profits, but it is not continuing up above 18, and it's got a lot of resistance. It feels like in the high 17s and certainly around 18. And down it goes now into the low 17s. It feels like it will lose 17 now, Joey, unless some buyer steps in here up into the 30s. It's really zigging and zagging. I've already kind of put in my stop south of 16, but I've got my finger on the flatten key here because it does have multiple lower highs ever since that 18 attempt. All right, so now we're back into that 40 area, kind of defending 17 and a quarter. Generally, we did have a buyer of note here. I want to say, oh, there it is. Now we're going to lose 17. I'll flatten out there. So we'll take a trade on this one. A good trade nonetheless, but whoo. Jeez Louise.
Breather.
Yeah, that seller at 18, I just couldn't shake that seller at 18 there. So kind of annoying there. So anyway, all good. We'll start the news now.
Yeah, absolutely. Sharif, we're cooking up here in Alibaba right now.
I like it. That's what I want to hear.
Just going to take a little bit off the top here, guys, because I mentioned that I'm not expecting too much, and I'll leave a little bit of a runner. Love that I got to type in the exchange, too. So now I probably already missed my profit targets. Yeah, all right, let's take some off here, guys. Boom. And then we'll just leave a little bit for a runner. Actually, let me cancel that. I want a better price. Sharif, fire it up for me there, brother.
All right, well, KC526, she already dropped her super chat, Joey, and she just dropped another one. $50 super chat there. Shout out to KC526. Sharif, you and CYCC made my day. No, you made my day. Get it. KC526. I don't know your real name. If you want to tag me with your real name, I'd love to shout you out. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very kind of you. Get it, Randy. All right, let's do this news right now. So let's talk about Nvidia. And now, oh, hey, Randy. You hear about your boy Donald flipping the switch there? All of a sudden, he's okay with the H20 going out to China. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you heard about that, huh? And China. Jensen was in the White House on Friday.
Imagine that.
I wonder what they were talking about.
Coffee?
Maybe they were talking about the Cybertruck, right?
Maybe.
We know Donald Trump's got a big affinity for Tesla lately, right? Maybe they were talking about that. Little. How you doing? How's everything going back there?
It's not Friday yet.
It's not Friday, I know.
Tuesday,
it feels
man.
like the body, though. The body feels like Friday. Oh. You see your buddy Russ?
It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday.
It's Friday again.
It's Saturday.
You see your buddy Russ there? His bike got stolen, huh? So the guy who's doing the construction, He didn't want to bring his bike inside because we kind of just glazed we put the finishing touches on that yellow stuff outside, the yellow flooring, which everybody loves. So he didn't want to dirty it up. So he tied his bike, he changed it outside. He literally went to the bathroom for 5 minutes. Now he's actually working right in front of his bike because he's in the corner where the Algo boys are going to be. And he was like literally gone for 10 minutes, and that's all the 10 minutes that they needed. They scooped his bike. Who's on the video taking the bike? You got a guy, huh? Should we put his face on over here? Okay. We're going to call him out. We're going to do it live.
Yeah.
We're going to do it live. He's going to send me the video, and we're going to call him out.
That's crazy, man.
And if you see this scumbag, yeah, well, you know, call somebody.
Don't call me.
Don't call me. Joey doesn't want none of that. He's like, look, bro, I get paid, but I don't get paid that much. Like, I'm not going to get my hands dirty unless I'm getting paid, baby. All right, guys. So let's do the news now. Let's do the news.
Yeah, let's fire that up.
All right, guys. Nvidia announced that it expects to resume H20 shipments to China following assurances from the U.S. government that the license to do so will be granted. The H20 was previously halted by the U.S. export restrictions back in April, despite actually being specifically designed for China and to comply with earlier controls. To be fair, those controls were put under the previous administration. News of resumed sales is a major positive catalyst, obviously, for Nvidia's China business, which has seen its market share cut in nearly half since the restrictions took in effect. It used to be about 20% of its 20% of sales used to go to China. That's about 10 now, from what I understand. Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang recently increased lobbying efforts, as I was just joking with Randy there, arguing that export controls hurt U.S. AI leadership. Last week, he met with Donald Trump, and by last week it was on Friday, to express support for onshoring and job creation. So he's taking all the boxes that Donald wants to hear about, right? While reiterating the need for U.S. to remain dominant in the AI race. I think, again, that's what we were talking about earlier, balancing those two competing interest. Nvidia confirmed it's also working on a compliant lower tier AI chip specifically for China. In addition to the now reinstated H20, the company unveiled their RTX Pro, described as a fully compliant and optimized for smart factories and logistics. Those specifics on eligibility were a little unclear. Analysts kind of see this as Nvidia hedging against any future policy shifts while continuing to expand product depth in China. That's what I was telling Joey off camera, that, you know, Donald's okay with it now, but, you know, maybe Xi pisses him off when they have that summit, and all of a sudden the H20's back on that ban list. Who needs that kind of crap, right? So Huang is currently in China, currently as we speak, meeting with government and tech leaders, discussing safe AI development and innovation partnerships. Chinese manufacturers, they still prefer Nvidia chips, and the license reversal gives them more time before relying on what could be domestic alternatives, Joey. We still have not seen too much in the way of domestic manufacturing of AI chips.
Yeah. We all know that it's in obviously in America's best interest for them to even sell them the lesser chip, the H20 that is, because you want to keep them in that ecosystem and not kind of sway. As Sharif likes to say, necessity is one of the leaders to innovation.
Absolutely.
So
yeah.
you kind of want them to sway. Obviously, one of your arch rivals, frenemies, I guess we can call them, because they both essentially need each other, the two largest economies. But yeah, that's why we short Alibaba a little bit, but then we get stopped out. But yeah, as for the H20s, is even more positive news for Nvidia.
I agree. All right, let's talk a little trade desk here. So it's getting added to the S&P, in case you didn't notice, and it jumped big. I don't know where it's at right now, but it was up 14% yesterday in after-hours trading. The addition will be effective on Friday, this Friday, replacing Ansys, which is being acquired by Synopsys in a $35 billion closing deal or closing acquisition. That deal closes on Thursday, that acquisition for $35 billion, and then TTD goes into the S&P on Friday. Index additions, if you don't know, that's something we learn here on the floor, typically trigger buying from ETFs and passive funds. It creates a bit of an upside momentum, so look for Trade Desk to catch a bit of a bid. We'll see if that continues or not. So the Trade Desk $37 billion market cap places it kind of near the middle of the S&P 500 in terms of valuation. And this is what's interesting about this edition. So while most index changes occur during scheduled quarterly rebalancing, acquisitions throw that off a little bit. Acquisitions allow what they call off-cycle substitutions, just like this one. A similar one was when Datadog replaced Juniper Networks after an acquisition closed. So you typically what you'll get is the rebalancing every quarter, but when a company is acquired mid-quarter, you can get an addition or a deletion in the middle of the quarter. So something that we take advantage of here. The trade desk remains down from when this article was written, about 36% year to date. But this is after 2 solid years, guys. In 24, they printed 63% increase year over year. And in 2023, they printed 61%. Just give you some information here, then we'll send it to Adara. The company was founded in 2009 by Jeff Green and David Pickles. The Trade Desk is a leading digital ad platform. It competes with the Amazons and the Googles in programmatic advertising, and it went public in 2016 back on the NASDAQ, has about 3,500 employees at Dara, and it's headquartered in Ventura, California.
Yeah, interesting note there about David Pickles. I noticed the same thing when I read the story this morning. I want to talk a little bit here. Donald Trump here commenting, I guess, saying that a couple deals will be announced soon with regards to tariffs. Now, he's also said that if a country gets a letter, that is a deal. So it's unclear if by that he means they're going to be in talks or they actually will be announcing these letters, which count as deals. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But one thing I want to mention as well, Sharif, is just the amount of S&P 500 additions this year that have been companies, I guess, getting replaced after acquisition. So of the 6 companies that have been added to the index this year, we've had Coinbase and we have Trade Desk, Coinbase, and Robinhood. So just under 50% of the companies that have been added to the S&P 500 this year were added as a result of another company getting acquired. So Coinbase, of course, Discover Financial got acquired, so they were removed. Then we had Datadog. Now we have Trade Desk. So interesting pattern here. A lot of these companies are not getting added on the quarterly rebalances. They're getting added with acquisitions. I just wanted to build on that point that Sharif was making. Back to you.
Classic point there, Dara. Thank you for adding that on. Brad L. Is his successor his daughter, Angela Pickles?
Angelica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
is that?
Rugrats, man. Tommy Pickles. You don't know Tommy Pickles?
Bro, I'm 100.
That's
Leave me
all right.
alone.
Yeah, that's
You're
fair.
embarrassing me.
Tommy
Bro.
Pickles. Angelica.
No idea, bro. I got no idea. But what I do have an idea about is JPMorgan, and they did quite well today. Joey, 524 EPS, beating the 448 the street was looking for. But this was boosted, though, guys, by $774 million tax credit, which added about 28 pennies per share there for the EPS print. Revenue coming in ahead of expectations, $45.68 billion. The street wanted $44.06. I'm seeing CYCC's taking out 18, guys. Be careful with CYCC. It's really going here. It looks like it's going to take out 19.25. Big moves up here for CYCC, up 450%. Okay? So beating revenue here by about $1.5 billion more, $1.2 billion, based on strong fixed income trading as well as investment banking performance. Despite beating estimates, earnings did fall 17%, but there's a reason for that. It's partly due to a $7.9 billion gain that they realized in Q2 of 24. Now, in case you're wondering what the hell this is with Visa, so JPMorgan was actually invested in Class B shares for Visa prior to Visa going public. They had been holding those shares, and apparently those shares got reclassified, so they had to realize that profit. So it was a one-time line addition in Q2 of 2024. That's why the year-over-year comp is a little skewed. I don't think it speaks at all to the business slowing down. I think JPM's still the gold standard, Joey, over here. Do you have anything? Because I've got more a little bit.
Yeah, continue.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll finish after you.
So
after you go there.
revenue fell again 10% year over year, but again, excluding last year's Visa-related gains, the underlying performance showed solid growth. Core business strengths in market and advisory services offset the weaknesses elsewhere, a theme to watch, guys, across the entire banking sector. We'll get to that in Wells Fargo in a minute when I talk about net interest income. Our friend, very good friend, Jeremy Diamond, of course his name's Jamie, called Q2 results resilient, but he did flag 3 areas that are still of a concern to him. He's talking about trade policy uncertainty, aka euphemism for tariffs, geopolitical instability. We know the world is very, very belligerent at the moment. Everywhere, it's growing everywhere, and it sucks. And the rising U.S. fiscal deficit. So all stuff that we're very well aware of, that we talk about all the time: deficits, belligerencies, and trade. Okay? So those are his 3 wild cards, so to speak. Otherwise, everything is hunky-dory. Anything on JPM?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is when I first started to recognize, and this was early in my trading journey. We all know what happened with Silicon Valley Bank, SVB. And I didn't really understand fundamentals to the extent here and how important they are to stocks. I was more of a technical trader. But after the acquisition of SVB's book, JPM's earnings just went on an absolute insane run, and I think it's still being sustained. So if you go from around here, that October 26th, to where it currently was, that's 104% in 2 years. And then now we go to the Liberation Day lows, 40%. So that's a big time move. For me, just seeing that type of growth is what led me to the trade in Robinhood. So I love JPM, one of my first options contracts that I ever traded, and I will continuously always be an advocate of JPM because I think it's a fantastic bank, and I love Jamie Dimon as well too. Adara, what do you got for us?
This is MP Materials. You know, this one on watch earlier today with a deal with Apple. Now I'm seeing apparently CNBC reporting that the Pentagon is taking immediate action to boost critical mineral production in the U.S. and counter China's dominance of the supply chain for rare earth magnets. That's not necessarily new, but either way, I think it's worth keeping an eye on MP here, especially with the move this one's made today and in recent weeks. Back to you.
There for that. Let's go on to Wells Fargo here. I'm not going to have as detailed of a summary, just to tell you their Q2 net income, about $5.49 billion, or about $1.60 a share. That's well ahead of the street's expectations. They were looking for $4.91 billion, or about $1.33 a share. Strong year-over-year growth here for Wells Fargo. Profit rise driven by lower provisions of credit losses. So it looks as if, you know, they were pricing in some losses. Canadian banks did that as well, and it hasn't really come to fruition, not nearly as much as they were planning for. Despite the solid earnings, share fell 2.7%, at least in the pre-market, as net interest income guidance, disappointed. We'll get to that one here. So the revised 2025 interest income guidance now expected to be flat, guys, versus 2024, which is about $47.75 billion, down from a prior low single-digit growth outlook. So they're looking flat from a prior, again, low single-digit growth outlook. Analysts had anticipated that the cut due to weaker than expected NII, net interest income, in the first half of this year, and the sluggish, I should say, borrower demand amid higher rates. The original plan was for a stronger second half of this year and to rebound in net interest income. That's now, that whole theory, that whole perception or view is now under more scrutiny. Where they did continue to do well was loan repayments by consumers and businesses remain healthy, so defaults remain low. One of the first things you're always looking at to see if the consumer is getting squeezed: car loans and credit cards. They show up right away. Then the mortgages, typically a little bit after that, as people will, sadly, if they're getting a crunch, will continue to pay their mortgage as one of the first things they'll continue to pay. So cars and credit cards typically are a bit of a bellwether or kind of a canary in the coal mine here. That's not being viewed, or that's not being seen, at least within Wells Fargo's purview. They continue to say the credit outlook improves as U.S. trade risks haven't triggered down yet. And then we all know about that pesky asset cap that they had back, I think, 2018 or 2017, when they were opening up fake accounts for people. The Fed removed that $1.95 trillion asset cap last month, ending the 7-year growth restriction. The cap had hampered Wells Fargo, while peers were able to expand above $2 trillion. Now the bank can pursue market share in wholesale, investment banking, trading. They're no longer capped, Joey, to that $1.95 trillion, and don't need to focus their operations to keep everything below that.
Yeah, I remember mentioning that not too long ago as well. A month ago, we were talking about that a little bit, Sharif, and I'm curious as to why you would want them to cap the total AU assets under management.
Because they screwed up, Joey. They so I went into the bank, right? I wanted to open up an account, and then the salespeople or the bankers were incentivized to open up accounts. And so what they ended up doing was they opened up without my permission. So all of a sudden I had these accounts.
You had all
Why?
these accounts.
Because they were getting bonuses. And so that incentivization was looked at as kind of a bad culture within the company. It was kind of being incentivized from the top echelons of the company, so they got dinged with an asset cap by the SEC.
There you go. Fair enough, and much appreciated from that one. But let's take a look at it from a technical standpoint. We'll pull it up here, and I mean a really nice look. So a bounce off of this, a nice indecision print right at the lows. But Goldman Sachs, there was a nice consolidation breakout that I was looking at this. Where was it? Okay, maybe it wasn't. Yeah, maybe it was this one here. So a nice breakout. But I mean, we're talking about off of Liberation Day lows. You're up 57% here. So I mean, a really, really good look. And any pullback, you're starting to form this cliff with the key support level. Anything south of that, a retest of the previous high, and then I would be looking to get involved. But it is slightly expensive. There's no questioning that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this CoreWeave. Look at this, bro. Look at that.
I know,
Tesla
I've
150.
seen
I'm telling you. If that's what I'm going to be looking for here, guys. As I mentioned on the show in the morning, I've been looking to get into CoreWeave Assassino here for a long time. I perceive this to possibly be a head and shoulders pattern. What I was telling Joseph multiple times was I was looking for a retest of the neckline break. That neckline to me is between 150 to 155. So I'm looking for a move back up, possibly into 150, 155, and I think that that's going to be my short. The first day red after a touch of 150 or 155, depending on where it goes, I'm likely going to weasel in. I don't know, again, exactly what expiration date I'm going to take and stuff like that, but I am very interested in getting into this short on CoreWeave, just waiting for the right setup. Sev 11. Oh, I like that one.
Oh, wow.
Adira's giving you a round of applause there, man. $4.99 super chat. Hi, brother. Can you give TA on Archer, please? And everyone smash the like. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Even that loser in the morning that we told to get the hell out of here.
What was up with that guy?
You have the option to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited upside.
Bang.
Hey, there's my guy. I happen to love this company, Joey. This is.
I wonder why.
Yeah. Exactly. But Archer, look, I was telling Brendo this morning, I kind of want to get in Joby and Archer because I don't know which one ends up winning, or maybe they both win. So I think I'm going to split my my entries on Archer and Joby, get a little here, a little there. But this is a great look, a great hold of the $10 area on Archer. That's an excellent add, but what I'm seeing here are lower highs. So I absolutely love a break and take and a hold above 12.5. That kind of gives me the impression that we're done making lower highs. Just before we go to the ad, this is the daily on Joby, so you guys can get an idea who's doing better. It is very, very much Joby breaking out right now. Joby's at all-time highs. No, let me just do this real quick. Assassino, I know we're supposed to do the ad. I just want to see if we're all-time highs. Not quite yet. COVID highs still take us to about $18, Joey.
Yeah, thank you for that. All right, guys. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Then Soothing Nature, just to add on to this, Sharif says, Joseph and Sharif, predatory banking practices is a real thing.
Absolutely.
I was an ex-banker in the past, and I am a major stickler on this common characteristic of personal banking.
I respect the hell out of that comment.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if anybody suffered real damage from that. Like, for example, if you open up an account, maybe it was misused or you were charged fees. I don't know. I don't know all the details, but there doesn't have to be actual damage suffered.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be opening up stuff under my account, and there shouldn't be that culture, that toxic culture inside of the company to kind of be doing these things that you shouldn't be doing. You got to keep it kosher. Obviously, it sounds super naive, but that's how I am. I'm just kind of a naive person. What do you think about this daily chart here on Joby?
That's really nice, man.
That's a good looking chart,
really,
eh?
Really nice. To me, that just signals a strong name, and I would be looking to grab it, slowly start to allocate on some pullbacks there.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that.
Yeah.
So Joby, a great look there, and definitely something that I'm looking at getting into my long-term account. I guess, as I mentioned, looking at splitting it between Archer and Joby, but when you look at the TA here, there's no question Joby is the leader there. All right, let's go on to the next topic over here. Joey, Google spending more money $25 billion over 2 years in AI and data center infrastructure across states powered by the PJM interconnection. I have no idea what that is, but I'm sure I can find out. The investment reflects surging power demand from AI workloads and the growing footprint, obviously, of the hyperscalers and data centers. That's all they've been doing the last 2 years. PJM is the largest grid in the U.S. It covers 13 states, including Northern Virginia. And apparently, all these data centers want to go to Northern Virginia. It is the world's top data center hub. I would have thought that would have been Silicon Valley. I guess not, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was saying silicon is silicon.
Yeah, silicon.
It's the same to me. Well, I mean, you can't let me get away with those things.
Say that again, Assassino, because... All right, so Assassino wants me to go to Adara, but Chile Nightmare is letting me know how expensive real estate is in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, there you go.
Adara.
I looked into this. So the PJM interconnection, that's basically a regional transmission organization, and it manages the flow of electricity for a large portion of the Eastern Connection grid. It actually covers parts of 13 states and the District of Columbia. That makes it the largest power grid operator in the United States, and it serves 65 million customers. So that is the PJM interconnection. Back to you.
Always on point and always coming in with the good stuff. Thank you very much there, Adara. And Dorothy, you just made me chuckle up a storm because I was literally saying the same thing to your boy. As soon as I looked over, you had the same comment. Shout out to you, Dorothy. We think alike. Let's go on here, Joseph, because they're going to spend more money, $3 billion, to modernize 2 hydropower plants in Pennsylvania to support the, obviously, AI power needs. The hydropower upgrades here are tied to a framework deal with Brookfield, shout out to Mark Carney, for 3,000 megawatts of U.S. hydroelectric power. So they're just doing it in nuclear, they're doing it hydro as well. The investment timing obviously aligns with AI Policy Summit at Carnegie Mellon, attended by Trump cabinet officials and the tech energy executives. I don't know when this AI Policy Summit at Carnegie Mellon starts. Probably something that I should know because that's kind of like super important. So let's go ahead and find out when the hell this thing starts. It starts tomorrow. I'll have a look. It looks like it might be starting tomorrow over here. Just I'll have a read after. Adara, thank you.
It's at 2:30 p.m. today.
Today.
So I didn't realize this was the same thing because they're calling it like an energy event. But I Googled it, and apparently this event is happening at Carnegie Mellon University. So it seems like this might be the same thing. Either way, 2:30 p.m., so less than an hour today, we are going to get Donald Trump and others attending this event.
And your cabinet officials are going to be there as well. So maybe we'll see, I'm assuming we're going to have to see my buddy there. Well, he's not my buddy, but David Sachs, obviously AI, maybe the energy secretary as well. So I'm sure Adara will have that covered for you guys as soon as it does start. Starts at 2:30, so in less than an hour. Joey, any comments on this?
On Google, yeah, I mean, 25 billion over 2 years. Sharif, what does that tell me? There's still massive demand for this stuff. Okay. What is that going to tell me? I think that Google Cloud, I mentioned this before, is probably going to come in at a beat. I mentioned in the likes of Nvidia with their autonomy sector, is that they're using approximately 250 iPhones for every 6 minutes of data, or an hour of data used in this. Okay, so now we have Waymo, but then you also have the Google Cloud. So I think that's going to start to funnel into there. And then obviously the demand for cloud is going to continue to grow with all this AI boom. So that's why I'm going to be remaining bullish on Google. Never mind the search. I think that's going to be a thing of the past. ChatGPT and the single search engines are here now. We're not going to be that blue link society, as I mentioned before. But regardless, I still believe that Google Cloud is going to continue to grow, and that's going to drive the market, because that's what Amazon, people look at Amazon and say, hey, okay, yeah, so what about the retail space? It's AWS, okay? So why can't Google be looked in the same aspect as that? Never mind that search. Obviously, it's such a massive part of the company.
It is, yeah.
But I think Google Cloud has the potential to kind of offset some of the losses that they're going to lose to GPT, Perplexity, Grok, et cetera.
Yeah, I agree. But you got to agree with me, though. You're a little worried about search. I mean, like, because that's their bread and butter and has been for a long time.
Absolutely.
Right?
And I mean, obviously, with the likes of Google, Apple, how Google was paying Apple. We knew what was going on with there. You have to be worried about it, but it's like that Amazon. There's just so much in the pipeline for Google that eventually I think they'll be able to subsidize for those losses in search.
All right, let's talk about Bitcoin sliding a little bit, about 5% off the highs. Look, this one says all-time high of 122,833. I saw higher. I saw 123.3, so I'm going to go with that. Where is it at right now? Show yourself. We're at 117.3. We're down 2% on the day. Depends, again, when everybody's exchange restarts the trading day. So analysts cite profit-taking really here mostly and macro uncertainty, especially with CPI, but I think that was an unknown that's behind us now. And on-chain activity as key drivers of the decline. I don't know what the hell that means. On-chain activity, did people see something on the chain they didn't like? I don't know. Over 1,800 BTC moved into Binance on one single day, with 35% of those from $1 million plus dollar transactions. Whale repositioning is seen, I should say, as a precursor to increased volatility, either to hedge or to secure the gains. Analysts at Crypto Quant highlight this as a critical signal tied to spot and derivatives activity. So, look, I expected a drop back down. I'm not going to. Bitcoin doesn't typically go in a straight line in that way. It just makes higher lows and higher highs. So
the only thing you can hope for is that you just, and I mentioned this time and time again, you just don't want it to go into another multi-month consolidation, right? Like, I mean, the move from 110 to 123, you can't really complain about that. Would I have liked to see in 136 or Michael Noss's bullish case 160? Absolutely. But unfortunately, things just don't go up into a straight line into the right. But I do think eventually we get there.
yeah, oh yeah, I have no doubt about that. I gotta tell you, I don't even really care. I want us to consolidate because I have no intention of selling.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, obviously you wanted to appreciate.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I'm I'm patient in a way where I don't think I've been patient in this way with any other equity that I've been involved
that's
in.
fair. That's fair.
Yeah, like
I think
just holding.
Reasonably
this.
so, because it's just like a whole different asset class, right?
Exactly.
We talk about the likes of when Bitcoin hits $1 million, is at that point it's equal to the market capitalization of gold, right?
That's when it. Oh, yeah. Assuming gold stays the same, though.
Assuming gold stays the same,
which it probably.
So right, and multiple analysts are saying that it can exceed the market cap of gold. So what does that tell you?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, stranger things have happened. Nvidia gained about $3 trillion in 3 years.
And the thing is, though, Sharif, right now we look at it as a store value. Wait until there's an actual use case in this, and then I know it's obviously a bullish scenario in this, but things starting to be priced in Bitcoin because it's universal. One Bitcoin is the value of that. It doesn't matter where you go or anything. You know what I mean? So
and that's not the normal now, but
right.
When
you
does
never,
it become?
you never know. Right? You never know what can happen. So, yeah.
I love it. All right, let's talk a little Tesla in India, because this is actually really interesting over here. And I don't think that this current story is going to stay the way it is. I think that there will be trade developments between India and the States that will change this whole thing. Get it, Adara. Tesla has officially launched the Model Y in India starting at $70,000 US, okay? The equivalent in rupees, obviously, well above the $45,000 that it sells for in the United States. The high price point places Tesla in the luxury EV segment, competing with BMW, and not at all with the domestic automakers like Tata. The new Model Y debut coincides with the opening of Tesla's first showroom both in Mumbai and Delhi. Delhi, the showroom there is coming next. So the one in Mumbai already open. Tesla will begin hiring locally and set up experience centers as well as service and delivery networks, charging stations, or the superchargers, as well as logistics hubs all across India. This marks what's being called a strategic soft entry rather than a full-scale deployment, with infrastructure expansion signaling long-term interest. But let's talk about why the hell these cars are so expensive. Listen to this, Joey. India imposes 70% import tariffs on EVs and then another 30% luxury tax on the car, pushing the price significantly higher. Now, this is very common with gas-powered cars in some of the developing parts of the world. Why? Because a lot of these developing countries, they subsidize the gas so that people can move along and get commerce done, especially people with meager means. Okay, and the fact of the matter is they don't want V8s and V6s coming in and buying gas when the gas is being subsidized. So it made absolute sense that you'd have high import tariffs. And a lot of these countries, they place the import tariffs directly correlated to the displacement. So if you're a 3cc V6, you get charged less than a 4cc V8, for example. I'm just giving you any random numbers. What this is, this has nothing to do with energy consumption from a traditional sense, and it's looking specifically only as a protectionist method. I think that is going to be front and center in the deal, the trade deal that Donald Trump makes with India. I can't imagine a world where 100% tariffs on American electric vehicles maintains the standard on to get into India. I mean, that's kind of crazy. 1 second there, Adair. So CFO of Tesla acknowledged that these hurdles signaled a cautious approach to the market. Analysts say Tesla won't threaten the mass market segment where the best sellers are often a tenth of the price, Adair.
Keep an eye here on MP, Sharif. We know MP Materials earlier today was actually announced having a deal with Apple. Then we got the Pentagon now commenting on the DoD deal with MP announced last week. Pentagon saying their investment in MP Materials will secure near-term market for rare earths, and that they are going to continue working with the industry to ensure a resilient U.S. supply chain. We knew rare earth minerals have been a huge aspect of these trade talks, specifically with China. So interesting look here for MP, not really reacting to this news. It does a little bit of a flat bottom here, guys. Back to you.
Over here, analysts view this as Tesla kind of testing the waters with India rather than pursuing major volume or revenue. And Tesla has not yet committed to local manufacturing, which is a key for price competitive under India's new EV policy. President or Prime Minister Modi made it very clear to Elon in their meeting in New York that if you want to sell in India, you got to build in India, at least at a reasonable price. Analysts predict that local manufacturing could come, for Tesla that is, between 2028 and 2030, depending really on the battery ecosystem and the incentives. And just to give you an idea, the India-U.S. trade talks and the potential tariff reductions could influence Tesla's price and supply strategy out in India. You have to assume, Joseph, that 100% effective tariff, 70 on EVs and 30% on luxury tax, that's got to be a topic of discussion between Modi and Trump.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, there's another big name that we haven't really mentioned too much today, Sharif, that has tapped into the Indian markets, which I think is a big emerging one.
Okay.
And that's obviously going to be the likes of Apple.
Absolutely.
So I think this is going to be a positive sign. You want to. There's so many people, and I think they do have the ability to grow. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Tesla can do in India for sure.
Absolutely. And it's the world's most populous country now. Right. They're booming as an economy. And I'm sure Tesla wants to get a foothold there.
I'm pretty sure they have a AAA credit rating as well, too.
Can I say one thing, though? India and China, okay? Yeah. So the likelihood of Chinese EVs weaseling into India, probably not a great likelihood at the moment. So you got to feel that Tesla may have some competitive advantage there.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So we'll have to see how that all works out. Purely speculatory on my part. Let's talk about Microsoft getting a price target boost from their friends at Wells Fargo. Analyst Michael Turin raised his Microsoft price target to $600, up $15 from $585, implying a nice little upside from Monday's close. He maintained his overweight rating, reaffirming strong conviction as Microsoft prepares to report earnings on July 30th. So if you're interested in that name, mark your calendars down there. The 30th of July, they do report. They're already up 30%, Microsoft that is, in the past 3 months. This is a almost $3.5 trillion company that's up 30% in 3 months. That's crazy. 19% year to date, easily outperforming the S&P. Field work apparently shows continued strong demand for Microsoft's AI tools. I'm sure it's just Joey using Copilot all the time, supporting bullish expectations for both Q2 earnings as well as full year 2026. Microsoft is viewed as having an early lead in AI, especially in enterprise and cloud infrastructure. The guidance points about $100 billion in CapEx for full year 2026. I think they guided, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, 85 or mid 80s for 25, which is going to be obviously another $15 billion extra. So it's increasing, not decreasing. And the analyst touring believes this spend will further entrench Microsoft's AI advantage, especially as it scales solutions across the different industries.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. And I mentioned this before. I've heard it from multiple analysts, especially one of our fan favorites, Danny Ives. And I forget the other individual's name, but apparently we're not even pricing in about 20% of revenue increase from commercial cloud with Azure, that is. So that's why you've seen this name just continuously climb higher and higher. And it was the only one out of the big three that beat on cloud revenue. So I suspect really big things coming out of Microsoft, that's for sure.
I agree. I agree with that. Let's talk about this Apple MP Materials deal. So Apple's weaseling about $500 million into the rare earth supply chain vis-a-vis MP Materials. They are expecting to announce that $500 million deal. It's the only U.S.-based rare earth miner, according to Fox Business. It was Fox Business who broke this story. The move comes amid rising U.S. interest in securing domestic supply chain for critical materials used in both tech and defense. Again, I keep saying this, Canada is the most reliable source near the United States. We're obviously a trusted ally. We have a lot of cross-cultural similarities. A lot of us have family there, myself included. And we have materials, minerals, magnets, metals up the wazoo, okay? It's called the Ring of Fire. It's in this province. It's about a 3-hour drive from here. It's called Sudbury. You guys can Google it if you like, or chat it. Chat GPT it. And the only reason that it's not, full scale right now is because the last 10 years were forgettable 10 years in this country. And hopefully that will be done and we will be the monster commodity country that we can be. Let's go on here. MP recently inked a multi-billion-dollar deal with the U.S. government to ramp up production of rare earth magnets for EVs, electronics, military hardware. Apple reportedly plans to secure the source of magnets from MP's Texas facility, with commercial production expected to start by the end of this year. So they're wasting no time. In addition to the Texas site, Apple and MP plan to build a magnet factory out in Fort Worth and a recycling plant in Mountain Pass, California. The developments mark a major U.S. push to onshore rare earth production, as well as the recycling capabilities, reducing the reliance on China. Adara has breaking news.
But now you're in QBTS. This one pushing higher here. There is a note from James Altucher, who is an American hedge fund manager, author, podcaster. He's involved in the market. Basically, James Altucher is saying that D-Wave's offerings are crucial for the rapid deployment of real-world quantum applications. They believe that this could be a potential takeover target. So QBTS, again, no rumors or no reports, but speculation from one source that D-Wave, QBTS, could be a target for a potential acquisition or takeover. Back to you.
All right. 2, right? Assassino? Okay. Fantastic. I didn't even realize there were only 4 minutes left on the show. I had one more here, Joey, but I didn't give you an opportunity to comment on Apple and MP. How do you feel about this whole push there?
To get involved in some of these. Yeah, I think it's a long-term play. I think it's something smart. You want to lock up. Heard you say this morning. You want to lock up some of these resources for down the road. And I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully, thankfully they're forward thinking here now, not necessarily.
It kind of threw me a little bit of a curveball. Let me tell you why. Because we know they design their own chips, but I wasn't under the impression that they were going to build. And even if they're not going to build, if you could make the argument that they're securing the supply chain for their suppliers, because they're the bigger name and the bigger pull. And so that's kind of what I was thinking
and
there.
They can obviously increase margins with that being said.
That and get in Donald Trump's good books, because you're investing locally.
America.
$500 million. It's local rare earths. We know rare earths, obviously, very big to Donald Trump, because China is using it as a leverage tool right now in negotiations. Let's call a spade a spade. So, Yeah, it's a good look all around. I don't think this is a bad move from Apple, other than the spending of the money, obviously. Anthropic launches financial AI suite for institutions. So the Claude tools here, Claude is Anthropic's LLM. Look, I didn't really get a chance to read this, but I'm going to leave this headline for you guys in case you're interested. But my understanding is Perplexity is fantastic for finance. Chamath was talking about it on the All In podcast on the weekend, basically going so far as to say, you know, I don't know if he was joking or not, to cancel his Bloomberg terminal, which he views as archaic, in exchange for Perplexity. I know Wayner's on the other side over there has been using it. Obi was telling me he set up some stuff on it. So I'm going to give this one the old college try. I loaded it up a little bit today. I used it a few times. I mean, here it is. Let's have a look quickly. I asked it for a short interest on APA. It didn't know, right? It said it wasn't available publicly. And then I also asked it, what causes a wider spread even when there's sufficient volume? And it actually had some good answers. Order book liquidity, you guys can read this and pause it if you want. Increased volatility, information asymmetry, as well as order flow toxicity. Somebody asked me that in the chat earlier. I didn't get an opportunity to respond to them. Yeah, but to sum up, high volume does not guarantee tight spreads. The spread is fundamentally determined by order book structure, volatility, and risks faced by market makers rather than volume alone, just to kind of summarize that. So I think I'm going to keep my Perplexity up with ChatGPT basically every day for any of these financial questions and not completely rely on it, but to see whether it kind of checks out. You know what I mean?
You're avoiding Co at all costs, eh?
Copilot? I don't mind Copilot. I have no problem with Microsoft.
All right.
I swear to you, Assassino, we good to go? All right, looking to trade futures, guys, like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin. Well, guess what? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital, and you pick your own path. You can choose the instant funded route. You can choose the challenge route or even a pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And in the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders just like you. So if you're interested, use the discount code TTV to save on any account of your choice. Scan that QR code or head on over to toponefutures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Shout out to them, guys.
Yeah.
All right, so that is the end there. It is now 2 o'clock and maybe 30 seconds there. So we banked.
Ooh, you're banking it.
We're banking.
Banking it. All right.
And then we got the OB. We got the OB instead of.
They don't think we drink water, right? A lot of people
drink
in the
a lot of water,
yeah,
man.
that's literally all I drink. A lot of people in the chatter. Some people's wives are concerned that we're not hydrated enough, so I said that we stay hydration.
We very much do. Hydration nation.
Yeah.
Shout out to Shakib in the chat. I don't know if Shakib is there. But,
he's like, you guys talk all day. He said, my wife says we talk all day, and then we don't drink enough water. So, yes, ma'am, sorry. We will continue to drink our water. We apologize.
All right, guys. Joseph and I will be back. Same bat time, same bat channel. See you, everybody.
Welcome, everybody. Yes, I literally was drinking water as I got to, and I'm hearing myself.
Why does this bull keep on falling over?
What did you?
This bull keeps on falling over.
Well, because the Bulls tired today, and the Bulls not putting in that
we're
work.
double bullying.
Well, it's first of all, the idiot that was like, remember we should probably have changed it by then to a bull. Well, whoever that was jinxed the S&P, and the S&P has been trending down, but it's trying to break that trend. The NASDAQ's looking pretty good. I've traded ETH for the very first time today.
Let's go.
I have
clean.
No, I won't use that phrase. I have okay, well, I don't know another phrase than the one I was going to say, so you guys probably understand what I was going to say, and now I've made you say it in your head, so I might as well have said it. That makes sense. Which is, okay, you know what? You know who? I'm just going to digress for a second. It was Samuel L. Jackson was the first person to make that gag. When he basically, because he essentially, when you say something like the blank word, and F, whatever it might be, all you are really doing is you're making the other person say it in their head.
Their head, yeah.
So really, you should just either say it or don't say it. Either don't say it all, but don't say the whatever word, because it's the same effect.
Yeah.
Like if we have brains, we can think it's the same thing. Anyways, I've traded you for the first time.
So what, you reminded me of something. So Lil Wayne, recently released a new track or album. In one of his tracks, the first bar is literally that. Like, he says a bar, and the last word of that bar, you know it's coming. He doesn't even say it, and the line, the bar itself, has something to do with putting thoughts in your head.
Yeah, which it's effective. So I think the thoughts we need to put in everybody's head, not everybody, the algos' heads, is to buy. Because what is going on? Like, we were in euphoria, we're going to get China deal and blah, 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 blah. The bank earnings were good, and Nvidia's up a bajillion% because of, because Jensen's going to be able to sell them the little H20. It's not as good, and that was supposed to be great for everything, but we've just been trending down on the ES. The NASDAQ, however, as I do this in like probably the most convoluted way possible, show you guys the black charts. The NASDAQ is breaking trend line as we speak. I like that. SMCI is going, I don't know what to tell you, SMCI has just been a little bit better than Nvidia. Like, Nvidia's up 4%, SMCI is up 8% right now. So which one would you rather be in? The one that is going, or the one that's doing almost nothing? So SMCI, let's back at that high. If it breaks this trend line, I should probably jump out off the high of the day there on SMCI. But yeah, like, there's certainly some things that are better than others. No questions asked. And I'll make sure I am in the right chat, right? We'll get into all the names that you guys want us to look at. I see people already throwing symbols out there that I haven't seen.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at, I know Joby's moving, but Unity today, UNH? Those are two I have absolutely not even taken any kind of a gander at. I know Joby's going. That one I knew was making a run. But you guys are already throwing in the symbols. I'm sure we'll get to all of them once Sharif is ready, locked and loaded and ready to go. MP's on my mind, but that's not doing anything this afternoon. It's a bit weird. And this ETHA, for the first time trading it, it's not bad. It's moving okay. It just it's like it's burst. It bursts more than.
Yes, that's why. As soon as I looked at the chart, I'm just like, yeah, because that's how kind of crypto kind of moves, right? Yeah, it's just very like.
It's like you just kind of go.
It's technically nice.
A little rangy, and then you kind of burst up, and then then you burst up. It's.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, technically, it's okay because like that move is working. But what I've realized from that is, instead of sort of punching in on the momentum up, like, you're probably better off. Like, I could have just got in once and then maybe just sat on the bid here and got a couple, just get a couple cents better on the fill instead of just punching in as it's breaking out. Because when it does that little jiggle, you could just be getting a better price overall. I took some out here. Let me just put this up here and do this. I'm doing this for myself as well. So it broke, but we just lost this prior bar, which means at a bare minimum, I should be executing some out there, and then I'll hold the rest for like just underneath break even. That'll be the plan of action. I want to give this room to go. I don't want to trail it all out because I want to see what it can do. I've also never really, this is the first time I've traded. I've traded IBIT before, but I've never traded ETH. And ETH making a very good move today. But I'd say disappointment overall in the market because it's been trending down.
Yeah, I mean, disappointed in the market. Yes, there's definitely moves that have happened in the morning session, but it's been pretty calm midday to coming into the end of the day here as well. We've had odd moves here and there, but I'm talking about stuff that's a little bit more closer related to the futures. You can see the Nasdaq pretty much sideways, trading within range. We've been chopping between this 23,100 to 23,200. It's been a 100-point range right there. SPY a little bit more directional as it makes clear highs, lower lows and lower highs, and the structure is holding in stair step almost. So I like that a little bit more on the ES as well. But yeah, no, I was looking at Apple. Apple, again, there was a bit of a bid that came in, pretty aggressive. I'm surprised that held VWAP so well. I did get involved during the midday session, but I didn't really hold on to this short. That ended up being a nice little pivot point for reversion back down into VWAP. And now guess what? We are reverting that reversion. So without any further ado, I see that Sharif is ready for us. So let's see what you guys have been talking about in the rundown. Take it away, Sharif.
You got to get him when he dances like that. You got to just throw the camera on him. Do not. Even though Obi is talking, Andre, I know you're a super, but you just got to get him. Because Sharif would, or you could just do that again, Sharif. Let's go over to Sharif.
Let's go.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. Super easy, $ and your 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. It is really that simple. Here's a look at all 4 major averages, and they're all red for the exception of the NQ, which is actually up 0.2% thanks to the Mag 7. Strong day for them. But you've got the Russell 2000, which has been an outperformer as of late, down substantially today. The worst of the 4 major averages, down 1.2. The ES essentially flat, down 0.02. And the Dow taking it on the chin as well, guys, down 0.75%. Here's the first name as decided by you, MP. That's a 15-minute chart on MP as they strike a $500 million deal with Apple for rare earth magnets, guys. It's a good move here by both companies to secure the supply chain and make sure Donald Trump knows that they're getting that stuff locally.
Yeah, so MP was it was a disappointment for myself. Look, it never did the dip into the prior highs, which is fair. That's fine. That trade doesn't happen. You don't take it. It then did the breakout, and I explained during the lesson of the day, one of the things that that you should always do is allow the stock to be itself. Like when it's breaking a consolidation, the move big. When it's inside the range, or like when it's inside the range, the breakout's small. So yesterday, the breakout was 1 step, wait for the pullback. So what do I do? Today, I just do what I think was the same thing that worked yesterday. Just break out 1 step and wait for the pullback. Instead, it did more like what it did when it broke out the range. That was a disappointing trade on a bit of a... Seriously? Anyways, that fly just landed on my lap like it wanted to die. Anyway,
Neil woke up and chose violence today.
no, but you didn't see? You guys saw that?
I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I saw it land.
Whatever. If that's how you want to go out, that's how you want to go out. I mean, to each their own. Like, it doesn't make a difference. Great thought. Yeah. So, anyways, it should have been a bigger hole. Obviously, that's true. But let's get on to what's going on right now, which is it breaking a nice downward trend. Why am I out on my drawing tool? Breaking a nice downward trend on the 15-minute very cleanly. So it's going to close this bar looking green again. I was waiting for VWAP, which I'll show on a 3-minute in a second, but it's breaking trend. And see that trend line here? Hey, missing data again. So it's easily, you got a trend break. I don't think we get to the volume weighted average price. I'll look for a pullback into the trend line at about $60 and try the continuation to the long side. On the other side, this news wasn't, to me, it's not Apple news. It was MP news, and we'll look to buy the dip there. I do not want any part of shorting Apple unless I did a trend break, and I think it would need to do something a little bit more distinct into the high again to set it up. But the other side of MP is don't sleep on the metals company, which a lot of you have been pointing out. This is also going. TMC powering up. MP having a good day. TMC very close to an $8 breakout. It's just a few shekels above, a few cents above the $8 level here. You got a break on TMC. I'll be trading MP, but I'm going to keep this one on the side chart. See if it gets a run to that $8 level. Can't really find that on the 15-minute, but you can see it on the daily, everybody. Yeah, look, I like MP in the long term. I missed the opportunity to get it in the 30s. I think it's got plenty of squeeze potential, plenty.
Yeah, the chart kind of definitely starting to speak for itself as we stair step back to back. And good news from Apple and I guess people in the government just being like, all right, we're going to start pushing these I guess incentive towards these guys making definitely a lot more money and bringing those rare earth metals in-house. So yeah, regardless of what it is, this was on my watch as a large cap association trade where a much smaller cap stock gets an associated news catalyst with one of the largest stocks in the market. Apple itself, and you can see that sentiment that may follow through coming in off of the open. Definitely was a miss on my part. Beautiful reversion to VWAP a little bit later on, but that continuation has been quite nice. Hit a high of over 16% off of the opening price there. That was absolutely beautiful, and nice little curl and hold of those pre-market levels as well. So everything about this stock on the day today is showing a little bit of strength. And I know that Neil also pointed out this bit of a downtrend break as well. So yeah, more signs of potential strength coming in. It's only held above VWAP, hasn't even been able to get down towards VWAP and touch it at all. So again, another signifier of strength. This is the stair step that I'm talking about right here. Strength coming in, when is this, July 10th, and you can see just holding, and then increasing volume as well. So good look here on MP Materials. I know the swing on this one is working out quite nicely.
All right, guys, CYCC up next. What a big small cap mover this was today. There was really no specific catalyst, believe it or not, on this one. But last week, they did enter into agreement with Fitters, Diversified something or another. They're essentially for fire safety materials. That was last week's headline, though. That is not new. Today, I looked, technically breaking out with no new news, guys. CYCC.
If you short this stock, if you short CYCC, it's going to make you sweat. Honey P.
I mean,
I know Adara got that one. No, I know you know that one. But okay, so why does the stock that looks like this in the monthly have potential to go? We have to remember, and we talk about this with the case of like a Mullen. Let's go back to the daily chart for a second here so we can grasp exactly what it is that we're looking at. That is 11.9 million is the high. And so very clearly, and like every single pop in the dilution in stocks like this is insane. But for the firms that lean on these to the short side and just win, when you have moves like this, it is unwinding time. And believe me, there's lots to be unwound. Of course, a lot of money got made shorting this stock into oblivion. So if you can catch one of these early where it's able to break out, and I'll go back to like a regular daily chart, because I think the notion is, like, look what happens every time this thing is tried. You have a reverse split, just trade down. Gap up, trade down. Breakout, trade down. Breakout, right to the bottom. Reverse split. And so what happens in that situation is there's a lot of long-term shorts that have been on it for a while and just keep adding and holding. And then you've got some shorts on the last split that have just gone ham, and it looks like it's just going to do the thing that it does every single time. And when it breaks out that local top after, you can have some serious explosion. It's like if Mullen ever did this, like imagine what Mullen could do. Although that same number when we did it on, when we pulled up this same chart on Mullen, it was 1.6 quadrillion or something was the relative all-time high, which boggles my mind. So I think if you find one of these early, where like you get one up halt, and after the down halt, this is the key. Like after the down halt, it holds the volume weighted average price. I think right in there, like if you get a shot at it, the next up halt is like $6 and change, and your risk is to 5 something. That's about the only trade that I could think of if it's on your radar. All the rest of the stuff up here, it's a tricky game. If that's your cup of tea, great. It's not holding VWAP. You could probably slap a trend line on it and hope it works out like that, which really isn't that bad. But I'd be more inclined, if you can find it early, if after a down halt it immediately finds some clean support, that's not a bad look because it's still making some higher lows. And that way you have the opportunity for the 2, the 3, the 4x move without having to risk everything. Which is, to me, the way to go in here. If you're here long now, like you're just kind of hoping that it has a couple of days in it, or that you can get some weird scalp trade when there's not a lot of liquidity. So look at that long-term chart, and sometimes when these reverse split and fall stocks break out that reverse split high, they can be good to go. No questions asked. But just remember, for every one of these, and I feel contractually obligated to show you, there is a Mullen, which looks like that. Remember I said quadrillion, and the daily chart of Mullen, where you have not had any success every single time. Like it can go, it tried once and right back into the bottom. A lot of times if you chase on the first day, you can get badly burned hoping it's more than a one-day move. Like Mullen did the same thing, but the next day was just right back to normal. So take your profit, everybody.
Yeah, I think ones to watch out for now. Again, I'm not too familiar with a lot of these small caps. Again, not really. Again, Sharif made a good point. He was like, "Obi, pull up CYCC and take a look at the tape." And I started watching the tape, and I was like, "Yeah," I was like, "I remember why I kind of don't really like trading these as much." Because again, I think honestly, this is absolutely ranked. Like this is very like. It's a much harder game to play. But again, if you have a playbook around some of these, I know a lot of traders who like to trade both the build up, the front side, maybe the consolidations, and the backside as well. So all the power to you if you are more than willing to get involved in some of these moves. But yeah, absolutely beautiful move today, all the way from a pre-market low of $4.29. We hit a high of 19.25. I was watching it here on this attempt to push, and then I saw it slam the bid back into 16s. I'm like, yep, nope, no thank you. And then I looked away. But again, it is aggressive. It is a PvP playground, and yeah, it's just, stay safe out there. That's all I got to say.
Well said, Ob. SMCI, guys, great day for SMCI. Big mover, but chips are generally strong today on the back of that Nvidia H20 news with China. Separately, Citigroup maintaining neutral on SMCI, but boosting that price target, boys, up from 37 to 52.
Oh, so with the move up in the chips, there was a lot that was strong. Obviously, SMCI, it's doing this stair-step breakout again, right? Like there's clear resistance channel. You have support and resistance, it breaks out and then makes a run to make a new high, consolidation, breaks that high, consolidates again. You're in that breakout, let's find the new high phase, which is day one for SMCI. So in that day, I'm only looking long. I think it's like this day in here. It's kind of like that day. You're just only looking long on the first day. It's won every single time it's done that in this pattern when it makes that new range. So why would it not do it the third time? And I was inspired by, like Joe made the comment as he was in his AMD trade about, they get the first entry and the second entry and got to make sure you have the third entry. There were 6 potential entries, maybe 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there were six legitimate entries on SMCI, of which I had 3. But I think when you're striving, so a lot of time people will say, well, how could I do better in the trade? It's like, oh, I could have given this a wider stop, or I could have decided not to get rinsed out under VWAP and just held that against me. The way I look at it, I would rather have also had this shot and that one in there than change my execution plan. Because here's the thing, I can take it, people will consider that a tight stop and a tight stop. But if I get 1 or 2 of these other 3 that I didn't get, then who cares how tight your stop is? You managed to re-enter the trade. And the best move was the one that was right at 11:30. So it did grab it. Look, it's actually reverting back into VWAP as we speak, potentially, because it just came up to 54 again. The resistance at 54, support at 53, and VWAP. All look for the dip into that 53 area one more time. I just think when you have something which is in the verge of a trend like that, where my bet is that it closes near the high just like it has, either you're the buy and hold it all day long off an early look, or you want to continue to get in on every possible entry. I tend to be more of the latter, so that's what you got to be aggressive with, not necessarily jump out of your comfort zone. But I like SMCI. I think it's going to find some kind of a high today, and then I wouldn't be surprised if that was a consolidation area for the next little bit.
Yeah, no, SMCI, I had it on watch today because I was like, all right, we're going to be looking for the bid somewhere along the line on chips. And due to some of the Nvidia news that we had this morning, or was it last night? Last night, we had it last night. Some crazy moves in Blue Ocean, for sure. Yeah, there's some opportunities 24/7 in 2025. So we're up for some beautiful times as well. Was it 2026? The NYSE's saying they're going 24 hours as well. So some big plans. But regardless, SMCI was probably one of the only ones here I have on my list that kind of had that VWAP hold. Again, obviously Intel not really giving us that. AMD again giving us that strong push off of the open. Nvidia, very lackluster, pretty much sideways consolidation, maybe looking for that continuation coming down the road, maybe this week or the coming weeks, if it's still going to happen. I have no idea. But ARM also holding that VWAP. But SMCI, again, one of the more cleaner ones here, holding that VWAP multiple times on top of that 52 and pushing past some of those prior week highs as well. So a little bit of a multi-frame breakout. You can see that prior high from last week was made on that Thursday around 51s, and you can see that 51 holding beautifully off of the open along with pre-market lows. So a lot of confluence there on the opening drive for SMCI. And if you had the guts to hold through all of it, guess what? It's looking like it's attempting another push for highs. Higher highs and higher lows is the only thing that SMCI has done today.
Bang.
Guys, trading near the lows. It went green to red on the day. A couple of headlines. Let's start with the India headline. They're going to start selling the Model Y there, but at around $70,000 US. Compare that to what they sell it in the continental US for around $45,000. Very much as a result of high Indian tariffs on EV imports. Also, a good week for China, or for Tesla in China, rebounding with 12,300 weekly registrations. That's the highest week ever for Tesla in China. Still, guys, trading near their lows.
Yeah, and that tariff is huge, and like it just goes to show to the reality of that there are some pretty prohibitive tariffs that are out there, and were there before, and then certainly are there now. I'm looking at my note from yesterday, and it's like, okay, this would be the same thing. 312 dip, 319 breakout. The only thing different is I didn't feel the 320, I didn't feel the breakout of the 319, in part because at 8:30 we'd already run into this and rejected it, and at the open you were already breaking out above it. Plus, look at the rejection that it had yesterday. I'll just do that so you can see that's the rejection on the 319 break, and then it double bottomed in front of 312.5 or so. So I don't know why you'd look at any other levels. So if you tried the breakout, to me the 19 wasn't as valid. If anything, I'm not sure why I wasn't looking for the rejection and just shorting it like yesterday. But when it came down to that 312 level, I did have to take a couple stabs. Like the first time it made a bottoming tail wick right in here, like this candle, I got stopped out on the break, and then when it retook the lower high or the higher low, and I jumped right back in the trade when it held the double bottom. So I did get a stop out and then right back in. It couldn't seem to play strongly past 315, at least when I was trading it into 315, and it looks like the same thing now. So at least in the short run, Tesla is struggling badly with this condensed 50 and 200 period moving average on the daily around the 320 area. Every time it gets there, it's getting to that price, and it's getting sold off pretty heavily. So I've said this multiple times, and it's just going to be true. One day, hopefully tomorrow or this week, we're going to have candles closing above 320, yes. And I'm going to be long when we actually have candles closing above 320 and holding 320. Once that happens, Tesla's along again, and then we can go back to this being a stock which is trending up. But for now, this nice little recovery move that we've had, it just cannot, whoever is selling this thing at 320 is in control up there, and there's nothing you can do. Either you short that level until it goes, or you wait for about the 312 area lately to be a buy. So that's pretty much all there is on Tesla. I'm really hoping that changes, but while it's in this range, you might as well trade it.
Yeah, I think that's very it's very clear, the seller and the supply that's sitting at the 322s. Again, I was going to point that out as well, especially from yesterday. Yesterday's wick on the 15-minute chart was pretty deadly on Tesla, and the follow-through was pretty nice as well. Like, if there is an indication that you're looking for to see who is in charge, I think the first opening 15-minute candle on the day yesterday kind of gave us a pretty decent look, and a nice continuation as well. Sure, a little bit of a chop once it does settle down into prior day's highs as well. But you can see another day where we come back in to those 320s, supply stepping right back in, keeping us in that range. But interestingly enough, now a little bit of a support forming at that 313 from yesterday, and today holding as support, maybe a little bit from the Friday last week's high as well. Last week's high, yes sir, last week's high Bit of a gap fill from the prior Thursday as well. Interesting. So this 313 definitely seems a little bit interesting to me right off the bat. And oh boy, look at that 309 hold. So a lot of stuff happening in and around this area. Let's see. I think Neil is definitely correct in trying to see if that 320 seller does lift.
Before we go back to Sharif, we had a super chat. We had two of them. Anton Delta, mountain biking while trading made possible by Trader TV Live.
Nice.
Thank you. And Ian Rispetto, what do you think of BlackRock for a long hold? Be okay. It got hit pretty nice after earnings. Thank you. So I have a monthly up of BlackRock. Generally speaking, we talk about the 3-day rule all the time. So yeah, it got hit, but look where it is on the monthly chart. It's been bouncing the 50 period so nicely on dips. It's not crazy that if this is a fresh high that you could get something in the 900 range. Or that's for the long term, I start with a monthly chart for anything that I consider my long term. And then other times I might look at the 50, I look at the daily chart in here and the 50 period there. That's still in and around 1,000. So I'd be in more wait and see mode for a couple of days, but it could certainly get down into levels where, yeah, an upward trending stock, you like it, it's going to give you some value to jump in and buy the dip. So in a general sense, yes, it's just not any levels that I would do on day one. If it tanks so far that it goes into some of these really good levels and there's nothing wrong fundamentally, I would, but give it a couple of days or let it pull back into some more meaningful levels on BlackRock. Let's talk about another chip name. All about the chips today.
Yeah, it's chip day today, Neil. And it's not just Nvidia that can sell their H20 back into China. AMD also getting a boost. We missed that. The MI308, Joey, that can also make its way out to China now with these new restrictions being removed. Also, separately, reports that chips could be strong as a group as a result of the Trump administration announcing a massive $70 billion investment in USAI and energy infrastructure. Keep an eye out on that today, later with Adara as that Carnegie Mellon AI Energy Conference kicks off, guys.
Yeah, no, the AMD move this morning was absolutely wild as well. Again, stock selection. We talked about that whole chip sector, Nvidia, Intel, AMD, SMCI, SMH even, not really giving us what we're looking for. I guess if you were looking for the long, Nvidia didn't really give us that right off of the open, but AMD does come in quite nicely. Even with that pre-market trend holding so cleanly, you can see it even from a little bit of a base here, holding that. Sure, we kind of come in much later, but that holds going into the open and breaking out of that pre-market high as well, around 155. So kind of looking back at the chart, let's go to a higher time frame here, take some of these indicators off so we can see a little bit better. We can see that we broke this 150 through that push and kind of coming up into some of these prior levels as well. So yeah, I like that look on AMD for that continuation. I don't know if chips are going to stay strong, but AMD definitely showing us that it can step up and higher with those higher highs and higher lows today.
I can, on the weekly chart of AMD, like there's was on a weekly, look at it sort of break out this trend. If anything, there's also, you know what, I could, whatever, am I just gonna, I don't need to draw this. You guys get an idea of what this trend will look like, but I'm gonna draw it anyways. So if you look at the trend from the tops on the weekly chart, it also just broke out and consolidated that. Like you're getting a pretty big move here in advanced micro devices, which had been so weak. And this is from the beginning of 2024. That's why I pulled up a weekly chart. So just based on this breakout, one would lead you to think we're headed to the 170 area. Like that's the spot that I think my eyes are looking toward in a general sense on AMD. Look, I liked SMCI and Nvidia today, and I would say it was the right decision with SMCI, maybe the wrong one with Nvidia. But that's why on a chip, someone put it in the chat, like a chip news is all chip news, or Nvidia news is all chip news, or something to that effect. And I completely agree. I almost always approach, like if we have that gap up in the Nvidia hit, I want to have Nvidia and I want to have a backup play in the chip space. Today I thought it was SMCI. AMD would have been a perfectly reasonable pick as well. And a big shout out to Joe who got the mean reversion short on AMD.
Really
when
good, yeah.
Like look at the snipe in here. It was 158, I believe Joe had, or something almost exactly at that price. And sometimes when you get that opening drive, you get this one shot to clean get in where your risk to reward is a matter of like maybe $50 at most. and the stock just ran $5. Like it just went $5, and you can take a reversion, which even if it goes to VWAP is a couple bucks, it's great risk to reward. I was really only thinking long. It didn't even occur to me to try that short. It was a great one. It looks a little sleepy. If anything, I would say this slight downward trend, look for that to maybe break, and then you could have something going in the afternoon to the upside. As a matter of fact, I might, oh no, I'm not going to save that trend line because I know what's going to happen if I do. But yeah, if it breaks this trend line, which would be something around the 156.5, you'd have to break out for the afternoon here on AMD. But yeah, looking pretty good. So far, so good. And I do believe we are going to go to Adara.
Keep an eye here on BTC and some of these weight loss drug names. I'll start with the weight loss drug names because they're on my chart. Barron's on watch here. A Chinese weight loss drug, according to Barron's, it said that this Chinese weight loss drug is showing early promise as a potential rival to Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. So Novo Nordisk and Lilly on watch here as, according to this Barron's report, a Chinese weight loss drug showing that it could be a solid competitor for those companies' products. Then we have BTC on watch. We have some comments coming here on X from Jake Sherman. Jake Sherman is the founder of Punch Bowl News. He's also reported, it looks like, for NBC. And he's saying that apparently House Republicans have failed to clear a procedural motion that would allow for the consideration of a pair of crypto bills and the defense spending bill. So sounds like there might be a blow here for this crypto week bill approval. If I have more details, I'll let you know. I also want to let you guys know on the topic here of crypto and AI. We are having this Pennsylvania Energy Summit. Donald Trump expected to attend. The stream hasn't started yet. It's set to start at 2:30 p.m. So potentially any time now, I will let you guys know if and when I get more information on any of these stories. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
So I want to thank you.
It didn't work. Fabian, no. Hit it. You know the one I want. No. Oh, that's not fair.
No?
I'm going to get that graphic working. I wanted my thanks to Dara button, and it didn't work.
Okay, we'll try again.
So I want to thank you very much, Dara.
There you go. Nice.
Okay, there it is.
Sick.
You're welcome, Trump.
It's a little bit delayed, but like my whole, hey, you get the idea. Thank you, Dara, and that's just too cool. But just one quick little note. I put the break-even stop in the last of my ETH. It's like I said, it's the first time I've ever traded it, which is a simple breakout play. I wanted to see if we could let it fly. Obviously, that headline is going to get you out, but that's why you also trade with stops. So I'm going to let this one go, not necessarily need to focus too much on there. I see you're into Apple, Obi, and
Yes,
I wanted to point out, because a few people mentioned this, like Circle's dumping on this. I got to get back to that stock. But QBTS also on the verge of a breakout. Tony, yes, I did get the fly. Well, I've got a couple today, but the one that you saw live, I also got.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's summertime. It's summertime as well. You're seeing that, like, you know, Mother Nature's coming out. Spring, I mean, it's way past spring now. Whoa, what is happening there?
It's
yeah, okay. When you said Circle is dropping, I didn't expect that kind of drop.
I'm just saying.
Where is my chart?
I had a scalp trade in this thing. Like,
oh
come
my
on,
God,
man.
what is happening? Okay,
Like,
all right.
small
Intraday
scalp,
news. Let's
break
go.
even, and
Got to
now it
sit up.
dumps.
Gamer position. I'm joking.
What's the gamer position?
So when you lean forward by about, I think it's 15 to 20 degrees, you get plus 10 focus, and you have maybe plus 2 intuition as well. I don't know.
Plus 2 intuition.
Yeah. Gotta stack up those buffs.
On a scale of what?
You gotta ask
Relative
some of the
to
game
what?
makers. I don't know.
Like if it's out of 100, that's not very good.
I mean, look at
It's out of
ETH
10.
is dropping as well. So
No,
it's a nice
everything.
confluence.
It was good to get
Are you
out
still
of ETH.
short?
Hell no, I'm not still short.
Okay.
Sometimes this happens. I'm just no, I'm mad at myself because this happened to me with a firm a couple of years ago, where I was short a firm in the afternoon show, or it was in the afternoon, and like it was a day that a firm dropped their earnings in the afternoon by accident. And when they dropped their earnings by accident, the stock absolutely tanked. And like 3 minutes before that accidental release, I was short into the high, and I had just been stopped out. And I was like, ah. And then they dropped the earnings, and it was like, boom, tank. So effectively, that's kind of what happened on Circle here. Only I was out of this a while ago. You know, I was in this short. It couldn't break 197. So cover it. It got back in, then got out of that one for a small hit. And now Circle on that new news. Yeah, that's right. is absolutely flushing. I'm not chasing this. It's way too far down. But I paid for locates. I'll let this one settle in and see if we can't pick up something on the way back to the upside. It's a heavy candle, but circle where it's been, like it's nothing. 'Tis but a scratch.
'Tis but a scratch.
As the, you know where that's from.
Of course.
That's
Let's go.
My man.
Holy grail.
It's got a lot of room if it decides to go downside here. Let's be real. The market's starting to come back in here a little bit as well. Is there something I can short that's not waiting for circle to make a bit of a move? I know I liked MU. I'm just going over in my head.
We also need,
Oh, I know I was waiting for MU to turn. If the market's turning, this has nothing to do with circle. It's Micron. You know, sometimes you've been looking at a bunch of charts and you're like, I want to revert this one because it was weaker than the other chips if it gets back to the upside and the market turns. And I remembered that stock was Micron. So I go over, everything else is at the lows. Micron happens to be breaking trend.
Oh boy.
This is what happens. You know, you look at too many charts. I'm like, yeah, there was something I was looking at that would be setting up like this. Flip to Micron and it was Micron.
Yeah, no, I'm staring this circle down here. Pug Life is saying, Hobie, stop nerding out and take the reversion on circle. Yes, sir, I'm looking at it right now. Let's take a look at this tape together here. CRCL, let me go. That trades on the NYSE. And something else, Neil, I'm just gonna ask you, can I get some borrows, please? For the circle, just in case. You got to have them on hand, and I did not borrow them this morning. I'll have the usual. Thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
We'll see if that sets up. But as of right now, dumping to the downside and still continuing the selling through 190. So let's take a quick look at some. Okay, got stopped out on that Apple. That's fine. That bid came in pretty aggressively on Apple. Yeah, it wiped up like 15, 20 pennies right there. But again, within range, but I'm watching really closely this circle.
Wow,
so let's throw up a little bit of a filter here on the tape so we can see any sort of distinctly different action if it does want to come up. Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, 181s. Let's see what's happening here. I don't necessarily need to see the chart that much, but we'll take a close look at that as well. Yeah, no, I'm more than willing to kind of let it work. Let it work itself out because this is fresh news. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. That is a little bit of a bid coming back into 192.70s. The spread is pretty nice as well. 40 to 50 pennies at times. Sometimes maybe even a little bit more there. Wow, look at that aggressive bid coming right in. So yeah, I guess that was it. That was it. That was the topping. What do you call it? The bottoming tail candle. Yes.
I think Bitcoin had one as well. Like that's pretty aggressive. So look, if you're going to trade this off the 3-minute, I was scanning stocks at the time, but if you're going to trade this off the 3-minute, that's a very, very, you have to be so fast because it does this bottoming tail, like this candle closes and then we open up and it's gone. Like it opens up, wicks this 191 and it's just gone. So you have to be so quick to realize you want the long off 191 so you can get it in the first half dollar because by the time you blink, it's through 192 and it's going. Very tricky. Like I don't know how many human traders could have been in like that trade. Like maybe you could have guessed 190 and gotten in on this 3-minute wick or put up a 1-minute chart. Sometimes, and I know I like 3-minute charts, but if you're the aggressive type trader, then you want to use a 1-minute chart, I think, in this situation, because then you probably could on a 1-minute, when it does this candle, you can just say, forget it, I'm getting it somewhere in here, and you're going to get the 191.5 a little bit easier. But as it works back down, I just got into Micron, and on that reversion play, I have to go back to my 3-minute. Okay, that worked. That was weird. It's like, are we going to go back to the 3-minute, or are we just going to not? So there was the break of the trend. VWAP's pretty much right away. So yeah, first exit is going to be tight, but that's because the reversion happened right in front of the volume weighted average price, which I'm always going to take something there in case it bounces. And now I want to get the next out right about 119.8 and 119.9, which was this breakout spot. So we break volume weighted average price, we'll let it trade to here. Hopefully we get the low of the day. Well, I don't want the market to go to low of the day, but if we do, then I want Micron on that mean reversion to work out. So yeah, anyone watching the news, it's really all about, like, it's almost as if that sell the news on crypto is just dumping everything. You know it's live when I see someone pull up Hood, and I'm like, let's look at some other stocks here, and did not realize that Hood was having this kind of moment. It makes obvious sense, but clearly that 101, and the reason why I just went a little screw face there for a second, is where do you think Robinhood was at when it dumped? So like regardless of what happens on Micron for that mean reversion, it is you know why? Look at Robinhood. I don't even have to draw this one. It's not even necessary. It doesn't matter that you draw this trend line.
Everything.
Like the whole day trend and news. That's essentially like it's like the golden ticket. Like if you get a trend line break and then news happens at the same time, to give it you that, because then you like maybe you would have taken some out at 100, but like where else are you getting it out? So maybe there's going to be a bottom here. I almost feel like IBIT is a safer bottoming play than a lot of this other crap, to be honest, because Bitcoin's a little bit more stable, for lack of a better word. So I just feel better about trying to revert IBIT. It's double bottomed here at about 66, so it's holding 116,000 in all of this. Whereas look at how heavier some of the candles are on the other names. I feel like risk to reward. If you can get something off to 66 even, VWAP is sitting at 4-1, maybe 5-1. I'd rather take this for a bounce play. You just have to risk less on IBIT if you give it to the 66 area. I think we're going back up to the desk with Adara. For now, the shorts are winning. Let's see if we can close this candle above 66, and I might take a shot at IBIT. Adara?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, in case anyone missed this catalyst, we did get a post on X coming from Jake Sherman, who is a reporter. He's the founder of Punchbowl, and he's also worked for NBC. He said that House Republicans were unable to clear a procedural motion that would allow for the consideration of a pair of crypto bills and the defense spending bill. So, no, why is this such a big deal, specifically for these crypto names, but also, I guess, tangentially, I think, for the rest of the market? Well, a lot of people have been attributing this push into all-time highs in BTC, at least partially, to crypto week. It was supposed to be the acceptance here, the embracing, especially at a governmental level, of crypto and regulations related to crypto. Given that that has fallen through, some of the sentiment seems to have changed. Again, there are definitely a lot of other reasons, including technical reasons for that Bitcoin breakout, but a lot of people did attribute that push higher, especially into that 123,000 level, to crypto week. Now things are a little bit different. Back to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, that Mark. Oh, yeah, we got to use that one.
So I want to thank you very much, Adara.
There you go, nice. I got to get that one as well. I'm talking to Fabian a little bit earlier. I'll have my stream deck fully set up the way I like it by tomorrow. Don't worry about that. But Circle coming right back in. So that 188 bounce all the way back to 192 was pretty aggressive as well. So yeah, pretty wild action happening here on the Circle. And yeah, I'm paying attention. I'm watching. I'm letting it settle down. Let's see how it goes here. 3-minute chart I'm watching. I'm watching 15-minute chart as well. And Neil pointed out that Robinhood as well. I really, really like that one as well. Again, like he mentioned, that's a trade you'd already probably be in. And yeah, if I was watching it, if I was being involved in that stock, yeah, I would definitely be like, all right, well, we've seen supply at the 101 halves. 101.20s was that prior current day high, and we come into that level and we fail once again, and at an area where it's shown us to have supply before. So it's just like, all right, well, how much more do I really need to see before kind of getting with the program in a sense, right? So it's like, yeah, that might be a situation where, you know, you're in there and you get pretty lucky as well, and it's all about kind of being at the right place at the right time. There's more stocks as well.
But that's exactly that's half of what trading is. It's looking at the right stock and at the right moment. And you know, the execution part comes after that. I'm trying to figure, why is SBET holding up so well? Like, why would, we're going to, like, look at, wow, oh my goodness, the bounce on Circle. Oh, that is absurd. Circle, this gets back all the way in the prior lows. That could be a nice little secondary push. Let's go back. We're going to go to the desk. Adara has more.
Yes, keep an eye here on this market. We have comments coming through from Feds Collins. We did have some Feds comments earlier, none of them super market related, but Feds Collins saying that the economy is in a good place, which allows the Fed to be actually patient, or sorry, actively patient. So this implies at least Fed's Collins here is open to leaving the rate where it is for the time being. She also warns that tariffs will be lifting core inflation near 3% by the end of the year. So we keep waiting to see if there's going to be a tariff impact on inflation. As of now, we haven't really seen it, but Fed's Collins saying by the end of the year, we certainly will. So interesting look here. She's also saying, though, that apparently margins might actually dampen the effects of tariffs. So, of course, we're going to have to wait and see if that is, in fact, the case. But either way, keep an eye on this market. Interesting stuff in between this crypto-related catalyst and comments from Fed's Collins. Back to you.
So I want to thank you very much, Derek.
Nice.
I understand for some people that's going to get old, but it's not old for me yet, so I'm going to keep doing it. I immediately answered my own question when I said, why is SBET holding up so well? Well, I pulled up ETH, and ETH just bounced clean off the volume-weighted average price. So obviously, that would be a good reason why SPET would, of course, being whatever it is they did before, and then turning themselves into a they were a gaming company, gaming, farming, whatever it is that you do, and then you turn yourself into some kind of a crypto treasury, and you have fun stuff happen, and that's what's happening on SBET. So it bounces clean off VWAP as well. So yeah, if you're trading this, the same way we look at NASDAQ stocks and pull up the Qs and have the Qs on the side chart or whatever in a SPY, or maybe you have SMH when you're trading some of the chip names, or you have Nvidia when you're trading the chip names. Yeah, if you're trading SBET, good idea to have ETH up there, because when that bounced, you probably, like when I was questioning what was happening, if I saw the bounce on ETH, that's a pretty good bottoming tail for a scalp trade. I won't chase it. I'm not sure I want to be long on this bounce, given the sell the news aspect to all of this on the crypto names. I'm kind of eyeballing Circle to see if it doesn't come into, of course, it's a NASDAQ stock, not New York stock, not NASDAQ. See if it can come back into that high, like 195, half 196, and look for some kind of a curl before it gets to the volume-weighted average price. So I'm going to be patient with this. I'm not really convinced we should be following through all the way back up. But let's go to Adara.
I just want to add as well here some more context with regards to this crypto story. We do have, apparently, they are able to vote again, the House, on these crypto bills that they had the motion fail to pass through. But what's interesting here is the specifics of why this was unable to pass through. Again, this is reported by a reporter from the Punch Bowl, but apparently the procedural vote was unable to go through because some members from the Freedom Caucus apparently objected to the bundling of the Genius Act with other crypto bills. So it seems like the issue is less the bills themselves and more how the bills were packaged together. Though House Speaker Mike Johnson said that they want it in one package, so it's unlikely they're going to waver from that. Again, they can vote again, but I think the details of this are important. It seems like the issue is mostly how the bills are bundled together, at least how it's being reported by Punch Bowl. Back to you.
I like Punch Bowl is such a great name. Okay, I'm not gonna use it every single time. So I'm not gonna. Thank you very much, Adara. Ooh.
All right, so guys, Beta Pro by Global X. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders, ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. All right, so yeah, that was a pretty nice bounce on that circle right there. It came in real hot, real fast, and while that was happening, I was kind of getting a little aggressive with Apple as it tries to trade a little bit lower towards VWAP. You can see I was in that push. Again, 20 pennies right away, and then wipes back to the prior high. I get stopped out and then slams right back in. I'm like, all right, not without me. I'm coming in right away, back through into that 211s. That's what I wanted, and I guess that's what I got. So where is the next trade is what I'm asking. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on these crypto names. I'm sorry, guys, to keep coming in here, but we do have more updates. So apparently, according to a reporter from Fox posting on X, the House will apparently try for another vote on these crypto bills that failed to go through, apparently at 5 p.m. Eastern. So at about just over 2 hours, they will attempt a second vote. Apparently, Donald Trump is not pleased with the results, again, according to this Fox reporter, and he's now making outreach to members of these groups that blocked the crypto bills from coming to the floor. So President Trump apparently going to try some outreach with members directly. We know this is what he did for the big, beautiful bill. We're going to have to wait and see what happens with this going forward, but apparently we could have another vote on this bill as of 5 p.m. Eastern. If I see any more details, I will let you know. Back to you.
Yeah, that's good information because it certainly changes the litmus in terms of wanting to reshort that move. If the like how many sellers? Oh my goodness! Just as I was, you always want to be informed, but I think that just as I was sort of thinking and talking myself out of this short on Circle, which I'm not inclined to change my mind. I am like, well, if they're going to just be able to vote. If they're just going to be able to vote at 5 and Trump's going to push hard to see if he can get it done, like when it already sold off, like how aggressive are they going to be profit taking if we already had such huge volume come in? Maybe there is going to be more. You know what? It's a dollar risk.
Like it.
It's a dollar risk with $5 of upside. I'm sitting there talking myself through it, and I should have just taken this. Well, I should have just taken the 94s. Anyways, sometimes you can overthink things, which I clearly just did. That's life. You got this. You got it.
That's why I literally turned around to you and I was like, you're actually thinking about getting out of it. That's why I wanted to hear what you wanted to say. Because I was looking at it. No, I wasn't even in. I was looking at it and I was like, all right, I do like it. I do like it. I don't know. That's why I wanted to hear your opinion. It could still not work.
Don't listen to my opinion. No, man, you got to make your trade.
I wanted to know what you had to say.
Don't worry about me overthinking things. There. Pug Life, that is probably a 50% retracement there.
Yeah, it's about a 50%. On that rip back up.
You know what? When in doubt, zoom out. Because I think when we remember like how tight this range is, I know it looks like a lot when it's $5 on a $200 stock, but this is pretty tight ranging in here. It hasn't really done that much. Let's be real. Yeah, I should 100% be in this one. I'm glad you're in it there. Let us know what else you guys are looking at. Because right now we're really just looking at the crypto names based on the news that's been dropping this afternoon. I'm in Micron, but that was a trend reversion. Why is this still Circle? I just typed there we go. I just typed MSTR. I'm like, why didn't it go there? There it is. But MSTR, people are like, why is MSTR dropping? If anything in the crypto space is dropping, it's because this bill didn't go through during crypto week, and we'll see what happens with vote after market. You're in for a treat tonight. My daughter has baseball, so Joe's going to step in and do the aftermarket show with Adara. So it should be a fun one, and all this crypto news to review. I'd say the good news, like an MSTR dip, never even broke the low of the day. So no break of the low on MSTR. I'm assuming, I shouldn't make the assumption, but it's a safe one. I was like, IBIT probably didn't break the day if that's true. So I did jump in after the fact into Circle. As a now, I should have had maybe like 193, 6 or 7. Instead, I have it on the way down at 20s. And hopefully that wasn't too loud. Bunch of flies around here. And I think you got to be able to give it into that high. Like the upside in this particular case, the downside is all the way into the high 80s. And when you look at the 15, like to me, underneath here, like your target's got to be at least into 90 and then the 80s if we're going to get continuation. So I think you got to give this one some room. So I'll be willing to give it to that local top. My stop was already in because I kind of not taken the trade and just left my stop in. So I'll leave the stop in front of that prior high. But yeah, Bitcoin really, like direct Bitcoin names seem to be a little bit better when you look at what's going on with IBIT and MSTR. I think the real move in terms of volatility, one way or another, is going to be in something like a Circle.
Yeah, no, I like that. I got stopped out right away because I kept a pretty tight stop back through that 194, and then once the bid kind of got back above that, I got out. I'm more than willing to kind of get back in. So I did get a little bit of a cover for on top of 192s, short 194s, but again, that's not what I'm looking for, right? I'm looking for that 190 to potentially come back in. But the reversion's working out quite nicely as well right now, but let's see where it can get to. This is holding a moving average as well right now. Oh boy, while I'm talking and looking at Circle, Apple quadunks down into VWAP, and I don't even have it anymore. Oh my God! It's gotta stay focused on a little bit of everything here because there's moves everywhere. And where is the next trade? Is what I'm asking right now. That circle coming back up above 194. Can we get to 195s? VWAP's all the way at 197.5s right now. And another stock that is coming into VWAP here that I was looking at earlier was Apple. This consolidation low coming in at 210.40s. A little bit of a confluence with VWAP. It held it well during the midday session. Can it hold it well now as the market is ripping back down toward its lows? And VWAP buyers, where are you at? Are you still here is the question that I'm asking. Are you going to give me another potential for the next trade? I really did like the short reversion to VWAP, but guess what? Not really holding it to fruition. Oh boy, as that comes in quite nicely from this local high. What was it? I think I had 211.40s, then got back in 211.20s. We're trading 211.59s right now, just hovering above this VWAP. So the question becomes, can we see more of those buyers from before? And here's Circle back down in 193s, Neil. So again, I'm going to let this kind of chop and churn for a little bit, but I still like the same idea. I'm not really.
The market's starting to give it up a bit.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not really feeling the long too much up here. The reversion was nice into the moving. I do like it, but like you said, if we're going to come, if we're going to have more potential catalyst on this later on in the day, you don't know. Well, I don't definitely know what it's gonna do. So.
It cuts both ways. The way I'm sort of looking at it, and I know I talked myself out of it, but there's two sides to that coin of it. Well, if we tanked this far because it got voted down once, and then the president comes out and was like, "How are you going to vote this down? Let's rally the troops and be highly critical of it." There's another fly. Then what if it gets voted down again? Like, what would the tank look like if it loses again this evening? I think it would be like Circle could really flush. So
we could finally get that move.
So therefore, there would still be some people that might be thinking, let's take some more risk off here. Anyways, like I said, I could be wrong about that. The Q's almost getting down into those lows. When I see it down at support like that, that Micron goes from VWAP. That Micron trend reverse goes from VWAP down into the 119.8. I'm sort of thinking take the stairs down. If we can break the next channel, probably requires the market to break the low, and then we work off the low. If the market bounces off the low, then I don't want to let this get back through the volume weighted average price. At this point, Micron is a stock that is relatively strong. Market's at the low and it's barely breaking down. So I want to make sure that we don't throw away the profit on the 1 Micron shot there. Steve Canyon, I answered a question in the chat because it was Daniel in the chat had asked, where would you put a trailing stop on Alibaba? And I was sort of saying, well, I'm not in the trade. And so we can't, I'm not here to tell you what orders to put in or what stocks to trade. That's not really what any of us are trying to do. All I can say is if I was shorting Alibaba, the first question you got to ask is, are you day trade short? Are you swing trade short? If you're swing trade short, then I think sort of obviously this end of June high or the 50 period at 118 gives you an obvious exit if you got the 117 short here. But if I was short just above the high of day, if I'm in this trade, if I've taken this short trade here, then I'm either putting it at the high or just above the high. That's it. I always try to keep it relatively simple. That's what I do. And it's no different from the trade that I'm in on Micron, where it breaks that trend, and I'm not going to draw the trend line again. You guys know where it is, where my stop is here or here. Most of the time, it'll be here. It's a relatively strong stock. If it's going to get there, it's probably going to break out anyways. And then I start trailing. Once it breaks VWAP, I put a trail on so I don't lose the gains. So I think at this point, if you're this market's at the lows, it's either you bounce here or you don't bounce at all, I think. So I'm trying to think what I like to the long side, and the first thing that comes to my mind is where is SMCI?
Power hour.
As we go to power hour, and coincidentally, market at the low, yeah. SMCI is at VWAP, of course.
That shake and bake that came in on the open of the hour, that was pretty nice there. I'm watching Apple. I'm looking for a potential bid here. I don't know if this is what I'm really looking for just yet, but again, watching Circle as well, and the market's at the lows, and I think Neil is right. If we're going to bounce, we've seen a little bit of demand here once, twice, and now maybe a third time as well, right? off of that 23. But again, That has yet to be seen, and let's see if that prior support, that consolidation low on Apple holds. 210.40s is where VWAP are 210.47 currently. So we're still kind of chopping around that. I'll let that one work and see where the next trade potentially is. That hood was coming in quite nicely as well. Let's take a quick look at hood. Let me know in the chat, guys, what are you guys trading? Did you guys take that circle move, or are you waiting for something else? That reversion was quite nice. You had to snipe that if you're trying to get it off those 188 lows right there. Let's throw on, you know what I like to do? I like to throw on a little bit of an anchored VWAP as well. Again, shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon there for introducing me concept, yeah, no. So you can see we're kind of consolidating on top of that that anchored VWAP, which is currently sitting at 192.84s on circle. So it held that pretty well, and I think keeping it tight was a good thing. Let's see. Again, I'm looking for that VWAP as well. Intraday VWAP a little bit higher, all the way up here at 197.60, kind of in the core-ish area of this all of the morning's consolidation. It is VWAP. So circle is that one. Hood was the one I was going to check out right here. So that one coming in with a bit of a reversion as well. This is the one we were talking about, that 101 area, man. Oh boy, a little bit of supply. Sure, a little bit of a catalyst, but guess what? Supply nonetheless coming in in those areas. So day low of 97.17 here on hood. So let's see if that can do a little bit of reversion as well. It's reverted, like I think someone in the chat said, at 50% so far. I do like that. Let's see, Gabriel in the chat talking about APLD. Yes, coin and QBTS. Let's take a quick look at some of those. Yeah, wow, look at that coin. Oh boy, hello. I guess some of these levels came in. So that 337.16 is the low here. So this Coinbase reversion is looking a little bit nicer here, a lot sharper, with a lot of volume making up for that low, and a 375 area bounce as well. Market coming in here nicely as well. You can see that again, a little bit of a demand zone that we said before. Let's see if there's follow through in this one. Again, 15 minutes, got about 11 and a half minutes roughly left for this 15-minute candle to print. So let's see if that bid kind of comes in. And what was the other one? QBTS, right? Oh, so QBTS, yeah, I guess a little sideways, nothing too crazy right now, but trying to push high a day. Double top high a day. We just recently made that secondary top right there. That's coming in at $16.17. We're only trading about 6 pennies away from that currently, but a little bit of a range chop here on QBTS. Let's see if this catalyst can bring us a little bit of the move, that potential breakout. Again, maybe one to watch out for. Thank you for pointing it out in the chat. Okay, one more. Simpleton Jeep. Nice. HIMS. Talking about HIMS. Let's take a quick look at HIMS. Oh, nice. A little bit of a downtrend. We saw it yesterday. Quite the strength. Bit of a gap up. Looking for that continuation. Doesn't really come in today. And a little bit of a flush all the way back down to 50. So nice look there. Apple's looking like it wants to hold VWAP for now.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it wants to hold. The NASDAQ is really powering back. I'll go to SMCI in a second, but first, I don't usually get petty with tightening up a stop, but I'm going to get a little bit petty here. And it's not a huge difference, but I'm not going to let this run this top. I'm going to give it to that, because I feel like if we break this top, the lower high that it just put in, it's going to blow through this on the way potentially to VWAP. So I'll still look. I'm looking for 2 and 4. So this is what I wanted to risk. But instead of giving it the stop through the high, lower high, that way you probably get a better execution if it stops out, and then there should be less slippage in that range. So just a slight change in the stop by about 30 cents. It's not a huge amount, but I think the way that we're rebounding here, I'm just going to do it. And again, if this works out, fine. I'm shorting this. Like, if you look at the 15-minute chart, it's the consolidation play that I like. Like, there's your 15-minute tail underneath the prior low, and then you go back to this level. So I'm kind of shorting this to play into this part of the range on a 15-minute. But if it now that you've got a lower high, I'm just going to take it out if it starts breaking out that top. I want to go over to SMCI. That happened pretty quick off of VWAP when we went there. Like, you just look for something strong when the market's at the low, and by the time I got on the bid, By the time I got on the bid, like it just started shooting up off VWAP. I'll see if I can get something on the way back in here. Just look at me, 10, 15 cents above. I don't want to chase too far. I still have almost just over the 53 bid where I'm trying to pick this up. And it just comes down to, okay, well, what does SMCI have to do with the crypto headline? Nothing. And as the market was at the lows, is it stronger than the relative market? Answer, yes. Like, I'd rather dip by something relatively strong if I can. It doesn't mean it's automatically going to work. I just think it gives you a better chance if that's the way you want to go. But it was a good look on that on that D-Wave, QBTS, because I had totally forgotten about this. That's another example of if you get a headline that drives everything down, even something that isn't directly related to the theme, those are good places to buy the dip. And it's right back at the high. I should have thought of that before I thought of SMCI. But, you know, that kind of is what it is. I'm keeping an eye also on IBIT while all this is going on. Another reason why, like if IBIT loses VWAP, like Bitcoin loses VWAP, then I think it makes it good for the shorts. I might decide if this breaks out to just punch out of circle manually. If I start to see this break out, or if I start to see ETH, which I have up here, if I start to see this break, its consolidation, like that's a good reason to just get out early. If we break away from this consolidation, then I'll just not even wait for my stop to get hit. Let's go back up to the desk. Adair's got more.
Well, here with QBTS, in case anyone missed it, they have their own catalyst as well. This came out right before the midday ended, but they got this pop here as an individual, James Altucher, who is a hedge fund member. I guess he releases some analyst notes on stocks. He basically said that QBTS could be a potential takeover target. So QBTS did have its own catalyst as well. I think worth noting possibly why it stayed as strong as it did during that market-wide dip. Back to you.
Exactly, and that's what the kid, like, this is one thing, and thank you, Adara, like, I do this all the time. The story came in the midday for QBTS. We heard it, and we've talked about it, and I know there's new viewers all the time as we're watching it, new viewers that come on at 2 o'clock, or maybe you're just popping in now, so we always strive to do a better job of, hey, I'll repeat the story, even though I know what it is, and that's why we have Adara here. So if you're just tuning in for the first time, you can know there's a crypto news, obviously, with the bill, which could get a vote at 5 o'clock, QBTS, I hope it gets taken out. $1.12, we got it in our household. Although we've sold some, that would be nice. It would be interesting to see what kind of a premium you slap on that. It's not very often, I'm just being real, it's not very often that you see stocks that have done this in the last calendar year or so that then get speculation, like buyout speculation. Like what premium? Like slapping however many day average. Like it's already gone parabolic on essentially not much fundamentally yet. So it would be interesting to see what somebody actually could make that worth. So I like this VWAP on SMCI. Why do we like it? The market's trying to rebound. NASDAQ goes right into the day low and is coming back in. The ES, same story. ES got right to its low and is trying to bounce. So SMCI was the first thing that came to my mind. If there's something else you guys like that's even stronger, I'd love to see it. That much is for sure. I think of what I know. Like I know a lot of people have talked about Tesla. I'm trying to think of a name like to the south side. If we continue,
that's been selling off, yeah.
Well, Tesla's been selling off all day long, but it's right at the low of the day. But it broke the low of the day. My thought is if the market continues to go, you could play continuation on Tesla. But I'm already short Micron and Circle. I don't know.
Intel's one of those ones.
Intel's one as well.
Intel's trading to the downside. AMD as well. Trade Desk, again, one with its own catalyst as well, maybe feeling a little bit more of that market tailwind and pressure as well. Let's take a quick look at some of those as well. So again, I traded that Trade Desk this morning on this very desk. So let's take a quick look at that one there. 80.98 is the low, currently trading at 80. Nice and directional. This is a 15-minute chart, and oh boy, have we been selling off quite nicely throughout the day. I had a little bit of a strong long bias, and I did get a little chopped up on the way. Was involved a little bit on this one, but again, left it alone pretty early as I was like, all right, well, sellers are clearly in charge. Am I really going to sit here and spend a lot more of my daily risk? Probably not. I guess the fair trade might have even been to be like, all right, look at some of those prior levels, look at some of the nuances of this S&P add, and then look to get short for that continuation back down into 81. So yeah, a little bit of a review. Definitely this one deserves by the end of the day today. So I'm definitely going to be writing more about that in my journal. AMD was that other one right here. Joe with the banger shorts right there, and you can see still very much so sellers are in charge with those lower highs and or maybe lower lows now. Wasn't really making lower lows earlier, but bigger picture still showing some solid strength as AMD steps up, and this is just a consolidation that's stepping up a little bit higher on the higher time frame. You can see that when we go up to a 3-hour chart right here, take that VWAP off, take some of those indicators off, and you can see the price action a little bit more clearly, as again, this thing has continued to be strong since that April low, a sentiment we're seeing amongst a lot of these stocks, again, following in step with the market, Neil. So again, Citigroup, oh boy, remember this one? I was looking for the long, man. I was looking for the long off of the open. Guess what? It does come in. It does come, what? No, because I just looked up here and I was like, oh, trending pretty aggressively, just got a bid.
I legitimately had this chart up to talk about it next.
Okay, all right, you can go for it.
No.
I know, the confluence. I literally looked over.
What a coincidence. Sometimes it's like we're living in a simulation.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, if you didn't, we can talk about simulation theory. I am a very strong believer of simulation theory. But again,
well, that's a probability.
Even if, exactly, the probabilities kind of speak for themselves. But even if we were living in the simulation, what's the difference, right? You still got to live your life and be the best that you can. But it's fun. It's a fun topic to talk about for sure.
But yeah, Citigroup's super strong.
Citigroup is very strong. Yeah.
No, so, well, look, what I was going to say, we're looking for when you're trying to play relative strength, relative weakness. Like I jumped over to SMCI, and then when the market went down, but Citigroup would be a perfect example. Reported, look, it was beats. They all beat, but they didn't all act the same. Right? When I say they, I'm talking about JPMorgan, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup. Wells Fargo was the weakest. JP was in the middle. Citigroup was the best. But they all had beats top bottom. The guidance was strong pretty much across the board. It came down like the conference call received probably really well in Citigroup's part. And you can sometimes, and we've talked about this before, sometimes you can look at a level and just know that somebody's a buyer, and it's a random price like 88.25. Buyer at the open at 88.25, buyer at 10 minutes in, buyer a half an hour in, buyer in the middle of the day, and then there was a big shot up when something that got said in the call kind of got re-released or reiterated, and then it's just trend up from there. So it was buying off this level, and then all of a sudden you got a volume spike, then we just trend up. Citi is on the it's also a big breakout on the daily here for Citigroup. So good look for them. They're the one that stands out. Nothing against JPMorgan. JPMorgan's fine, but this is JPMorgan's chart. So they're in the middle, and then WFC, Wells Fargo, at least the last I had checked. Is it still true? Yeah. So you had great by Citigroup, kind of in the middle, JPMorgan, and then Wells Fargo taking it decidedly on the chin today. You're really going to have to sit this one out. Double top up there, and there goes Circle. I did tighten the stop. I don't see that execution.
Boy.
Yeah, see, it did help. So the execution I got was kind of as it was. My intention is move the stop to here so that I would get essentially that fill without slippage, and that stop goes an extra 50 pennies or so. So I'm going to save myself like 20 cents. Not that it matters. The idea of this trade was not to try to scalp it for $1. I could have taken $1 on this trade, but that was never the plan. I wanted everything if I'm going to take this short. I feel as if, and this is my attitude towards Circle and CoreWeave, that maybe to more of an extent CoreWeave than Circle, but not too much, that when you get a chance, and this does do a real rollover, it's going to go. Like $5, $10 moves are the expectation, and bigger than that on a real breakdown can happen. And this is exactly the kind of catalyst. Like if they vote this down at 5 again, that would be absolutely nasty, I think. So I wanted to be on that side of the trade and look for the bigger opportunity. If you're scalping it, fine, fair enough. You could have taken $1 on that, but that was not my plan, so I'll call it a fail. But we'll have to see what happens overnight here. If they vote it down, I just don't think you're going to get shots in this price area at all. Like if it gets voted down again, Circle's breaking $180. And as I looked over, the other thing that was also going on was
might not even come in.
Oh, I mean, we'll be gap past those levels in the morning. That's sort of the issue. Like, and then look at ETH.
If you're short, you're already there.
Right off VWAP ETH. I'm starting to like ETH. There's nothing wrong with this. This is very tradable. I don't know why we haven't. Like, I've looked at IBIT and I've traded IBIT, but I'm going to start every single day. I'm going to maybe put this one into the toolbox here because there's nothing wrong with the way it moves. A clean VWAP bounce, good reversion, just like anything else you'd normally do, or I would normally do. Here, good breakout trade, good reversion off the lows, stair step up, like it does, and it moves pretty nicely too. 20-something million in volume. Let's check that, 38 million in volume, so it's got plenty of volume here on ETHA. Trying to get more of SMCI if I can in front of that VWAP, as it's trying to bounce. I do like the bounce we're getting here. More news from Adara. Oh goodness.
Actually not related to crypto, guys. It has to do with TSLA. So if you follow the auto industry and any of these catalysts at all, especially Tesla, you might be familiar with the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or the NHTSA. They frequently have been pretty critical of Tesla. There have been a lot of investigations launched, specifically with regards to the company's self-driving technology. With that in mind, it is worth noting, as of, I think, less than a week ago, Donald Trump announced that Jonathan Morrison had been named as his nomination to lead the agency. Now, it's worth noting, I guess he's previously worked for the National Highway Traffic and Safety Association, Jonathan Morrison, and he's not pro-Tesla. The reason I bring all of this up now is apparently he just submitted written testimony, which is, of course, part of the vetting process for these nominees, and he said in his written testimony, quote, regulators cannot sit back and wait for problems to arise with self-driving cars. So clearly very much a critic here of self-driving car technology and maybe FSD in particular. Be very aware here, TSLA dropping as it looks like Donald Trump's nominee to lead the NHTSA. Very critical of a lot of what TSLA does. I'm going to look more into Jonathan Morrison as an individual when I have time. But either way, interesting story here. Back to you.
Wow, Tesla dumping through bye-bye 312.
Imagine you can say things and create discounts for yourself.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing thing,
right?
Isn't it? It's amazing.
It's amazing. You know, I mean, think about it. I mean, you know what? It is what it is. We were talking about this yesterday. You know, talking about manipulation and tactics and things like that. And again, if you don't believe that we live in a simulation, I don't know what more you need to see and hear is all I'm going to say. And if you watch and look at the market for long enough, oh boy, does the confluence for that theory just start to stack and stack and stack. Oh boy, I'm sure we can have conversations about that.
Oh, we could, but
like Tesla coming in real nice right there. Here, well, the best we can do is participate in what's happening, right? And what's happening right now is the selling is coming in pretty aggressively here on Tesla, as well as okay. So we just opened up the next 15-minute candle on these stocks just a couple minutes ago here. So we're getting that second 15 on this area of potential support here on the markets. So we can see again, like I've said before, a couple times, it's shown us that there has been a bit of a bid. Don't know if it's going to be there now. No, absolutely no idea. But trying this this trade on Apple here, it's getting a little wicky. But I've been churning some out, trying to be nimble. If it's not going to go, it's not going to go. That's perfectly fine as well. But again, with only about 40 minutes until the closing bell, I don't really see anything too crazy. Circles working out nicely, but like I said, the reversion was definitely there back into the moving average. We did revert to somewhat of a mean here, and not really to VWAP just yet, but again, that may potentially very well be on the horizon. Just got to be a little bit patient for that one as well. I did take a little bit of a dabble on that pullback through 194s into 192s, and when that held, I was like, all right, cool. I'm again, this is not what I'm looking for. I definitely missed out on that trade. Shout out to Pug Life for calling me out on that one. Exactly, this is not the trade that you are looking for sure. And sometimes the market, the force, does kind of tell you that a little bit there. So a little bit of a push back into 195s, and Apple's coming back into these prior consolidation lows as well. Oh boy. Here we go. So next 40 minutes, no idea what's going on, but I want to know what you guys are trading. Someone's saying, who's that? Ronnie's saying, Obi's been watching too much sci-fi. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
It's not.
There's no
possible.
such thing. There's no such thing.
There's no such thing.
There's the stop out.
As well as not, it's also not possible to read too much science fiction. Just saying. Sure. I love science. Science fiction is awesome. It's to each their own. It's what you're into. I'm an Asimov guy, although Philip K. Dick is very, very impressive. I cannot wait until they someone's going to make Rendezvous with Rama. It's going to happen. It needs to be a show or a movie. And when it happens, I'm going to be excited because there's a character in the Rama series, which to my estimation is one of the top 5 all-time sci-fi characters, and like makes Ripley look like nothing. Anyways, if you've ever read the Rama novels, you know.
I have not. Yeah.
Which, fair enough. But you take a shot at it. I think you'd enjoy it. If you like science fiction, Rendezvous with Rama, and then the subsequent novels are pretty good. But like this market is it's no longer bouncing the way I would like it. And one way I can tell this is, okay, strong stock here on SMCI, which I'm strongly considering reversing if it loses VWAP. But Micron, which I'm in, like, so this was, like, it bounces really nicely. I see it consolidate. I see them starting to buy it up. There's a nice higher low. And then at 120, it just gets held. Held the offer at 120 bucks. Held, and now you're dumping back in. So I think we got more legs to the downside, and we're going to retest some of these lows in the NASDAQ. I don't mind this because it's relatively strong, but the adjustment, I think I should have added, and I missed that chance on Micron as I was getting long into SMCI, but I'm definitely going to hold through this break of the low on Micron. I see Nvidia just lost 170. That's all the more reason I should have added here at 120. But if we break this bottom, I think we could see some kind of a flush that gets us into this low of the day. Not looking good at all. And Tesla's story is obviously, Tesla's doing its own thing anyways, but now 2% to the downside. It's looking pretty sick here for Tesla. I hate this candle or this day on the daily because of what it means with this 50 and 200 period. It's just yet another failure up here. And at some point, you keep failing in this area on Tesla, and you're going back to 290, or maybe even worse than that. So yeah, not a very good day for Tesla as it continues to bleed. But maybe even we get a 300 test. Kind of a decidedly large gap if we lose 310. There's not that much time in the day, but if you lose 310, there's a pretty good gap into the 5, 6, and then even lower. It's not looking good for Tesla at all.
Yeah, what I'm looking at right now is Citigroup pushing for some fresh highs, so it's still continuing to go here. So I got to pull that one up. Oh, that is not here. Okay, yeah. So circles back above 195. We'll let that one kind of settle itself down. Maybe the trade coming in now at VWAP perhaps. So we'll kind of see if that shows up there. But Citigroup coming in to its day highs going into the close. So a very, very strong bank got stopped out of that Apple trade as it starts to break below some prior structures here. You can see the selling coming in. So I guess the short from here that I initially had was definitely the trade to be in. And again, a little bit of that 212 supply showing itself once again today here on Apple. So we'll wait for that one to come in. Oh boy, wow, 210s now, Neil. Are we going to take out the day low? Those are at 209.20s. Still $1 away. I don't know if Apple's going to move $1 in the next 30, 40 minutes, but well within range.
Short.
91.79. Yeah, right. I had that too. You remember I had this push, and then I got involved with this one as well, the secondary one. Yeah. Okay. Same. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
I like that. That was really nice. Apple, yeah, that was a really, really good trend break.
Yep. And it gave it to you a couple of times, right? Kind of showed you a couple of times, and it's just going.
It gives you here, even in there as well. But that's sort of the thing. Like have an idea what you want to do, so you can take it. Yeah, it's way better than Micron. Micron gives you 50, 60 cents. You don't know you don't really know, but Apple gives you like $1.40. I mean, obviously it's a different price stock, but still better continuation on that Apple trade. And you're just looking for something to give you some juice. All right, Nvidia's. Let me just go back over to Micron for a quick little second, because the NASDAQ again has just wicked the bottom and trying to hold. Nvidia just did this at the 170, so it's bouncing off the 170. You sustain that move, of course, being in 2 chip names, I have to care. Double bottom. So it might be time, if Nvidia is going to do that, to maybe take the win on, it's 325. It makes sense. Take the out here. Why am I sitting on the bid? Let's just punch out. why sit on the bid to get 2 extra cents when you should just punch out? So it's going to punch out on that double bottom, mostly because of the bid that's coming into Nvidia and the market at the low of the day. You're getting a bit of a bottoming tail candle. So when that happens and you're at support on a trade which was entirely like it's a trend break, it's almost as if it was a trend into the volume weighted average price. Like you're working down, 1 bottom, 2 bottoms, other chip names are starting to bounce. The leader is starting to bounce. Let's just get the you-know-what out of Dodge. I see CoreWeave being mentioned by Marty G. That is a stock I have not looked at today at all. Oh, why? I wish the market... Well, no, I don't wish the market was still going down. But if it was, CoreWeave breaking this low looks juicy. Look at the 141 flat bottom break. Obi, I'm just going to zoom out because you should always zoom out. If you haven't looked at the stock, what does it look like on a higher time frame? It's essentially just the opening range low. Yeah, I guess it doesn't look as good on the 15-minute, but it's still not bad. 141 down to 139. Pre-market lows, and then a bigger gap down to 36. CoreWeave up 7%. Of course, some of that's going to have to do with the gap up in Nvidia, right? So all the chips go up, and then CoreWeave, which has a lot of people shorting it right now, gets a heavy, heavy bounce. So this is a stock you would have expected to be a little bit strong today because of the positive chip news, and that a lot of people have been hammering this to the short side, saying it's overvalued. So when it gets a day 2 bounce on a good catalyst, I'm a little surprised to see it sitting around those lows. That said, if it breaks, this is another stock, Obi, that just feels as if it's looking for an excuse to make another leg down. Like this was $30 at issue, went 6x, and I don't know anyone that can value this properly. 23, I think it's 23 times. Their CapEx spend to their revenue annually is about 23x.
Yeah, no,
And the stock did this, and people wouldn't take profit? I don't know.
It's CoreWeave, the curl, the rollover on CoreWeave was quite nice as well, and I think some would argue that the circle one might have been a little bit better, but I think they were both kind of similar trades in a sense, where you had that initial aggressive euphoric move, and then you get that nice slow curl structures breaking down, and some anchored VWAPs definitely putting in some work throughout those moves as well. So yeah, it's great stuff there. We'll be right back from Madeira.
Next time to do a bit of a deep dive into Jonathan Morrison. Now, this is the individual who Donald Trump has nominated as the head of the National Highway Traffic Safety Association. As I mentioned, he did previously work for the agency from 2017 to 2021. But I also looked in, he's had quite the pedigree. We're talking roughly 12 previous years of experience in the, car regulation space, in addition to his 4 years as chief counsel at the NHTSA. He also worked at Apple, currently works at Apple, according to his LinkedIn, though his position is not specified. What is his history with Tesla and the NHTSA? Let's get into that. So, according to this Politico report, while he was chief counsel for the NHTSA back in 2018, he basically disagreed with Tesla's claim that the Model 3 had the lowest probability of injury. He said that actually that could be a misuse of federal safety data to make that claim. So pretty hardline stance there for sure. It's also interesting that this appointment comes as Donald Trump has very publicly disagreed with Elon Musk, his former ally. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. His confirmation hearing apparently is scheduled for next week. I will certainly be watching that with bated breath and covering it for you guys. But I did want to provide some insight on that previously mentioned story about the new, potentially the new head here of the NHTSA. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much there, Dara.
Fighting words right
there. These lows, man, there's no bounce coming. There is no bounce.
I'm hoping
going into the last 30 minutes, guys. Where's the bounce at? I have no idea. But there are certain stocks, like I said, that are pushing near their day highs. I'm watching this Citigroup.
It's your fault.
This is what?
When did that turn into a bear?
I turned it into a bear.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Told you the force speaks to me.
That's why the market's dropped.
That's of course. Come on.
It's not, but
we've got to name our two quants here. Sometimes they're a little bullish, sometimes they're a little bearish. They can switch up, but they can sometimes be a little predictive, I would say. I have no idea.
No, not really.
Someone saying, Obi, look at the VIX. Carney, yes, of course. The VIX might be a little bit more productive than these two, or predictive than these two over here. So let's take a quick look at the VIX and see what our friend has been up to. I haven't gotten any VIX alerts and since I think last week maybe. Yeah, let's take a quick look at what that's been up to. Let's go to the 15-minute. And yeah, the VIX is chilling at 17, so a little bit of consolidation here. So yeah, 17 VIX, not too bad. Seems just like yesterday, Neil. We were attempting to push these 20s all the way in June. So yeah, didn't really follow through, didn't really come in, but a little bit of a gap down and just grinding down. Again, the markets have been pushing highs, right? Markets have been pushing their all-time highs. A little bit of a sub 20 and a 15 hold on the VIX.
But back then, like, all our troubles were so far away, though.
Yeah, and then the weekly on the VIX, you can see. That's nice. I really like, you know, when the VIX starts going a little crazy like this, those are some crazy times. These are some good times. Right there, right there. Yeah, especially for day trading. Volatility, again, it's a measure of volatility, and when things get volatile, the last kind of, I guess if you want to call it a volatility cycle, I did kind of learn a lot of things being like, okay, well, high volatility environments, how should I be sizing? How should I be looking for price action? You know, mean reversions might act a little bit differently. The certain strategies might act a little differently. Price action itself might have a few more nuances relative to the kind of market environment that it is trading in. The VIX is definitely a great indicator of kind of building that sort of perspective. So thank you, Carney, for pointing that out as well.
Was it? Oh, that was Mark. Oh, it's just Carney. For a second there, you're saying Carney, and I'm thinking of the Canadian Prime Minister, our Prime Minister here in Canada. No, it was just Carney in the chat. I was like, why are we talking about the Prime Minister all of a sudden? But but that is a great topic. The other thing, which I was just looking at, was the 10-year. We're back to 4.5, everybody. Well, okay, 4.49, but we're creeping up and head to that 4.5. You break that. Let me just maybe go to an hour. I guess 4. All right, that's better. I want to go to the better time frame. If you look at this nice channel we've been down on 10-year yield, like that 450 is kind of it's the shoulder on a bit of a head and shoulder in here. It seems as if. So hopefully we don't break that down. Don't break that out. I think that would be a little bit dangerous. But okay, SMCI is starting to go up here. The issue with SMCI, it's got lower highs all the way through, so we're about to go to Adara, but I'm just going to point out, why am I offering there? Bang, bang, there is the trend line down, so I'm offering right in front of that trend line. The longer this goes on, the lower I would probably move that offer. So I'm looking for it to just press into these higher lows on SMCI on the bounce play. Let's go Adara.
Just so you guys know this, Pennsylvania Energy Summit, which Donald Trump is set to attend, has begun. The stream's been up for about 20 minutes right now. It's kind of people standing around listening to I Get Around by the Beach Boys, which is playing off of a speaker right now. We do have Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in attendance again. I think we're expecting crypto and AI czar David Sachs to be present as well. Same with, of course, President Donald Trump. I'm just letting you guys know this stream is now open. They're now playing the music that suggests Trump will be live. So I wanted to let you know things are progressing here. If Trump says anything of note, I, of course, will keep you all informed. And back to you for the last bit of Power Hour.
You know what? Indeed. For the record, Adara, I expected of you, knowing you're a hip hop fan, so they're listening to Beach Boys, I Get Around. It's like, you should have said they need to be listening to Pac.
I mean, I saw like a Brian Wilson concert. That was my first concert, so I have mad respect for the Beach Boys. Like, okay. I love my hip hop, but I love my classics too.
So, but if you had to, can we stay with it there for a second? Because I have to ask you the question. But which song, which I Get Around do you like better? Beach Boys or Pac?
It's funny because I've thought of both, but I think I think in my brain when I hear the title, I automatically think of the Beach Boys one. I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay, I appreciate the honesty.
Weird answer, but that's my truth.
That's fair.
She's got a core memory that's, really, so that makes a lot of sense.
But for anyone that doesn't know, Adara knows, trust me, she knows her hip hop, like legit. On point. He's got bars too, by the way. Sometimes in the mornings, like we're doing, like Sharif will be in here, I'll be in here. It's nice and early, and Sarah's making the watch list, and she'll be like, she'll run some tunes on, and it's only a few of us around there. We should get a mic on her every now and then. Rest in peace.
I mean,
Pop.
you guys have to have an epic freestyle battle.
I don't freestyle.
Epic rap battles of Trader TV.
There were songs that I know, and I don't mind. Like every now and then, I'll just slip into a verse. What is Apple doing? Falling.
That was the short. Oh my God.
Yeah, this SMCI is not.
It's coming into that 209. I was just like, all right. And somebody in the chat was thanking us because they got 0 DTEs on the queue. So shout out to you for that. Nice trade on that one there. Market's coming in real hot. Apple coming into its day lows. Where might that be, you may ask? 208.93. So, oh boy, one of the only trades that I didn't hold effectively today was this Apple short. Twice, it kind of showed us that 212, 211, what have you, may have a little bit of supply, and the trade does come in pretty nicely. And sure, I don't know that it's going to quadrunk all the way down to day low, but guess what? A little bit of a continuation maybe happening here on top of VWAP, because yeah, I was like, if this doesn't go, the reason why I'm stopping out here is a great reason to engage on the short as well, because again, if the probabilities for how I'm thinking is, okay, I'm getting along here on top of VWAP, but the probability of the price going higher is probably not even preferable if we get back below this level, and that's such a strong enough reason that yeah, that's probably a reason to get a reason to sell, a reason to buy. That is definitely a reason to sell, whether you're long or short. I think that's a good way to simplify it, and that's how I like to simplify it. Just boil it down to basics. What are your reasons to buy? What are your reasons to sell? And then you can effectively kind of, regardless of whether you're in position or not, maybe make some potential decisions around those price action moves.
No questions asked. And speaking of price action, one of the best ways to find quality price action or levels or test trades out is going to be with a professional charting platform. With reliable market data, eSignal is going to give you all that. And on top of that, first month is still free over at eSignal, everybody. It's highly intuitive. It's really easy to use. You can trade through eSignal with multiple brokers. You trade directly. You'll have you can get level 2 access if you want the entitlements for it. If you just want to look at charts and technicals, you can do that. If you just want to look at the NASDAQ, you can do that. If you want to add futures, you can do that as well. So pretty much everything is at your fingertips. As I said, it's very reliable, and it's an intuitive platform, which is not that difficult to figure out. So first month free over there at eSignal. Execute your best trades and give it a shot now. Check out and scan the QR code you see in front of you, link also in the description. And I love this chart of AMD on the weekly. Man, it looks good. But the market right now will be not looking good. And as that was happening, I exited stage left. It's like just the sellers on SMCI came right in at this lower high at 53.5, which also happens to be the opening range high. The last time I shorted it off the 53 area, this bounce, there were sellers there as well the first time, so they're jumping right back in. So I guess if you're looking long, scalp and get out, and then work for the next trade, because I'm not really seeing anything. The follow-through just wasn't there to work that trend line. Monty and Bobo, Amazon, interesting. As the market's at the low, Amazon just randomly gliding higher here. Very, very.
Amazon. Yeah, that sideways consolidation is pretty wild.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like, what?
It's just the market's dropping.
Amazon.
The Nasdaq's consolidated. Right?
Look at Amazon. This is a good look on Amazon today. This just feels as if it's doing a small move up, waiting for something a little bit bigger to get in the highs. Like it's just itching. Like this is your consolidation at the top here in Amazon. We got the dips. Kind of broke out. Now it's just consolidating off this top after getting through 225, and you're just waiting for that moment where you get the real day that we can push into the mid 235 to 240 range. Amazon's the next one to get, the next Mag 7 to get to its high. It's really, really slow. Part of this has to do with the market being slow. The response, when we were getting, I've said this before, but we'll say it again for all the new viewers, one of the most interesting things you can look for in the market is how a stock reacts to bad news. When the early Prime Day numbers were coming out, every single dip, the stock was getting bought up. Every time. Buy it up. And it was like the first hours are bad, bought right back up. The first day was bad, bought right back up. So that's always a good sign when they're willing to do that. And it's interesting. The Midday guys were talking about this. Like, why doesn't Alphabet, with like 12 to 13% of their revenue being cloud and like so much being in search, like why don't they get a pass for only having a small portion of the revenue being cloud, which is growing fantastically, when everyone loves AWS and it's under 20% of Amazon's revenue? It's like 18% or something like that. So I don't know the answer to that question. I think they're both good. I like Amazon a touch better than Alphabet. And we could go into the reasons why. I don't know how much it matters at this particular moment, but yeah, not sure why it's relatively strong here. I'd look out for an imbalance on this just in case. Maybe someone knows a little something, and at 350, we'll see a number next to Amazon. I'm going to have Amazon up just in case we've got like an early buy program. What do we have here? BAC, early look buy of 1.3 million, and that's it. These won't show up for NASDAQ till 350, but I'm certainly going to have Amazon up just in case.
Yeah, no, again, when you brought up that BAC, the question came to mind. I'm like, I know it's earnings season, so what's on the horizon as of right now? So we will see what earnings are coming up right after we get back from Madeira.
Interesting note here for CLBR. This is Colombier Acquisition Corp. and the company they are acquiring once their special purpose acquisition here comes to an end is Grab-A-Gun. Well, Grab-A-Gun has announced that apparently Donald Trump Jr. is going to join the company's board and also apparently ring the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. So I guess when these companies combine, not only will DJ TJ, as he's sometimes called, join the board of the company, but apparently he will be ringing the opening bell with Grab-A-Gun, as far as I can tell based on this announcement. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Your alarm.
Yes, of course. I got to hear the weekend being like, it's time, get ready. So it's almost time for imbalances. That's what it is. So we're going to go through some of the earnings for tomorrow. So today, Tuesday open, we had JPM, Citi, Wells Fargo. We also had BlackRock, State Street, and a few other names as well. And tonight, let's see, anything interesting that stands out to me? Maybe JB Hunt, I don't know. But tomorrow, BAC, it's on the imbalance right there. BAC, a little bit of a downtrend happening, pre-market volume as well, going into earnings. That's going to be coming out tomorrow before the open. ASML as well. You can see nice little consolidation building up into it. A little too pricey for me, but we'll see. We'll see if it kind of does what I'm looking for. Goldman Sachs, definitely going to be watching that one. I think I did trade it last time, last earnings as well. I got to go back and check my records on that one. Again, some of these banks, really interesting trades when they do come out, but oh boy, I'm seeing one that I definitely do like. Morgan Stanley, hello. That's definitely going to be one that I'm watching for tomorrow as well. So yeah, out of those ones, UAL after hours yesterday, Alcoa as well after hours, Synovus maybe as well. But later on this week, we got TSM, we got Pepsi, we got Netflix after Thursday close. We got 3M and American Express on Friday. Of course, those are not all of the names. Those are ones that I'm just that are standing out to me. Interactive brokers as well, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of, and trust me, this is just the first innings of earnings season. So we've got a lot of names, and then when you start to get some of the big cap tech, that's where it gets really, really interesting. I'm going to say good luck to you, David Tretsiak. MP taking a put on. And also, Google Translate can't keep up with the DARA Canadian to English. Beach Boys, Pet Sounds, Sloop, John B. I don't even. But no, I can't get past the DARA Canadian to English. I've always look. We all know that. Yeah, no one ever understands how they sound. Like to me, I don't know what a Canadian accent sounds like. I just get what people say we say about a boot. I don't really know if I do. You guys tell me how bad my Canadian accent is. I don't think it is that bad, but I've heard it is. Nimrod as well. Hey guys, anything interesting you'd pick up for a swing at its current levels? By the way, have you seen the moves by Warrior Princess in the past week?
What was that?
Xena. Xena stock. Why? What is that thing doing?
You mean?
Is it? I thought it was Z. What is the ticker on that Xena stock? Anyways, the first part of that question was, was there anything that you would pick up on a swing at these levels? Now, my first thought is it's kind of yes, but also a little bit no. Like, I usually give a 3-day rule. Like, something that when you have big news like this, I want things to settle down. But I kind of believe that specifically with AMD, from a risk to reward standpoint, now that it's broken the 150, like the channel break already happened, the 200 period already happened, but just like this in here off the 150 to break to the 170, like that's about the serious answer is Amazon. But if I'm giving you something that probably might move a better percentage and move more than a couple of percent a day, I could throw out AMD. But I was just telling you why I believed Amazon was consolidating from here to the high. So like the real answer would be Amazon, but I feel like that's kind of boring. AMD, if you give it to that 150, that makes a little bit of sense. Those are the two, just for like a short term. I don't love a lot in this area at this time, to be honest. It's just, when I look at that Amazon, the reaction that you got to the Prime news this week, the fact that it's a nice little stair step up, you can have relatively tight risk somewhere into this. The prior high is like 224.50, so whether you'd be stopping in the 224 range, it's a point and change risk, and you're looking to try to have this thing make a run into the highs. Yeah, there's a lot to like with Amazon, I would say. AMD's probably a sexier play, giving it to 150, but either one of those I think are fine.
Yeah, no, I really like the story and the build up behind the Amazon, and I definitely agree with you. Compared to Google, I do think they have a lot more room to go. But then again, Google's a pretty solid powerhouse. But I think you made a good point of how their AWS is just a fraction of everything that they do, and I'm sure they have the infrastructure to kind of do some more interesting things as well. So I do like Amazon as well. Of course, the Mag 7 have been doing extremely well, right? In this, especially over the past couple of years. Zena saying Nimrod, Z-E-N-A. You
know why I get it mixed up? There was a stock. There was a stock called Xela. X-E-L-A.
Okay, yeah.
And so in my head, I always mix the two up. So I always think that Xena starts with an X, and I'm mixing up the other side. And the truth is, I don't know what these things do. Xena, you think it can go 50%? We got another super chat as well. From the Conqueror, and we'll get to that one in a second.
Wow,
I mean, technically, could it go another leg higher? Are we getting a little greedy here, Nimrod? It just doubled up, aren't we? Like fundamentally, this is a habitual line stepper. This stock, pump, dump, pump, dump, pump, dump. And Michael Noss said it best when he talked about these types of names last night, and I've always believed that when I traded penny stocks, especially when I swung them when I was younger, and to the extent that I still do it every now and then, maybe once every few years, I'll find something that's appealing. When you get the double up, ring the Reggie and let it fly. But if you get a double up on one of these and you're not ringing the register, like don't get too greedy unless you really know something about this company. But even then, I feel it's hard to get married to them. The Conqueror says, what do we think about UNH? Imbalances in about 1 minute. So thank you for the super chats, and thank you to the Conqueror. Every single time, and this is every time someone's asked about UNH, I've been not very nice about this consolidation that we're seeing. My disappointment with what's going on in the stock, anyone that bought this dip thinking you get a big relief rally, it's not that it's not going well for you because it went in the money a bit if you got this around the 280 level, which is sort of an obvious dip buy on the second day, but it cannot hold, and now it looks like it's breaking down. It went from boring, what's the catalyst that's going to make it break away, to after today, this doesn't look so good. And if we lose 290, there was just nothing has happened to make it go up, and if it loses 290, I don't know what keeps you wanting to be in that dip buy. Either you took something out when it gave you a small move, or maybe you just like it for the long term. I really don't like this anymore unless it makes a miraculous bounce off the 290 level. Hate the price action today, losing the 300. Yeah, it doesn't look very good. It was very disappointing because I know a lot of people were in this buy. And it was okay. It gave you a few points in there, and great if you had it as a day trade, as a short-term swing, but it didn't do anything remotely filling in the first gap, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, I'm watching this Apple here as well, coming back down into lows. So it's coming in real hot. Here are those imbalances. So can we see anything? Nvidia with a little bit of a buy imbalance here as well. Apple kind of knocking into its current lows currently as well. So let's see what that'll have in store for us. But yeah, nothing else too crazy going on here. I don't know. Do you see anything, Neil? Let me take a quick look.
No,
at
the banks are kind of
well.
okay, but
Where is my window for the other basket? Here we go. Right there. So
nothing really that big. You got
nothing moved.
BAC's 1.9, but that's
I'm watching
the
Apple
$46 stock. Pfizer 1.5, WFC 1.4. The overall market's only 500 million to buy. 560 to buy on the market, 305 million to buy on the Nasdaq, Dow 170. Mag 7 150. You want those big imbalances would be in the billions to rally us off these lows. You'd want to see you'd want to see Nvidia 4 or 5 million. You'd want to see Apple somewhere on the list. Over 1 million shares. It's just a couple of banks and Nvidia, and that's not really going to move the needle. Nvidia didn't really even do anything there. If you look at the Qs, we've got a decent bounce off the lows here, but it's hard to sustain. Like, we're not really sustaining this if we're not going to get a big imbalance. We always talk about how important it is that close when you get a bit of a day like this, and you'd like to see some relief rally buying. Remember, we started today with good news. We started today with the gap up in Nvidia because they're going to be selling that H20 to China after all. That was the story. And of course, that would mean a positive, I guess, momentum towards a deal an overall trade deal between China and the US. That would bring everything up. I mean, heck, even Alibaba and the Chinese names were looking very good. If you had told me in the morning that after that news, ES and the NASDAQ would be at the lows and Alibaba would be up 8% up at the highs, I'd have told you you're crazy. I wouldn't have thought that you would sustain the strength in Alibaba. Leader 42 is in your name, so I'll answer your question. No, I'd answer it anyway. What do I think about Netflix earnings this week? I love Netflix. One of the best decisions I made, I don't remember the exact date that I did it, I have to go back and check. It was a while back. Was when I decided if I like Netflix and I like them a lot, then why do I continue to hold the Disney shares? And a while back, I moved my Disney shares, which I'd held for a long time, into Netflix, and it did very, very well. I'm a little skeptical of what's going to happen here. They've hitting all cylinders, gave you 50% from the 200-period moving average. They've been producing well. Look, the ad tier is going very well. I'm sure like Squid Game was a hit. Stranger Things, I'm pretty sure the next season is going to be coming out, and that's probably going to be a hit too. It just feels like when the tech names started to rally again, this caught like the other tech names, the Mag 7, this started to maybe have some rotation out of it. This is our tariff, it should be tariff free. There's no tariff risk in the stock. When the market rallied to highs, despite the fact that we're not really through all this tariff stuff, it's almost like Netflix ran out of steam for that reason. I don't wonder if that safe haven thing was driving a lot of the push, and maybe it needs to at least make a real test of the 50 period. So I'm not overly optimistic. Like I certainly wouldn't be buying it before earnings here. Like I'd be very, very patient with this. I think I'm holding on to. I'm not selling anything, but I'm certainly not a buyer of this unless I get some kind of a drastic dip or there's a sentiment change in terms of what the overall market is doing. Like I'm leaning towards Amazon, the Amazons of the world breaking back to their highs, as opposed to Netflix, at least in the short run.
Yeah. So guys, listen up.
What do you got?
Are we okay? So I don't think that's right. Okay, so Trade the Pool. With Trade the Pool's swing trading programs, you can get access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares and not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. No monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vincent J, for example, one of the Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in $23,000 in profits. His top performer, NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in a $6,777 gain. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off today. AMD with a little bit of a bid. I heard you guys in the chat and you guys were calling out, oh, AMD is going. And I was like, all right, let me pull that one up and see what's actually happening here. AMD with a little bit of a bid. Don't really see it on these imbalances here, but Nvidia as well with a little bit of a buy coming in. So that bid on AMD, we talked about that a little bit of a strength. Okay, I did not want to do that. I'm going to delete that line right there. But a little bit of strength on the higher time frame and coming in with a little bit of a bid going into the close as well. So should be interesting. Maybe it'll have something in store for us tomorrow. But yeah, I didn't see anything too crazy on these imbalances. BAC is there. Nvidia is there at the high of the NASDAQ one. And I don't really see anything else that's too crazy, Neil. I see you got tacos. That's from Gus.
For everybody in the chat watching the stream right now, Ramin just sent this to me. I want you guys all to check this out. Remember we had the tacos? And shout out to Gus. We've got a new post here. It's Taco Tuesday, everybody. And shout out to Gus. Those tacos were absolutely delicious. So you got them like Sean, myself, a little Donald Trump. And make sure you listen to it as well. Look, Ramin is doing yeoman's work on our social media content. It should be pinned. She did say the link is pinned in the chat, so you should be able to find it there up at the top. So there's the chat. Can we come to my screen again? It's linked. It's pinned to the chat. Make sure you guys give this a listen after we're done here. I'll probably listen to it a million times on the train. And the hot sauce was legit at Gus's too.
That was so.
See, even the president likes tacos. Of
course. I mean, we know that already.
At the end of the day, you know, there's certain things that we can all agree on. We all want our children to have a better life than we had. We all love our families. We all want to be good neighbors. Most people in the world are good. I don't care what anybody tells you. We can all agree that tacos on a Tuesday is just the right way to go. They're absolutely delicious. We can all agree that the Buffalo Bills are the best team in the NFL. We can all agree that pineapple does not belong on pizza. And those are the kind of things that bring us together, Obi. And as long as we can agree on these types of things, I think we'll be absolutely fine. Absolutely fine.
Yeah, sure. I really don't know what to.
With one of those things,
I mean, I like pineapple on my pizza. It's not too bad. I mean, it really depends on the kind of pizza that you're trying to eat. But this market is crashing to the
downside. Try not to look at the market.
As of right now, I'm just looking at Apple and I'm like, oh boy, this thing is going for day low, and I really liked the short at 211s, and I didn't get involved. I'm like watching this. I'm like, okay, well, if you liked it here and you missed it, and you were like, yeah, this is a very strong reason to sell, and I got out of the long. Guess what? Re-engage. Maybe look for that continuation. I don't know, but I'm really kind of thinking about whether that's actually, am I chasing the move, or am I just trying to get with the current trend, or am I just getting FOMO because I didn't hold on to what I thought was a much better entry here? There comes some aggressive selling as we reach into the last 2 minutes of the trading day here. Apple coming into that 209s. I was like, oh boy, I don't know if it's going to get to 209s by the end of the day. And I was like within 40 minutes to an hour. And guess what? Proven me, I guess, wrong, or giving me a little bit of a surprise here, because I was like, yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen. But guess what? I definitely didn't know, because it did happen. 209.20 is this consolidation from the opening session coming in. Again, day low, where is that sitting at? I got day low sitting at 208.93, currently trading at 209.20, so not that far away, only about 30 pennies away on Apple, and that's just, I'm pretty sure that's less than 10% of its ATR. So can we do that within 2 minutes? Sure, well within range. But again, the next trade for me is definitely going to be tomorrow. Maybe, perhaps, we'll see. But yeah, a lot of opportunities in this market today, Neil. Great trading great trading opportunities is what I'm trying to say. Great trading. I don't know about myself. I know you had a banger trade, some solid executions. I got to put in a lot.
You know what?
A lot of work.
Well, what I'm excited the most for today, to be honest, like there's lots of opportunities today, but traded ETH for the first time. I didn't dislike the way that it moved. So from now on, I won't only look at Bitcoin and IBIT. I'll be looking at IBIT. and ETH, anytime I'm looking at crypto to trade it directly, ETHA was perfectly fine to execute on. We only have about 15 seconds to go. The market is breaking down, and we're making some fresh lows as we speak. So as we get into the closing bell, can't come fast enough the way this market's falling good. Let's end the day so the bleeding can stop. But it's really flat on the day as we ring this closing bell, Adara.
Oh boy.
Well, that's the thing. With all the doom and gloom, everybody, the NASDAQ is up 0.08%. Okay, well, it trended down the entire day. Closing prices are deceiving as to what the market actually did. We've said this before. It is very, very true. No, what a bleed we actually had. Pretty much just gapped up and then slow trend down on the Qs and maybe a bigger trend down on the S&P futures as well. So not the best day after we had that positivity from Nvidia. I want to give a big shout out, of course, not just to all of our viewers and the super chats that we got, to Obi for filling in for Sean this week. And on top of that, you're about to get a treat. Joe and Adara are going to be at the desk. I'm going to get to you, Fabian. Joe and Adara are going to be at the desk because Joe's filling in for me on the market recap so I can coach my daughter's baseball tonight. So thank you, Joe, for doing that. But Fabian, Andre, Ramin, first off, if I had to thank you, Fabian, I love this key.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Thanks for getting us that key so I can use it as much as I want. And thank you to, of course, Ramin for that awesome video put out for the tacos. But you know what? We had bank earnings. Now we have to go through all the crazy market action that we had today, whether it was the crypto news, the vote that's still going to happen potentially again after market tonight. Whether it's looking forward to earnings that are happening the rest of the week or what the trade might be tomorrow, you got it all covered and you don't have to go anywhere because the market recap show with Joe, I wanted to give it a name, with Joey Options and Adara starts right about now. Joe Dara? Does that work? Joe Dara? Go get him. No, you don't like Joe Dara?
It's a name. Thank you guys so much for being here with us tonight. I'm here with Joe. We're going to be here with Brian Shannon pretty soon as well at 4:15 p.m. We do have earnings coming through from JB Hunt, expecting earnings of $1.34 per share, revenue of $2.94 billion. What a day today it was, Joe.
What a fantastic day, Adara. There's no questioning that. There was a lot of moves. We had a lot of bank earnings this morning as well, too. So we'll be touching on that very interesting stuff. And then, as you just mentioned, we got JB Hunt this evening, so we'll be keeping an eye out on this one for sure.
Yeah, it's certainly something we're going to be watching out for. We have people mentioning that Tesla apparently bleeding. I'll pull this up. We did have, coming into the end of the day, apparently Jonathan Morrison, who is Donald Trump's pick to lead the National Highway Traffic Safety Association, his written testimony for this position apparently not very glowing at all for these self-driving technologies. He said that regulators shouldn't have to just wait around for something to go wrong with these technologies. He's also very anti-Tesla. So I think that confirmation hearing, which I think is supposed to be next week, could be pretty interesting for TSLA.
Absolutely. So another headwind here for Tesla just with that news, guys. So a lot of stuff going on with this name. And this is what we talk about from a technical standpoint, is that you're... Pardon me? Oh, okay, the show is brought to you by Beta Pro. Thank you very much for that, Fabian. But no, back to Tesla. We see, guys, from a daily standpoint, this is not a very, very good look just yet. A lot of regulatory factors coming into play with this FSD. So we need to take into consideration, until we start to expand the robo-taxi, I'm going to expect to see the same headwinds that we have been experiencing for sure, Adara.
Well, yeah, I think also just the fact that Donald Trump would nominate someone who is very anti-Tesla, who's a history of being anti-Tesla as well with his prior role for the NHTSA. I think it's another interesting little 1-2 jab here from President Donald Trump at his former ally, Elon Musk. Interesting stuff. Speaking of which, Trump is speaking at this Pennsylvania Energy Summit. Nothing really worth discussing here. I'll let you guys know he is speaking. If there's anything market related, of course, I'll let you know. But honestly, I don't even think I've done one call to talk about him since he's taken the taken the stage. So I will let you know if anything changes there. JB Hunt in just 1 minute. Yeah, guys, let us know what you're looking at in the chat today, because we want to make sure we're covering everything you guys were looking at. I think Nvidia and AMD were certainly some tickers worth discussing. We know that Nvidia and AMD both gapping up here. Nvidia, especially after Jensen Huang, he's going to be doing that press conference in Beijing tomorrow. He's really trying to push, and he has been trying to push the U.S. government to allow him and his company to send these more advanced AI chips to China. Now, what's interesting, too, is we had a couple different members of the U.S. administration, including crypto and AI czar David Sachs and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. They both basically said, it's good to have some chips coming in China from the U.S., but we can't give them our best chips. So I'm really curious to see how Jensen and co are going to be able to navigate that as we await JBHT earnings in just any second now.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, fantastic stuff there. How was your trading day? Did you take anything else other than that one bank trade that you had this morning?
Yeah, I had coin. Well, I honestly, we talk a lot here about the combination of luck and putting yourself in the right place. There's the way of wording it that I'm forgetting, but the phrase, putting yourself in the position to be lucky, I guess. So I was short both Coinbase and Eli Lilly, both around 1:30 p.m. They both had negative catalysts. Of course, Coinbase with that crypto-wide drop, and then Eli Lilly on this report from Barron's that apparently there's a Chinese company with a competitive weight loss drug. So I was able to benefit off both of those shorts just from being in the right place at the right time. Yeah, I know you were in that AMD short this morning.
Yeah, that was definitely one of my better trades on the morning. I did take a couple attempts on Nvidia for the continuation and strength, but we just didn't experience that. And you can see, sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the chart. We're going to pull up the technicals here momentarily on AMD because I think it's really important to know.
We have JBHT
Okay,
earnings.
there we go. Let's report on JBHT.
Yeah, so they actually missed here earnings per share and sales 1.31, so $1.31 per share here versus estimates of $1.33. Sales coming in here at $2.928 billion versus $2.932 billion expected. The estimates that I give at the start of the day are sometimes a little bit different than the ones Benzinga gives, so I usually use the ones that are generally being used. Right now, though, it does look like JB Hunt with a double miss. Right now, if there's anything else from this report, I'll let you know. I'm not even seeing the report yet on Benzinga. This is the only headline I'm seeing. So if things change, I will let you know. I want to take a look here at GPN as well. This is not Groupon. This is a company called Global Payments. They had a bit of a spike here. Elliott Management, of course, an activist investor. They're building a stake in Global Payments in the wake of their WorldPay deal. So keep an eye here on GPN. That's reported by the Financial Times.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. All right, so we're going to pull up JBHT here, guys. That's JB Hunt. And you can see we have a definitive neckline right around this this 149 level. So if that cracks and holds, then look for some more potential downside. You know what? I'm going to actually pull up the expected move. Did you have that on JBHT?
Yes, I did have it on my
notes. Which was roughly approximately
5.7%.
5.7%. So right now you can see we're within that. So you've got to keep an eye on it, especially if you're trading this name via options. If you don't exceed that, you're obviously going to run into some troubles with volatility decay. So always keep that in mind here, guys. Just have everything in focus, be prepared, and always have a worst case scenario plan, because what we're seeing right now and what is being displayed, I don't think that JB Hunt is going to beat that expected move, but anything can happen on the earnings call.
Indeed, they can, and certainly we're going to keep you apprised of any updates there. Again, right now, Trump has stopped talking. We now have an individual from Pennsylvania by the name of Dave McCormack speaking. JB Hunt, I want to take a look at the daily chart, actually, and see what that's doing on that time frame, because it's something that we do on this show when it comes to these, especially these earnings plays, if you want to take a bit of a dropout. Now, JB Hunt, I would actually argue, is in a little bit of an uptrend from these lows. These are the, looks like around the Liberation Day lows. I think this might be around April 2nd there, so nice push to the upside. Now, the top line of this uptrend is a little bit more unclear. We'll make these kind of outsized pops into 152s, then we'll kind of come back down, make a lower high, then we'll make a higher high. I think this 152 level, 153 level, should we come back there and hold that steadily tomorrow? I think that could be a good look. But either way, we've made a really nice base here on JB Hunt.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll talk a little bit about JPM here, because they did miss on net interest revenue there. So that was a slight miss, and you can see that displayed in the price action, but they also beat on EPS and revenue. But Jamie Dimon finally starting to back stablecoins and crypto, allowing his bank to have some holdings there.
I mean, back is a strong word. He basically said, I don't like them and I don't agree with them, but people want them, so we'll let them have them. It was more or less, I'm paraphrasing slightly, but that's basically what Jamie Dimon said. It's interesting too, Citigroup today, during their call, they said that they're actually also considering issuing a stable coin, and Citigroup, additionally here, this pop, yeah, it was this pop here, came as we did have the company saying that they're going to be doing $4 billion worth of buybacks this quarter. So interesting look here for Citigroup. The other bank as well, this is the one that I was involved in today, Wells Fargo. I was involved in JPM as well, but pretty choppy. Wells Fargo was interesting. They did, I would say, probably closest to JPM in terms of what they actually reported. JPM, Wells Fargo, Citigroup all reporting these double beats. But Wells Fargo and JPM CEO is a little bit more cautious with the outlook, whereas Citigroup CEO was very optimistic, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. We know Jamie Dimon is still cautious about all this tariff talk that we've been going through as of lately, and rightfully so, because I don't think the full effects of these tariffs have been implemented yet, as Donald Trump is still striking deals across the board. So a lot of countries to go through, and I think that's going to have an impact on some of these bank stocks for sure.
Yeah, I think also the nature of these deals is going to be really interesting because you know that Donald Trump has said himself that the tariff letter is the deal, and he doesn't know why people keep talking about deals because I guess if you've gotten a letter, that is the deal. It's a little bit confusing. I think we'll probably get more insight on these the more deals we actually see struck. But today he did announce a deal with Indonesia. So through this deal, it's a really, really kind of mind-boggling one. Basically, Indonesia will pay 19% tariffs on U.S. goods, but the U.S. will pay 0% tariffs on Indonesian goods. So kind of an interesting little deal there. I'm going to get us set up so that we can see Brian Shannon when he comes on, and we're really excited to have him. Of course, Alpha Trends in about 5 minutes. But yeah, I mean, what other stocks were you kind of looking at for today, Joe? Is there anything else you're looking at?
Yeah, well, I mean, you had to keep an eye on Bitcoin, right? We had this massive gap up, and then we had that inverted candle here. Let me pull it up on our chart so we can see. So we'll go to a daily standpoint, and it's not displayed as clearly as if you were to go to spot Bitcoin ETF, but you can see this overextension. We go from that about approximately 110,000 mark to 123.5, and then it prints an inverted hammer candle. Now, just from a technical standpoint, you know that this can be a climax of the price, and you want to keep an eye out on those things. So when we're trading them, just listen to what the technicals are telling you, and you can see that we've already experienced a pullback from that 123,000 all-time high, and then there might be even some more downside. If we were going to look at this from a spot ETF perspective, that is going to be IBIT. There is still some downside gaps to be filled, so I'm going to be keeping my eye out for these gaps to be potentially filled, and then any indecision around that realm to see if we can get a continuation in the strength, because we know that we're starting to get mass adoptions through the institutions there.
I think one thing, though, as well, and I mentioned this on the show, I think part of why we're getting this pullback right now and why I'm actually not sure this pullback is going to go away right away is because a lot of this push up into new all-time highs has been attributed to these crypto week, right? So now the crypto week has been kind of a bust so far. They couldn't get the motion through because of the way they want to package the bills. It's all very semantic. Because of all of this, now, I think there's a little bit of a dampening in sentiment. I think that's why you get those massive drops that you saw on Circle, on Coinbase. I think, of course, there's still that excitement around these spaces. We talked about bank earnings. I think there's still mass adoption. But I think in terms of, we have to think about what catalyst pushed the stock to all-time highs. And in that case, it wasn't mass adoption so much as the idea that government regulations were going to be more, I guess, less prohibitive, for lack of a better term. We even had a meeting last week with Senate Banking Committee to that effect. We seemed like we were putting the pieces in motion. As of right now, that's slowed down. Market may be overreacting, but either way, reacting. And I think it certainly had a lot to give up, given that all-time high push.
And absolutely, way to point that out there. Fantastic stuff, and you can see that reflected in the price action. So we talked about the market always being forward-looking. So they're thinking about some positive catalysts coming out here during this crypto week, and that hasn't necessarily been the case. So the market has been baking those things, that price action back in.
Yeah, and I mean, like that's the thing. It's always hard to try to determine why a stock is moving or what the catalyst is, because there are times where a couple different catalysts, you're not quite sure, especially if it's something like a Mag 7 stock or crypto or the market in general. But I think when you think of the amount of times you've heard the words crypto week this week and last week, it's pretty easy to understand why. This is a catalyst that would be unsettling to people. Furthermore, though, apparently Donald Trump, I was seeing on X from a Fox News reporter, apparently Trump actually calling people, asking why they didn't vote for the bill. He wants it packaged a certain way, apparently, versus, I guess he wants the Genius Act to be highlighted, that it's a stablecoin-related act. And I guess there's a little bit of a, as I mentioned, a discrepancy between how the bills should be packaged. We'll have to see if they can sort that out. They are going to do another vote on this, or reportedly going to do another vote on this at 5 p.m. Eastern, so that's in about 45 minutes from now. Of course, we will be gone, but we'll certainly cover that tomorrow. Also, thank you, Darwin, as well, for mentioning in the chat. PPI is coming tomorrow. So today's PPI was a total hodgepodge. We had some numbers that were in line with estimates, some that were hotter, some that were cooler. For PPI, I'm going to just check here on this calendar to see what we are expecting. We're expecting a little bit cooler here for PPI year over year. We're expecting a little bit hotter for PPI month over month. And then much cooler here for the core PPI year over year. We'll have to see how those numbers come out, but this seems a little, much like CPI, could get a little bit mixed.
Yeah, I mean, some mixed reviews, totally. I mean, I believe it was the year-over-year core inflation, a slight uptick in that from 2.6 to 2.7%. So, I mean, it's still in line. And this is what I talk about all the time. I don't think Jerome Powell wants to cut interest rates just yet because of the risk of reigniting inflation. And I think he has a good case for himself there.
Well, and we know a lot of these Fed speakers have spoken out in support of that. We had as well Fed's Collins today saying that they have to be actively patient, which I guess means reviewing data, being ready to act, but not being in a place where they have to. And they've also said that because of how they've managed inflation so far and the rates, they're in a place where they're able to wait. So rather than viewing it as being too late, they actually view it as being conservative and appropriate. So it's interesting. Perspective is interesting as well. And I want to add one more thing too, Joe. We know that there are two Fed speakers who've been really active about this July potential cut. That's Fed's Waller and Fed's Bowman. Now, if you were wondering if other Feds are expressing this opinion, based on the Fed meeting minutes, it seems like that is not the case because the Fed's meeting minutes said basically a couple of speakers were interested potentially in that July cut. So a couple could literally mean the two speakers we've had. So it seems overwhelming like we're going to get that September cut unless there's some crazy PPI data tomorrow.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you on that. We know that they have the dual mandate. It's going to be maximum employment and price stability with a 2% inflation goal. We're not there just yet. Year over year, guys, we are 2.7%. So one small slight uptick there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny too. We even have right now the U.S. the Deputy Treasury Secretary commenting apparently that CPI is getting back to below the Fed target. So we know that we really have this administration trying to make sure that we get a cut.
Yep.
We're going to have to wait and see. We know the Fed is very independent. That's a huge part of its mandate. So I think we're going to have to see what they end up doing. It'll definitely be a bit of a wait and see game. But I think even more interesting will be what happens when we get that new Fed chair and who will that individual be? Because now our friend Kevin Hassett, who is currently the National Economic Council leader, has been rapidly rising in the ranks. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. Who's your bet for Fed chair?
Scott.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
I think he's probably my bottom choice.
You think he's the bottom choice? Who's the top choice?
Well, Hassett was my bottom choice, but Bessen's quickly become my bottom choice. I mean, the White House out and out denied it's going to be him.
Oh,
so that's kind of what makes me think that.
So there you go. So it's definitely not going to be Scott.
I think it's Kevin. I honestly think it's going to be Kevin Warsh. Back in 2020, Trump said that he wished he had picked Kevin Warsh to lead the Fed. So yeah, I mean, what else could you really say? But we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. Once we get the all clear, we will have our friend Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends come right up on with us. Very exciting. But yeah, I mean, guys, let us know what tickers you're looking at. If you have any questions you want to ask Brian so that we can get those out there for you. Because great guest, and we're very excited to have him on today for sure, Joe.
Absolutely. So yeah, whenever we're ready. JBHT though, guys, before we get into our guest this afternoon, we have now beat that expected move on JBHT to the downside, Adara, negative 5.3% here on the session and continuing to climb lower.
Yeah, certainly lots of these moves there. I think JBHT could be one to watch tomorrow to be sure, in addition to these second day earnings plays. But without further ado, let's bring in our friend, Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends. I do not have the Trader Talk button, so we'll just have him come right in here. How are you doing today, Brian? Thank you so much for being here with us. Oh,
there we go.
Nice.
Oh. There it is.
There we go. Now we're official.
How's it going? How's everything today?
Good day. Now, we got a little bit sloppy there at the end. I think we're maybe starting to feel a little bit tired up here in these markets. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I totally agree with you. And we've seen a big, massive gap up in the likes of Nvidia, a 10-point move on that H20 news. And I'm like, are we starting to get a little bit toppy considering off of those Liberation Day lows? Nvidia is up over 90%. What do you think about that? Do you think we have somewhat reached the top here?
That's amazing. The semis have had a relentless bid. They seem to keep getting good news, and they're the driver of everything. So they hold up the best. Where I saw the bigger weakness, and I'm sure it didn't go unnoticed by you as well, is the Russell 2000. And every year, the last couple of years, we keep hearing the bond market is going to rally and rates are going to come down, but we're seeing just the opposite. And bonds are looking like they're probably headed for their lows. If we take a look at that TLT, they just look terrible here, and that of course is going to impact the Russell. We had a nice rally. It's now, you know, the intermediate term trend, the higher highs and higher lows above that 5-day moving average was interrupted today. So game over in the intermediate term for the Russell 2000. Let them readjust and settle down.
Yeah, absolutely. The IWM being one of the stronger major averages over the past month, and with a potential rate cut looming, do you think that could add a little more fuel to the fire?
I don't think the bond market believes the rate cut is coming because the bond market keeps raising rates. I mean, we've got the TLT dropping, you know, each of the last 10 days pretty much and closing on those April lows. So the bond market doesn't believe it. So, you know, and Trump can whine about it all he wants, but it doesn't appear as though the market wants to accommodate him with lower rates yet.
Yeah.
Perfect stuff. So my guest here, my co-host there, Adara, has a question for you. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much here for being on with us, Brian. I saw, and I've been watching here your posts on both Circle and CoreWeave with regards to their relationship to AVWAP. We know that we've talked, I know you and I have talked about Circle on this show before, but I guess with both Circle and CoreWeave, if you had to pick one here, what would be your pick? And if you're not interested in either, I guess, why are you watching those? And give us a bit of insight on these two right now.
Sure. I think that CoreWeave, you know, it got a very nice bounce from the anchor off of this breakout right here. And that's what I was pointing to last week when it was right here. I said, keep an eye on that anchor. Now it's rallied up and it's heading into this prior band of support right here and the month-to-date anchor. So that one, I think if you're not involved, let it settle down a little bit. Circle has been really great off of its anchor from the IPO. That's the green one on this daily chart. We keep seeing it bounces off that. And what we've also noticed, though, is the anchor off the high has kept it capped pretty good here. You know, last week we spoke about this, I think, and now we're kind of in this range. So I think that I am more interested in Circle. If we can get back above here and push through this anchor, I think you're going to get a nice squeeze higher. But, you know, the key with a stock like this with a ATR of 11% is, you know, if it breaks back below this low from today, then we could see, you know, that if this IPO anchor doesn't hold, it could be lights out for Circle.
Yeah, a very solid point there. And I mean, that IPO AVWAP anchor on CRCL, something I've certainly been watching as well. So thank you for talking about that. We have a question for you in the chat from Roadrunner asking about your thoughts on BBAI and MRVL. I guess, is there one of these that you're looking at right now or any of them that you have any particular levels on that you like?
I like BBAI a little bit better. I mean, this is one that has, you know, treated me well, and Sean, I know, trades it a lot, as does Neil. I think, though, you know, you've got probably a couple days. We came right up to the anchor off of this high in the daily time frame. So on the right, we've got the 30-minute time frame. We came precisely to the anchor off of that high today. We came close to it here and hit it today. So what I'd really like to see in BBAI is maybe a pullback to the anchor off of this low. So tomorrow, maybe we pull back a little bit, rebuild, and then start to get going like this and set a stop below whatever this higher low might end up being. And then so I like that one. I'm keeping a very close eye on it. In fact, somewhat related, I guess, you know, not really related, but similar is RGTI. They kind of trade a little bit the same, and it's stuck in this range also. I'm thinking, you know, give this another day or two, and RGTI could maybe get ready to get going again.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect stuff. One more question here, Brian. So
Yes.
we know that this AI hype train is just full steam ahead. Do you think in the near future that this is sustainable, or are we going to see in, say, the mid to near term, a slight rotation into some different sectors like the staples?
You know, I'd like for that to happen because a lot of these names, as you pointed out with Nvidia, up 90% off the April low, that type of move is not sustainable. So it would be very healthy for these markets to pull back a little bit. And, you know, when I look at the NASDAQ, for instance, I mean, look at the velocity of this rally. Maybe we just even get a pullback to a trend line that looks like this. that would be a nice reset, to pull back down into 540 or so. Today is going to be very important. I was pointing this out to subscribers earlier, is that if this ends up being a failed breakout today and we come back in here, then I think you're highly likely to come down and test that 20-day moving average, maybe this trend line. And by the time that happens, that 50-day moving average might end up and beat it. So I'm a little bit cautious here. I mean, I'm always cautious because risk management, but we've come pretty far pretty fast and we're starting to feel a little bit tired. So I think you got to just, maybe ease off the gas a little bit up here.
No, I totally agree with you there, Brian. I don't think this move is sustainable. And again, we would like to see a nice, healthy pullback. And I think that can give us more opportunities to buy instead of chasing all the way up here.
Absolutely. That's the way I look at it. And, the truth is, though, I've been, thinking this can't be sustained for a couple of weeks now, but it does. So we've got to remember, as always, trade what you see, not what you think. We want to look for evidence, but it doesn't, just because we're cautious doesn't mean we're bearish. We've got to wait for things to break down before we come bearish. And then that's only on a shorter term time frame, because we're still, you look at the weekly chart on, the NASDAQ, we're in a huge uptrend. It's kind of foolish to be long-term bearish with a trend like that.
Absolutely. So we got one more question here for you there, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask you a little bit here. I know you posted about Reddit and this one with that 20-day SMA support. Can you talk a little bit about this one and any other names that you're looking at potentially entering right now?
Yeah, Reddit, I haven't purchased yet. I said that on Twitter yesterday that I'm, keeping an eye on it. What I really want to see here, Adara, this is good. We've got that 5-day moving average flattened out. I'm thinking maybe tomorrow a half-size position above today's high. We've still got the anchor off the high holding it back, but this is poised to get going. I think a stop could go under here. And last week, you were going to remember with your great memory, and I'm sure you did, that we spoke about DOCS.
Doximity, yeah.
Yeah, and Docs, it gapped up the next day. As I think I told you, I was long right here. It gapped up the next day. I sold some into the gap, sold some more here, and then sold the balance here at basically break even. That's the thing with some of these stocks. They can just look so beautiful, but if you're not taking partial profits off into strength, you've got to be really careful with them. And I'm seeing that a lot more with some of these bigger names like ALAB, which, continues to try to break out and then gets stuffed. APPS continues to try, APP rather, continues to try to break out and then just gets, stuffed again here. So we've got some of these stocks, not behaving the way we would expect them to when it's all cylinders firing. So to me, that's a little bit of a warning sign as well.
Thank you so much for that, Brian. Yeah. Solid point. That app breakout I've been watching as well to potentially see how that shapes up. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect stuff. Thank you very much, Brian.
Yep, you're welcome. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Great idea. Okay, no.
Yeah, no, great stuff as always from Brian Shannon. So much appreciated, and he agreed with that. I've been saying this for some time. It's really rare to see kind of the move that we've been experiencing. Obviously, it's been a black swan event with the Liberation Day lows and everything along those lines. But this move, and I'm using Nvidia as an example, 96% off of those lows and no significant pullback, in my opinion, is just not sustainable. And I would rather see something more healthy in the market.
The thing is, these technical analysts do always say, and I think for good reason, you have to focus sometimes on what you can't make the chart do what you think it should or what you think it wants to do, right? And I know from my experience as someone who literally learned how to trade and learned about markets live on this show in the midday, if you make these kind of assumptions, sometimes you're going to end up shooting yourself in the foot. Pardon my turn of phrase, right? So I think it's worth noting, just let the price action tell you what it wants to tell you. And I think that's the importance of, as Brian Shannon said there, making sure that you're taking profit when that opportunity shows up, but also making sure you're not changing your mind too early. Follow your plan, but also plan for these unexpected events, plan for these profit takers, have opportunities. Like, for example, when I was in that Coinbase short today, it dropped way further than I thought it was going to, and I didn't really have a plan for that type of approach, right? So as Michael Noss said yesterday in the recap, when these opportunities come up, just come up with new rules and get ready for the next day. But yeah, always exciting guests here on our Beta Pro by Global X Market Recap Show.
Yeah, as always, Adair. But you're right. You have to listen to what the market is telling you. There's no questioning that. If we can pull up my chart here momentarily, you can see in the likes of the NASDAQ starting to sell a little bit in the post-market. But I wanted to pull up our earnings report here one more time. And that's going to be JBHT because it is still continuing to move to the downside. And I want to see if we've had any form of a pullback or we're still going to exceed that expected move. And here we are still negative 5.5% on the session. And I mentioned this neckline here that I'm going to pull up on a higher time frame. And if we crack that, I would suspect more downside. And that was around that 148.70 level. And you can see we're now trading around 143 and change. There we go.
Yeah, that's pretty rough here on JB Hunt. I don't know if this one I'm going to be like hunting for an entry opportunity or anything, but it's certainly one that I'm going to be watching out for tomorrow along with these banks. And tomorrow morning for earnings, I'm actually going to give like a quick earnings preview for tomorrow because I think it's always worth noting. We're going to have ASML, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Progressive, and Johnson & Johnson. Which of those, if any, are you going to necessarily be watching tomorrow?
I'm going to be keeping an eye on the banks. I think more or less the Bank of America or Morgan Stanley. ASML, I know that's going to be in your price range. You're most definitely going to like that. But really, what we were just talking about, I think is really important. I can keep an eye on them, but if the price isn't giving me the setup, then I'm not going to be trading them whatsoever.
And I think that's super key. So I appreciate that. I think it's a great note to end on as well. So thank you guys so much for being here at our market recap show. I'll do the quick roll call as we always do. So drop those names in the chat. Thank you to the others. Thank you to Daniel B., Ron Miller, For Profit. We're going to wait for some more names to come in as we thank our team. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Sharif. Thank you, Sean, Neil, Obi. We have Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Brendan, Mr. Thumbs Up, the Tranquil Channel, Jake Roberts, Snake. Pretty slow recap day today here. Not a ton of people in this chat. Charlie Taff, Ron Miller. But yeah, any names you're seeing here, Joe?
Yeah, I'm seeing Front Porch Trader. We like that one. We got Fedora the Explorer, Sean James, Donkey Trader, Lee Yi. Why not? One of my favorite. Because why not, right, Adair? Because that's how you got to go about the motto of life. Anna Trader, Trez 001, Michael Spedorfa, and Dane Juras. Thank you all very much, and I hope you all have a fantastic.
Thanks again to Brian Shannon. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Ciao, guys.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.